story opens in a room in a residential building, where Chen Yuan is looking at his phone screen and crying. The reason for his tears is the text that his girlfriend sent him. She is breaking up with him. He asks her, "What's wrong?" all of a sudden while crying. He texts her and promises to work hard and give her a happy life. But she blocks him before he sends his message. He lies over the chair like a dead person. His roommates do not know what is happening to him and call him to play a game, but he ignores them and runs outside. Seeing his strange behavior, they think it is another case of a breakup. It is the 6th time this month he has faced a breakup. On the street, people look at him and start whispering about him. They know Chen Yuan as a famous dog licker. Chen is here to meet the girl who just broke up with him. Her name is Shutong. She tells him not to behave like this in public as everyone is watching them. He tells her he knows she is angry with him. So he has brought her favorite guava pork. He asks her to forgive him and not mention the breakup again. He will change whatever is wrong with him. People around them look at them and laugh at him while whispering about him. One tells the other that he has heard that Chen works 4 part-time jobs to buy her gifts, yet he has still been dumped by her. Shutong tells him that she is not angry. Her ex-boyfriend came to patch things up with her. After thinking a lot, she felt that he needed her more. Chen gets angry and asks her what she thinks he is. He says that her ex is a scumbag. He asks if she has forgotten that he cheated on her and made her have an abortion. While he is yelling at her, a Mercedes stops by them. It's Shang's ex. He tells her to get in the car. Before getting in, she tells Chen that it would be better for them not to meet again. She does not want her boyfriend to misunderstand her. She leaves with her boyfriend while Chen stands there, watching them drive away. Chen throws the food in the dustbin and goes into a convenience store. He picks up a water bottle from the shelf and starts drinking it. He wonders why his heart is always betrayed, and if he will be a dog licker for the rest of his life. He angrily crushes the bottle and decides that there is nothing wrong with being a dog licker. Suddenly, he gets a notification that the most vigorous dog licking system has detected the host. A screen appears in front of him, showing his biodata and stats. He is surprised to see the dog licking system and wonders what the plug-in is used for. Unintentionally, he touches the breasts of a girl standing before him. She yells at him, calling him a pervert, and asks if he wants to get his hands dirty. She says he has been staring at her boobs for a while and asks what's wrong with him. The system starts showing the girl's data. Her name is Zu Leil. The system informs him that with the help of the dog-licking system, if the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack will be successful, and her identity will be transformed into the host's licking dog. Now he realizes that the dog-licking money worth 90 billion can only be used to spend on women. He is also told that when the opponent becomes the host's dog, 10 of the amount spent will be rewarded to the host's account and become the host's personal property. The host can also get other rewards. Chen decides to use it on the girl in front of him. He smiles and tells her not to be mad at him and that he will pay for her meal today. The system successfully binds their dog-licking relationship. His mission is to counterattack Zu Leil. The reward for completing the task is 10 of the dog-licking gold and 5 strength points. These strength points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physical fitness, mental strength, and agility. Zu Leil is the flower of the art department. She is powerful, and once made a man spend 30,000 yuan on her with just 3 words. Zu Leil smirks at him and asks if he wants to play rich and flirt with her. The people around them look at Chen and think he is in trouble. Chen smiles and says she will know if he is good if she tries it. She says she wants to treat all her classmates in the canteen to snacks today and asks him to help her pay for them. She thinks he is dressed like a beggar and is still trying to flirt with her. She will let him know what it means to be embarrassed, but she is stunned when he transfers 50,000 yuan to her account. People around them are shocked. They think that this guy looks like a loser, but he is a hidden rich kid. Chen says that 50,000 is not much for him. He smiles and asks her if he can add her on WeChat. Zul is still struck and wonders if that guy is a rich second generation. So, she decides to play along. She tells him not to worry and that it is not impossible to add WeChat, but he has to come with her to a place. Chen is getting sweaty, as no girl has come so close to him before. She takes him to the brand store and tells him that she is not a gold digger. She just wants to see his sincerity and attitude. He tells her that it is not a problem. She can take whatever she wants. He wants to let her experiment with the dog licking system. Inside the store, he hears a familiar voice. He looks in that direction and sees Shutong there, shopping for luxury bags. He is sad to see her there. Zul gets that the girl is his ex-girlfriend. She blinks at him and says she has come at the wrong time. He smiles and says she has come at the right time. Zul goes to the counter and asks the girl there if they still have that bag from the spring sales. The shopkeeper replies that there's only one piece left, but the lady over there is trying it out. Shutong looks at Chen and says she cannot believe such a broke guy has brought a girl into the store. She decides to show him the difference between a loser and a junkie. She tells her boyfriend that her birthday is coming up. He irritatingly asks her if she didn't celebrate her birthday last month. She tells him that it was a birthday based on the lunar calendar, and people still have birthdays based on the solar calendar. Her boyfriend tells her that he does not like materialistic girls. He asks her if she is with him because of his money. She gets his meaning and gets scared. Zhu takes the bag off Shuang's shoulder and says she will take it if she is not buying it. Chen pays the bill and Zhu's favorability increases to 60 points. He smiles, thinking that that is the power of money. A bag increased her favorability towards him by 60 points. At this rate, Zhu will reach the threshold if she buys a few more bags. Then he thinks the amount of money he gets back is too small. The two store attendants whisper that they do not understand why some people seem rich and stingy with their girlfriends, while others seem ordinary and spend tens of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. That's why the store manager taught them not to look at people through tinted glasses and that they cannot judge spending power based on appearances alone. Shuang is feeling insulted. Zhu makes her jealous and says that a bag is like a boyfriend. It is always better to grab it. Then she looks at Chen and thinks she must grab this big fish. She grabs his arm, calls him hubby, and thanks him for the gift. Shuang starts shedding tears when she sees that. She pushes Chen in anger while going out of the store and tells him that he has gone too far. He looks at her, smirks, and thinks they still have a long way to go. The system tells him to bind the dog-licking relationship to Shutong. Her current favorability towards the host is 10. When the heroine's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack will succeed, transforming her identity into the host's licking dog. The counterattack completion reward is 10 of the licking gold and 20 strengthening points. Zhu asks him if he is relieved now and if she has done an excellent job. She also asks where they are going next. He laughs and says they are going to do more shopping. She cannot be satisfied with just one bag. He enters a store, points at a dress and a bag, and tells the shopkeeper to pack everything except those two things. Zhu's favorability towards him is increasing. After that, he buys her designer perfumes and makeup. After buying so many things, she tells him it is almost enough. She cannot fit it in her rental house. If she buys more, he says that it is not a problem. He will buy her a house. She feels ashamed and says it is not good. He has already spent a lot of money, and it's too much for their first meeting. Her favorability decreases to him by 5. Chen thinks that he might have scared her. It's true. He would also feel upset if someone had to give away a multi-million-dollar house just like that. He goes closer to her and says that she is a junior at the College of Fine Arts, 21 years old, 165 km tall, weighs 49 kg. Her favorite color is black. Her favorite food is Korean food. Her zodiac sign is Capricorn. Her shoe size is 30. Size is 37 and she likes to watch horror movies. Walking at night. He says he wouldn't be so abrupt if he didn't like her. He tells the shopkeeper that he would like to fill their store value card for exclusive members up to 500,000. And when this lady comes to the store in the future, they will directly recommend the latest model to her. She obeys his order. He tells her that if he has scared her, she should consider this card a gift to make amends. She looks at him with affection and starts blushing. He goes near her ear and whispers that if she cannot bear it, she should give herself to him. She shies away and slaps him, calling him a bad boy. With that, her favorability increases by 30. Even the store girls start liking him. They say that despite his humble appearance, this boy is so generous, and he is also very considerate of the girls' feelings. Chen thinks that it is true. The effect of the rich flirting is the opposite of the loser flirting. Zu says he has bought her so much, and asks if he does not want to buy something for himself. He replies that he has no money. She says that now it is her turn to give him a present. She thinks she cannot just ask for it. If she wants to play a long game and catch a big fish, she also needs to give something appropriately. She takes him to a men's clothing store and buys him a few clothes. Then she takes him to a salon and gets him a new haircut. His whole personality changes with his new look. Zu thinks that this guy looks so handsome when dressed up. Her favorability towards him increases even more. When she looks at him with affection, he thinks that this is the first time in his life he has to take care of himself like this. Fortunately, he does not need to spend any money. She lifts his chin with her finger and says it is not strange that she thinks they are a good match now. Then she says that she had a great time today because of him. For a few moments, she thought she was in love. She gives him a flying kiss and bids him goodbye. He checks and finds that her current favorability towards him is 60-80. He returns to his room. His roommates look at his new look and are shocked. They ask him what he has been doing all day and why he is dressed like this. He casually tells them he went on a date with Zu. They say he can pull it off, but he cannot even figure it out with Shutong, and still wants Zu. One of them says that Zu is the flower of the art department. Even if he gets dumped a fourth time, he must act according to his ability. Another one puts his arm on his shoulder and tells him to take his advice that he cannot handle these girls. After a while, he gets Shuang's text saying that they should delete each other's numbers if he hates her. Chen knows that she wants to mess with his mentality. If they delete each other's numbers, where can he go to increase his favorability? He will also point her to upgrade and make money. He replies that he can hate her when she has a special place in his heart. She tells him that she is being with a junkie because she is vain. Her mother is ill and she needs 50,000 yuan for medical expenses. Chen sends 50,000 yuan to her account. She is shocked and tells her friend that she casually said it to him. And he gave her money. Her friend asks, who is so generous as to send a transfer of 50,000. She shows him the chat. That girl is surprised to see Chen's name and asks if she did not dump him today. Shuang wonders if she made a mistake. She decides to ask him. She asks him where he got all that money from and if he is in a relationship with Zu. She also asks if he is some hidden rich second generation. But she gets disappointed when she gets no reply. Chen has put her contact on Do Not Disturb mode. He thinks Shuang is too teared up while Zu cannot act too hastily. He wonders if there is any other place where he can legally spend money on a woman. He decides to try the live streaming platform. The girl on the live stream tells her viewers there is still an hour left before she goes off the air. So if her viewers want to send gifts, they'll have to hurry. Chen looks at the comments and is amazed that she has earned $1 million in no time. It means he has come to the right place. He presses the rocket icon and sends her money. After seeing the amount, that girl is stunned. It is not just her who is shocked. The other viewers are struck as well. Chen gives her more money, shattering all expectations. At the headquarters of that streaming application, An employee rushes to his boss and tells him that an unknown tycoon has just swiped $10 million in Z's livestream. The boss spits the water in his mouth and asks if it is not their trustee. Seeing this, the other streamers start sending him private messages. They think that just a few points from him are enough to cover their salary for several months. Zu thinks that she is dreaming. She could not believe that someone had given her $10 million. A guy shows her a board where it is written that the boss told her to confirm that he will give her a 10 raise to get that lonely smoke. She understands the assignment and says she will not give up her big daddy to someone else. She sends him a flying kiss and thanks him for the gifts. She requests him to send her a private message, and she will give him 8 management. But Chen has slept peacefully. The following day, his fellows check out the search engine and are surprised that some rich guy swiped $10 million in half an hour on the stream last night. Chen wakes up due to the noise of their discussion. While brushing his teeth, he thinks he spent so much money last night and wonders why Mr. did not have any binding relationship. It means the bonding has to be in real life. Also, he wasted his money last night. He opens the app and looks at all the texts he had received the night before. He wonders if he is digging a hole in the chicken coop. His fellows are going somewhere and seem excited about it. They are in a hurry. He watches them go and asks what those 3 are doing without him. One of them says they are going to class. He reminds him that today is a public class. They can appreciate the goddess Exoyuki up close. The second one tells him he used to run faster than them and did not want to leave after class. Exoyuki, the campus beauty of Hunan University and vice president of the student union, is the dream of all boys. She is a pianist, a ballet principal, and a second-level athlete. Her outstanding talents and superb looks make her so difficult to approach. Chen is sitting in one of the rows in the student hall. Some girls look at him and say, "That guy is so handsome." They wonder who he is, as they have never seen him before. Chen thinks that a beautiful woman at Lakeside stands apart from the rest of the world. For 3 years, no one has been able to reach the top of this lonely peak. It must be worth a lot of money if it is hard to track down. Shuang and her fellow are also sitting a few rows behind Chen. Her fellow looks at him and asks if he is Chen. She says she has not seen him so handsome in a few days. She asks Shuang if he is dressed up especially for her. Shuang says that it should be correct, but she has a junkie now. Her heart is in turmoil in case they get into a fight. Her favorability is continuously increasing for Chen. Chen looks at her with a side eye and thinks, he just changed his clothes and she is getting favorability. He says that she is such a shallow woman, but right now, he has to focus on how to bind Exoyuki. Suddenly, he hears a guy asking his boss to show them how to conquer Exo. Their boss is bragging that he will show them how he got her to fall in love with him. That guy goes to her and asks her for her Webtoon account. She is surprised by his nonsense, but says nothing. Her roommate, Exoyuki, asks that guy what he wants to do with that. That overconfident brat tells him to add them on WeChat so they can get to know each other. Who grabs that guy by his shirt, pulls him closer, and asks if he is looking for his death. He threatens him with the tip of a ballpoint pen. That guy gets scared and says there is a misunderstanding. He just wants to join the student union. Xiao is the vice president, so he wants to ask for advice. Then that guy starts crying. Wu tells him he is a wimp with no good excuse for picking up girls. That guy runs away from there. Wu looks at Xiao with anger. Chen comes there and says he also wants to add her on WeChat. He shows her his phone and asks her to add him. The students are enjoying the incident today. They say that Chen is so brave. He is giving his face to others to step on. Ooh, says this guy is more handsome than the last one, and asks if he wants to join the student union too. Chen replies that he is not interested in the student union. Wu asks why he wants Jaya's WeChat. He replies that he wants to chase her. She starts blushing over his words. The whole crowd is stunned and calls him a fierce guy. They think this confident guy will cry when she rejects him, but Xiao agrees to share the Weichuan. Shuang's friend asks her if he is not her fish. Shuang is furious to see Chen doing this. Chen thinks everyone loves beauty, so there is no need to hide it. He says that sometimes the simplest means are the most effective. No woman dislikes being chased. The system has successfully bound the dog-licking relationship of those two, but her current favorability is 0. After the class, when they leave the university, his friends tell him he is so good today. He got Exoyuki's WeChat. He has changed so much recently, and he looks like a dog. One of them asks Chen if he can ask Xiao to introduce some of her friends to them. He replies that he does not have a single horoscope. She is the school beauty, and he is nothing. He tells his friends that they are exaggerating. Suddenly, someone tells him he is a loser with a sense of self-awareness. It is the guy whom you threatened. He tells Chen that he is wise. Chen tells him that he is the one who is more professional and that he will learn from him. That guy gets furious and asks Chen what he is talking about. He calls him a blind cat running into a dead rat. He tells him not to be so proud. Suddenly, Zu comes there and says Chen is so slow. She has been waiting for him for a long time. The boys standing around are shocked to see Zu talking to him. Chen replies that he will be damned if he is going to keep a girl waiting for so long. He asks her to allow him to buy her dinner and make amends. She likes his words and asks if she looks good in the clothes he bought for her. He replies that those clothes were made for her, and that the bag looks best when she carries it. He keeps praising her, and they walk away while talking. The crowd watches them go away together. That guy from earlier starts crying and wonders why he is one step behind. Shuang is crying with tears and wonders who Zu thinks she is. It was Shuang who came first. Zu and Chen go to a restaurant. There, she gives him a portrait of himself. She says that she stayed up all night to draw it. She also threatens him that she cannot spare him if he dares to throw her away casually. Chen is surprised and thinks this is the first time since birth that he has ever received a gift from a girl. Zu smiles and asks him if he likes it. He wonders if this is a bait that she has prepared for him. She planned to trap him from the moment he spent money on her. He smirks and thinks it is a shame he is not the person he used to be. Zu looks at him and thinks he does not seem very happy. It means he did not like her gift. Chen asks her why she is giving that portrait to him. He says that she made it by staying up late for him. He takes it from her hand, looks into her eyes, and asks how she should be responsible to him if she does not give him such a good gift in the future. She yells that he scared her and asks him to return her painting. He says he wants to collect it and use it as a family heirloom. He grabs her hand, pulls her closer, and says he likes her better in person than in her gifts. She starts blushing and thinks Chen is an expert in flirting. Her favorability also increases by 5 points. Seeing this, he thinks that if she wants him to be her dog, she should be a good toolman and blow up the gold. Suddenly, someone comes between them and pushes them away. That guy is almost crying, and his nose is running as well. He asks her if she did not say she is getting her nails done with her girlfriends and who that guy is. He says she is so good at getting her nails done that she can hug each other. He points at Chen and says he must be wealthy. Therefore, she even hugs him. He adds that he has been chasing her for so long, and she will not even let him touch her hand. Chen looks at that kid and thinks this unlucky kid must be Zu's licking dog. Chen is too familiar with this kind of treatment. Zu asks that kid who he thinks he is to her. She says it is none of his business whether she falls in love. Suddenly Chen comes in between them and introduces himself. Then he asks the name of the guy standing before him and how long he has been chasing Zu. That guy replies that his name is Wang Yu, and he is from the Department of Fine Arts. He has been chasing after Zu for half a year. Chen behaves coolly and tells that guy that he chased a girl for 3 years. He worked 4 odd jobs and ate 8 steamed buns and pickles every day, but she finally chose to sit in someone else's Mercedes Benz. He tells him that those who have turned their backs on them will be their motivation for self-improvement. A real man should focus on getting a wife. He tells him to return to his dormitory, forget about her, work hard, make a name for himself, and make her regret her choice. That guy gets motivated and even starts crying. Zu wonders what they are talking about as Wang starts crying. He calls Chen and tells him that he is just her friend. Chen replies that he does not care about her past, but he feels like she does not respect him very much, nor does she respect herself. He tears that painting in front of her. He says she can still use yesterday's card, but they will not meet until she gets her relationship in order. He leaves her there and walks out of the cafe. He laughs devilishly and thinks he wants to see how she will cope. She starts shedding tears, standing there, and thinks this is the first time someone is tolerating her like this. She thinks she likes him, but she screwed up things. Her favorability increased again by 5 points. While walking on campus in the evening, he thinks that women cannot just hold it in their hands and give it a shot if they have nothing to do. He looks at his phone and says Zu's side has finished pushing the second tower. It is time to switch lines to Exoyuki. He checks her profile and finds that Exoyuki is broadcasting and she is an anchor as well. Xiao is sitting in front of a piano and greets everyone online. She tells them she is a trainee who has been live broadcasting for 2.5 days. Her specialties are singing, dancing, and piano. She requests others to take care of her. Chen thinks it is pretty cute and wonders if President Exio may be cold on the outside but hot on the inside. He looks at the money she generated and thinks it is too low. Suddenly he gets a text from Zia. He asks her who she is, and she reminds him that he gave her a bunch of rockets yesterday. He asks her if she is free for a meetup. She replies that she would also like to meet, but her schedule is packed. He tells her never to mind it. Then she thinks he has gone mad and says she will do a special dance for him tonight. He is furious that she still wants to trick him into swiping gifts. He does not even have a binding judgment for $10 million. He could give it to President Exio. Suddenly, Exio gets a notification that someone wants to peek with her. Chen is also glad to see that. It will be fun to watch. Zomir tells her viewers that she is matched with a new girl. It looks like she is sure to win. Chen also watches the match and says it will be hard to tell who wins until the end. It is a strange fate that the two of them match together. Zir tells Jiao to take a break. She says that her hand is broken, but Zu has the backing of a wealthy man. She is sure that she will convince this smoky guy with her fish farming skills. Till now, she has gathered more gifts than Axiao. However, she soon becomes shocked when she sees that the smoky guy has sent multiple rockets to Axiao instead of her. Zia is surprised as well. Zia is now worried as she did not get support from the guy she was getting support from. She's been told that her boss demands an explanation of what happened. Zia gets disappointed and apologizes to her viewers by saying she has something to do, so she is going off the air now. Chen smiles and says he can give her a gift. He could also gift someone else. She wanted to pin him down with a smile. He looks at President Xiao's live stream and says he has spent much money on her, so she should not let him down. At the headquarters of the Shark application, an employee runs toward the boss to tell him about the big event that just happened. He tells him that the Lonely Smoke gifted another 10 million. The boss wonders if that guy is a crown prince in the Middle East. Wu tells Jia that her broadcast has been trending today. He tells her that she will be popular soon and may become an internet celebrity. She is surprised but does not want to be an internet celebrity. She says that trying to please men online is not a long-term solution. The most important thing for a woman is to have a career and financial and personal independence. Wu tells her to stop lecturing him. He asks her to tell the truth if she knows the guy who gave her the gift. She replies that she has often told him that she does not know who he is. She gets irritated by his question. Wu apologizes to her and says he is just curious. Xiao says he has sent her so many gifts, so she should send him a private message to thank him. Suddenly, She makes a scream. Wu asks her what happened to her. Xiao shows him her phone and says she may know that rich man. Xiao thinks that Chen is the son of a plutocrat. He has been well-dressed and well-fed since childhood, but he has a low-key nature and always pretends to live an ordinary life. Having received an elite education, he was fed up with the gazes of others and just wanted to live freely. One day, he meets the girl he loves and bravely pursues her as a commoner. Xiao thinks this must be Chen's story. Wu asks her if she is reading too many novels these days. She does not care what Wu thinks and says Chen has lived well since childhood, so pretending to be ordinary must be challenging. Now, she has to thank him sincerely. Chen comes back after taking a shower and sees Xiao's text. She invites him to dinner tomorrow and says she will wait for him at the school gate. Chen thinks that she did not ask him where he got the money for the gift, but simply invited him to dinner. He wants to see what she is up to. The next evening, he reaches the school gate on an electric bike. He stops near a luxury car. The middle-aged man with a cigar outside that luxury car asks Chen if he is waiting for someone. He replies yes, and asks if he is waiting for someone too. He replies that he came here to pick up his goddess. Xiao appears on the road. Chen looks at him and is stunned. The uncle tells Chen not to look at her. He says Chen must work hard to earn money, or uncles like him will pick up all these beauties. Jiao looks at Chen and sits on his bike behind him. That uncle is shocked to see that beauty choosing that guy's bike over his luxury car. He sits on his knees and cries, asking what the purpose of making so much money is. Jiao feels like riding a heavy bike and sitting with her husband after marriage. They have arrived at a local restaurant. Chen parks his bike outside. Their orders of spicy garlic are served. Chen starts serving her food. She adores his manner, thinking he forgot to be a gentleman, even in a simple stall. It is the style of a noble family. Chen passes her the hand-glove box. She smiles and thinks he treats people with a sense of propriety. A little more attention, and they will be attentive. A little less, and they will be cold. He is very... Chen, a disciplined family man, wears a glove and starts eating lobsters with his hands. She looks at him and thinks this must be the most undersized lobster he has ever eaten. She thinks that if he is so rich in eating with her, he does not want her to be stressed out. She thinks he is such a soft, gentle flower of the highlands. Her favorability towards him increases by 10 points. Surprised by this sudden increase, the lobster falls out of his hand. She picks up a lobster and feeds him with her hands. She blushes and says she will peel the shrimp for him. He is amazed and starts liking her generosity. When she is feeding him, Shang and her boyfriend, Junkai, enter the restaurant. She is shocked to see Exoyuki feeding Chen shrimp. She is worried and thinks first it was Zu Leil and now Exoyuki. She wonders how he could be so capable. She tells her boyfriend Junkai that there are too many people here and asks if they can go somewhere less crowded. He grabs her and says he thinks there are a lot of acquaintances. He tells her that he is a person who likes to eat in crowded places. He goes to Chen's table and throws some money at him. He tells Chen to take these $500 and give him his seat. Chen looks at the currency notes that fell there and wonders what Junkai is doing and if he thinks he looks good like that. Junkai throws more notes and asks him if these are enough. Chen shows no reaction. Xiao stands up in anger. He thinks that he was provoked and wonders why she is so angry. Xiao angrily thinks about what that dog thinks of himself, that he dared to mess up her perfect date. Seeing all that money, a guy comes there and tells Junkai to give that money to him, and he will give his table to Junkai. Junkai grabs him by the shirt and angrily says he wants this table. Suddenly, he gets hit by a purse and one of his teeth breaks. It was Xiao, and Chen was stunned to see her being this brave. At that very moment, a vast woman appears on the scene and tells Junkai that he eats her food, wears her clothes, drives her car, and asks how he dares to use her money to pick up girls. That woman looks furious. Chen looks at her and is scared to his death. Junkai, who just got hit by Exoyuki, grabs his face with one hand and asks why Exoyuki is doing here. She thunders and asks if she had not been here, how would she have discovered that he was having fun with women behind her back? She says Junkai is a beast worse than a pig or a dog. Junkai tries to play innocent and says she has got it all wrong. He asks how he could have a woman. He says that she has given him everything, so there is no way he could betray her. He grabs Shutong by her hair, pulls her, and says it was her. She seduced him. Shutong cries and says that Junkai is lying. He asked her first and also said that he was single. He slaps her on her face and tells her to shut up. Shutong looks at him with tears in her eyes. He again raises his hand at her and tells her to lower her gaze. Chen grabs his wrist and stops him there. He asks Junki if he does not feel ashamed of himself while hitting a woman. Shutong cannot believe that Chen took a stand for her. She thinks he still loves her. Her favorability for him increases and reaches the target point. The system informs him that Lin Shutong, the dog-licking partner number 2, has a favorability score of 95 for the host. It congratulates the host for a successful counterattack on dog-licking target number 2, spending 50,000 on dog-licking gold, and rewarded the host with 5,000 yuan. Lin Shutong is transferred into a licking dog, and the host is rewarded with 20 enhancement points as well. With those points, his strength and agility increase. Chen bends Junkai's arm. Junkai gets hurt and asks him to let him off. He lifts a bottle from a table and tries to hit Chen with it, but Chen breaks the bottle and Junkai's nose with one punch. Chen tells him that there is no shame in eating soft food, but he is a beast who eats soft food and beats women properly. Junkai feels insulted and brings out a knife from his pocket. Chen tells him to watch out. Chen speedily grabs his wrist and releases the knife from his grip. Then he lifts him and throws him. Junkai passes out. The crowd gathers around to see the fight. Chen starts walking outside. Shutong looks at him and rushes toward him. She grabs his leg and says she was wrong and blind. She asks him for a chance to start over. He asks her if Chen, whom she is talking to, is the person who once carried her over 10 km to the emergency room at 3's. Aroam. Is he still the same Chen who saved up for half a year to buy her a cell phone, only to be criticized for not being the latest model? Is it Chen who knows she is frivolous and vain, but always believes she will look back one day? He tells her that the old Chen is already dead. She chose it herself. Then he leaves her there crying. Chen drops Jia at her hostel. He apologizes to President Exoyuki for the mess tonight. She replies that calling her president is too rude. He should just call her Kiki. She adds that she did not feel disturbed, but she got to see a different side of someone. She thinks that Chen is a person who is more and more impressive, the more someone looks at him. She has a hunch that he will bring her countless surprises. Shutong enters her room while crying. Her friend asks her why she has not brought an umbrella, as it is showering so hard outside. Shutong just calls Chen Yuan's name and says nothing else. Her friend thinks that she has heard that Chen swiped over 10 million for Exoyuki's live broadcast yesterday. She says this kid looks like a beggar but is so rich. Shutong is shocked to hear that and asks her where she heard that news. She replies that Wufia's dorm roommate said it, which is all over the women's dormitory. She thought Shutong knew. Shutong starts screaming after hearing everything. Chen is playing a video game. His friend asks him if he is outrageous. He is 118. Chen's friends ask him if he is a gaming genius after winning 18 times in a row tonight. Chen thinks that he did not expect that after adding 20 attributes, even playing games would become more accessible. This is a surprise. He replies to his friends that he is in good condition. One of his friends asks him why he does not become an anchor. He says that when Chen makes 1 million a month, he can fly with him. Chen removes his shirt and looks at himself in the washroom's mirror. He thinks the attribute points have made qualitative changes in his body, and he is in better shape. He focuses on his jawline and says that calling himself Pang Yuan of Hunan University should not be too much. He looks at his abs and says that with such a perfect body, he does not know which woman would be cheapened. Suddenly, his friend calls him and asks if he has fallen into the toilet hole. He tells him that the phone is ringing continuously. He comes out and checks his phone and wonders why Zu Leil is calling him so late. He wonders if she is thinking of some new tricks to trick him. He calls her and asks why she called him so late. She is crying on the other side. She tells him that she does not know what to do and could only think of him. She asks him if he can give her $500,000. She explains that her dad owes a lot of money because of gambling. The family, which was initially relatively wealthy, has plummeted, and they have to deal with loan sharks daily. Zu Leil says she is not a very materialistic girl, but she has to pay off her debts. Chen asks her to give her card number. He instantly sends her the money. She is shocked to see the figure, as it is 5 million instead of $500,000. She asks him why it is 5 million. He replies that it is okay. He accidentally hit an extra zero. Her favorability increases towards him multiple times. She thanks him for helping her and says she will repay him. Zu Leil's current favorability score is 94. Chen wonders why it is still 94, and if his sudden help did not win her heart. He wonders if she wants to confess her feelings. Then he thinks that it might not be the case. The person who reveals his neediness first is often at a disadvantage. Whoever confesses first will lose. The next day, when Chen is outside the cafeteria with his fellows, Shang comes there and tells him that she has brought him a bun from the cafeteria. She invites him to go to the classroom together. His friends are stunned to see her bringing breakfast for him. Suddenly, Zu Leil comes there too and says she has brought him breakfast. She guesses he is tired of eating in the cafeteria, which is why she made him seafood porridge. Both girls look at each other with hate in their eyes. Suddenly, someone else calls Chen at the same time. Now his friends wonder who the third candidate is. It's Yao. She says she has brought him beef noodles. Shang and Zu Leil wonder why Exoyuki is there. It's like a boxing match between those three inside a ring. Her strong sense of oppression fears those two. They think that is the power of being number 2 on the school's beauty list. Chen asks Exoyuki how she knows that he likes to eat beef noodles. She says she just assumed he likes spicy food when they ate crayfish yesterday, and knows a great place that serves it. He replies that it feels so good to be cared about by others. He thanks Kiki. He thinks that he expected this from Exoyuki. She could gauge his taste through the details, and without making a sound. Exoyuki welcomes him and says, of course, giving breakfast is a priority. She adds that if one does not care for the other party's liking, how can they say they like them? Shutong and Zu Leil are annoyed to hear that. It feels like she is punching them very severely. Exoyuki gives him a gift and says it is to express her gratitude. Chen asks if it is the newly released F15 Pro Max. Chen's friends are shocked to see him getting the latest mobile phone model as a gift. Seeing him receive the gift makes them feel worse than the death of their fathers. Even Shang and Zu Leil are surprised to see her willingness towards him, as that phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. This feels like she has knocked them in a single move. Chen tells her she does not need to spend so much on him. She replies that he has spent more on her. She does not have much money. It is a favor to him. He says that he will accept it. Then they both walk away, leaving the others standing there. Shutong says she wants Chen back and wonders why it is so hard. She is sad because it has only been a few days, and another girl has appeared. Zu Leil comes to him and tells Shutong to find a place to chat. Shutong asks what she is talking about. She has nothing to discuss with her. She adds that it is all Zu Leil's fault. Zu Leil says that she wants to talk about forming alliances. Shutong startles and asks what kind of alliance. She replies that it is an alliance against their common enemy, Exoyuki. Chen checks the mobile features. It is hard to believe that she gave him such an expensive mobile phone which costs more than 10,000 yuan. Jiao asks him if he is okay, and if something is wrong with the phone. He smiles and says everything is fine, and the phone is handy. Her current favorability is 40. Chen thinks he would have already believed she loves him if he had not seen her favorability. She is indeed worthy of being the goddess. She is more skillful in making the hunter think she is the hunter. He has to find a way to push forward the progress as soon as possible. When he is busy thinking about this, his phone beeps. It is a text from Zir. She tells him that the last time she said she could not meet, it was not that she could not do it. She is a little bit afraid of society, but it does not mean she does not want to meet. Smokey. He looks at the message, laughs, and wonders what kind of attitude this is. He also wonders if she thinks him a. At the same time, he gets a notification that Dragon King wants him to join a group where all the anchors are ranked. He wonders if this is the legendary Big Daddy group of anchors. He joins the group and starts chatting with the other members. He realizes that these rich guys want to test his skills, so he plays with them. One of them says that Mr. PM Smokey seems rich. Ends of millions are just a tiny amount of money for him. He asks if he wants to do business with him. That guy adds him for a private chat. Here, he tells him that he has a villa. He plans to sell, but doesn't know if Mr. Giz Smokey is interested in it. Chen asks him about the location. He replies that it is located in Jianyu District, a river, view villa. Chen searches the location on maps and is stunned to see that Jianyu District is a well-known wealthy area. A villa costs at least tens of millions. He replies that he has just planned to buy a villa to store some sundries. He will go to see the house tomorrow. The guy on the other side of the phone is shocked to see his reply. He says that this guy seems to be planning to buy it. He wonders if they guessed wrong. He tells Dragon King that Mr. Kin Smokey is not a shill. He is rich. Dragon King, who is drinking tea, replies that whether he is rich or fake, they will know when the time comes. Even if they guess wrong, there will be many benefits if they can make friends who will not frown, even if they throw tens of millions of dollars at others. He tells the other guy to send Mr. Smokey their address and learn more about him. Chen receives the address and wonders how much her favorability will increase if he gives her a villa. Xian brings Exoyuki to that location with him. She asks him why he has brought her here so mysteriously. The owner is waiting for them outside. He waves at Mr. P. Smokey. He thinks that Smokey looks ordinary, but he is accompanied by a woman who is a natural beauty. He wonders if he may be the son of a hidden family. It seems to him that the price today is challenging to negotiate. He extends his hand for a handshake and says his name is Chen Yuan. He has a small business, but recently he had to sell this villa due to financial problems. He welcomes them inside the villa and tells them to have a look. He says the entire villa has a construction area of 500 square meters. The usable area is 2,000 square meters. Famous designers designed the decoration, and the whole house was customized with imported Italian furniture. He shows them the view from the balcony and says that the river is surging and dragons and tigers are roosting. The feng shui is excellent. He would have wanted to bury himself here if he were not short of money. Xiao wonders if Chen is buying a house. She thinks this mansion must cost tens of millions of dollars. Chen says that this place is good. He tells him not to waste his time and quickly tell him the price. Hong tells him that he will not lie. Although he needs money, before he came here, several people were very interested in this place. He thinks his psychological price for this house is 50 million, so he has to leave some room for bargaining. Therefore, he will quote a higher price. He tells Smokey that he will give him an average price of 60 million. Chen sighs before saying something. Hong wonders if he has overstated it. He thinks it is hard to fool a nobleman's son. Chen acts as if 60 million is nothing for him and agrees to pay. Hong is shocked to hear him. He is now repenting and thinks he should have asked for 80 million. Chen asks Yigao if they should buy this house. She asks why he is asking her. She does not care if he buys it or not. He replies that he is buying it for her. Hong thinks giving 60 million to others is a massive amount of financial resources and courage. He is shocked because the price he quoted did not offend Smokey. Xiao is stunned and thinks no matter how rich and generous Chen Yuan is, he should have some restraint. This is too exaggerated. She wonders if this is some kind of main nordal trap, and if he will trick her into drinking tainted water later. She replies that it does not sound great, and she cannot accept it. He grabs her hand and says that the property restriction policy has been implemented recently. He owns too many properties, so he is thinking of transferring one to her name. He also hopes to give her a home. She starts blushing. She wonders if this kind of money transfer is typically allowed for legally married couples. She wonders if he treats her like his future wife. Chen asks her what their relationship matters, and if it is not his and hers, there is no need for distinctions. She starts blushing more, and her favorability rapidly increases for him, reaching 90 points. Chen thinks his acting skills are improving, and the film industry owes him an Oscar. Chen paid the initial deposit of 10 million and said he would transfer the remaining money to Hong after completing the formalities. Hong replies that it is okay, and Chen can leave the transfer matters to him. It will be sorted out in the next few days. They sit in the taxi and Hong waves them goodbye. Hong thinks that with Smokey's wealth, it is surprising that he still insists on taking a taxi daily for physical exercise. It is like going incognito, proving that the wealthier he is, the more low-key he becomes. While sitting in the taxi, Chen thinks that President Exoyuki's favorability is already 90 points. Once he completes the licking dog transformation, the 70 million invested in her will turn into 700 million in returns, with the addition of attribute point rewards. This is a hefty profit. Xiao looks at him and thinks that, based on her experience reading novels, if Chen just said something embarrassing, the next part will likely be their wedding. She wonders if the wedding will be in Milan or the Alps, and what name suits their child. She wakes from her daydreams when the driver tells them they have arrived. She exits the taxi and asks Chen if he is not leaving the car. He replies that his roommates have invited him to play games at the internet cafe. He bids her goodbye and leaves. She becomes sad and says it should not be like this. She wanted to confess. Chen arrives at the internet cafe. He looks at his friends, who are already playing. They ask him why it took him so long to come. They tell him to hurry up and go open a card, as they have saved a machine for him. He tells them not to worry. He will drive the machine to take them flying. He goes to the counter and asks them to open a 20U card, 4 packs of liquid cigarettes, and 4 bottles of iced black tea. Zoe is on the counter. She calls Chen, who is looking at his phone. Hearing her voice, he looks at her and asks what she is doing here. She blushes and says she told him earlier that her dad runs a chain of internet cafes and opened this one. Thanks to him, her family's debt has been completely paid off. She excitedly says she will give him a lifetime membership for the internet cafe so he can use unlimited computers. He replies that it is not necessary, but she still does it. Suddenly, a gangster asks Zoe if she is Leo's daughter. He also asks when her father will repay the money he owes them. She replies that she paid him 5 million last time and asks why she still needs to pay him back. The guy smacks his hand on the counter and says, 5 million is the principal, and there is also interest. The interest is still 15 million short. She yells at him that he is thoroughly engaging in fraud. It is robbery. He grabs her and tells her to stop talking nonsense. If she cannot come up with 15 million today, she will come with them. With her looks, she would be the star of his nightclub and could easily earn enough to cover the 15 million debt in 1 or 2 years. Seeing him crossing the line, Chen grabs his arm and twists it. He warns them to leave quickly before he gets angry. The gangster, furious, calls Chen a meddling mouse and orders his men to kill him. All the other gangsters attack him simultaneously. Chen kicks them, and his friends are shocked to see the blind monk's ultimate move. Cyclone kick. They say that Yuan has improved his fighting skills recently. Those gangsters leave the cafe saying that Chen should consider himself lucky today, but not let them into him again. Zoe hugs him and thanks him for saving her again. She was scared to death just now. Chen gets a notification that Zoe's favorability has reached 95 points. It congratulates him for the successful counterattack. It says that the dog-licking target, no one spent 53 million U in dog-licking gold, and rewards the host with 530,000 U. He also gets 5 bonus points. Chen thinks that today is a double delight. Suddenly, Shutong comes and sees Zoe hugging Chen. She calls her treacherous. She points at Zoe and tells Chen that they agreed to ally, yet she is hiding and seducing Chen Yuan, enjoying the benefits alone. Chen gets embarrassed to see them fighting and tells the system to add all the points to strength and agility. The next day, students are wandering in the sports field. Chen is also there. He thinks that Lin Shutong and Zu Leil have been successfully wooed, So dealing with President Exoyuki is just a piece of cake. It is time to find new targets, or else he might end up in a situation where no one is left to charm. Suddenly, a girl taps his back to call him and asks him if he can move to the side because he is causing inconvenience to others. She says their sports club has requisitioned the sports field for a short distance race. She asks him if he could make way and avoid the area. He looks at her closely and thinks that, even though this girl seems a bit fierce, she is pretty straightforward and genuine. He tells her that he can do that. Then, he shows her his phone and requests her to share her WeChat, so he can add her there. Suddenly, someone comes and asks him what he is doing. That guy says he is her boyfriend and tells Chen to get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Chen thinks that he has seen this guy somewhere before. Then, he remembers that this guy used to beat him in the past. The guy calls Chen a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. He tells him to give up that unrealistic hope and face reality. Chen thinks that it is a narrow road between enemies. The system binds that girl in the dog-licking relationship. She is haining, and her current favorability towards the host is 5. If he succeeds with this target, he will get a reward of tens of the dog-licking gold, along with an additional 22 enhancement points. Chen thinks that this target is attractive. The referee asks the players to get ready as the competition is about to begin. That guy also comes to the starting line. Jing roots for her boyfriend. The players take their positions. The referee gives the signal, and that guy is running faster than the other players, maintaining the first spot. He thinks the other players are a bunch of ants. Suddenly, a player crosses him. That guy is shocked and says someone can't be this fast. It is Chen who leaves that guy behind. He thinks that he will defeat Ling in his strongest field. Yang Gong thinks that he cannot be underestimated. He laughs and says that although he does not know who he is, he will show him what it means to be a great emperor. But then he looks around and wonders where Chen has gone. Chen appears on his left, and he is still running. Ying is shocked that Chen has lapped him by a whole round. He wonders how many seconds it was. Chen smirks and thinks that with just a mere decade of hard training, Ling could never compare to his meticulously planned skill points over a whole week. The anchor says that they witnessed something extraordinary. The real speedster has emerged. In the face of his speed, even the iron arm, Adam bows. Down in awe, the whole crowd shouts for him. In just 50 short seconds, he has already circled the field once. Chen wins the race. Jing could not believe that her boyfriend had lost. The anchor says that a new champion is born. He has broken records, surpassing even the limits of human intellect, but they still know nothing about him. He is not even a competing athlete. The coach comes to Chen and says that Chen has extraordinary abilities. He says that if he is interested in joining the track and field team, he recommends joining the national team. Ling starts crying and asks the coach if that spot wasn't meant for him. Jing looks at him and wonders why she does not feel bad about that guy. Her favorability increases for him by 5 points. Suddenly, Ling calls her and asks what's wrong with her, as her thoughts seem somewhere else. She smiles to cover up and says she is just a little worried about him. Meanwhile, her favorability keeps increasing for Chen. Xiao enters the room, and Wu asks her where she has been. She tells him that Chen bought her a house. Wu is shocked to hear this news. She replies that it is true. She went to see a house with him today. She tells him that Chen bought that house for 60 million. She asks him to help her check the house prices in Jianu district. She says that if that chubby guy selling the house plays dirty, she will not spare his life. Chen told her that what belongs to him also belongs to her. Wu thinks that sometimes luck favors the naive. He wonders why he cannot encounter such good fortune. He is feeling jealous of her. Wu tells her not to show off. He will help her with this. Suddenly, he sees something on his phone and yells, "What is this?" Someone has posted an article about Chen, claiming that he is a top-tier scumbag juggling multiple relationships at the same time. At the 21st level, Chen's roommate shows him that article on the internet and makes fun of him. Chen is angry. He thinks that the writer of this article is kidding with him. He is obviously a money-splitting boy. It seems like he has been relatively high-profile lately, and someone might not be happy about it. He wonders who that person could be. 3 nerds are behind this scene. The one with the glasses tells the others that their article was pushed to the top of the list. The post has gone viral. His fellow laughs and says that now Chen's reputation is over. Suddenly, Ying comes to them and asks what those 3 are doing by drawing the curtains and turning off the lights in broad daylight. Firstly, those 3 get scared by his sudden appearance. They look at him and say he is so scary, as he always walks silently. The main culprit tells Ying that there is a guy named Chen Yuan in the School of Liberal Arts who is very arrogant. Recently, they are dealing with him. Ying looks at Chen's picture and wonders if he is not the guy from the sprint race. He suddenly realizes that he is the same Chen that he used to beat up in high school. He laughs and tells those 3 that he knows him. They went to the same high school. Chen has been a sociopath since childhood, and he has quite a bit of information about him. Ling says that Chen is probably not worthy of being a good guy. He persistently clings to girls and harasses them. Those 3 start welcoming Ying to get more information about Chen so they can add more to their already viral article. Ling wants revenge as well. He smirks and thinks it does not matter if Chen wins the game, and the coach likes him. Ling wants him to be ruined. They update the post and write that Chen rides on many boats, objectifies women, and frequently pressures and dwarfs them. They advise all the women to be aware of this well-dressed beast. They also mention that those women already in a relationship with him do not do so voluntarily. The article also mentions that an insider has told them that Chen Yuan had the reputation of being a 3-headed dog from high school. He can be called the best licking dog among all licking dogs. The article spreads like fire in the jungle. Everyone is shocked to read so much about Chen Yuan. Even the principal of the university reads it. He smashes the phone on the table in anger and says, "That is too much and is simply unreasonable." He adds that he will not allow such a black sheep to appear in his school. He will personally investigate and find out if it is true. He will expel this scum among students. Xiao tells the investigation team that Chen Yuan from Huda College of Liberal Arts is an exceptional person. What he hates the most is girls suffering. He comes from a famous family and possesses extraordinary wealth, yet he is generous and willing to help others, hoping to alleviate their worries and solve difficulties. He hates those who beat women. Whenever night falls, he transforms into a dark knight, pushing evil and striking with a heavy fist. He is powerful and mysterious, guarding this city entirely of desire and sin. Xiao says that from her perspective, Chen Yuan is a hero. Those officers ask if it is not an exaggeration to call him a hero. They ask her on what basis she draws this conclusion. She replies that she has drawn it with her woman's intuition. The principal asks his secretary if Exoyuki's testimony is credible. He looks at her profile and replies that she is the vice president of the student union. Although he thinks she is a bit weird, she should not lie. Chen Yuan is probably a good person. The principal orders the officers to ask Chen's classmates again. They go to Sheng, show her their ID, and say they have some questions about her classmate Chen Yuan. They need her help in their investigation and request that she come with them. In the investigation room, she starts crying while telling the officers that Chen Yuan is a good person, but it is a pity that she is not good enough for him. She says that she is greedy for him, working day and night, but Chen Yuan is not willing to choose her. She admits that she excuses herself for being emotional because it makes her heart ache when she thinks of him. The officer passes her another tissue and asks if she is saying she likes Chen Yuan, and he rejects her, but she still thinks he is a good person. She sobs and says she deserves it. She does not deserve to fall in love. Chen Yuan is undoubtedly a good person. He has not done anything wrong. He just does not love her. The principal also hears the testimony. After that, he leaves the room, smokes outside, and wonders if it is possible that Chen Yuan is innocent and the people on the forum are trying to smear him. Suddenly, he looks down from the window and sees 2 people coming that way. He wonders why they are presenting a banner. He meets them and introduces himself as the president of Hunan University. He asks them what those 2 are looking for. Zoil opens the banner and tells the principal that she is from the art department. She came today to present a banner to Chen Yuan from the literature college. She adds that Chen acted bravely a few days ago and helped her family a lot. The principal is shocked to hear of another fan of Chen. He sees those two off and thinks that he has blamed Chen Yuan wrongly. He must have to look at that post again. Surprisingly, there are some videos in favor of Chen. Someone also posted a video of him winning the race. Other than that, there are many comments from girls speaking in favor of Chen Yuan just by seeing his innocent looks. Seeing all this, the principal grabs his head in worry and wonders if this man is a popular idol. He thinks that it is just like a set of light falcons. A tall tree stands out in forest, but the wind will break it. If a person is too good, he can easily be targeted and forced by others. The principal starts sighing and says he can understand Chen Yuan now. He says he will surely give him justice. He will be unruly. He cannot bear this grievance. He calls all the students in the hall. He tells them that recently there have been some rumors on the forum against Chen Yuan, a student of their school. But based on his thorough investigation, he found it to be completely a rumor. It's slander. He pulls Chen closer and says that today he is here to clear Chen's name. He adds that Chen not only has a correct lifestyle and is willing to help others, but he has even acted bravely for justice many times, but kept it secret. He sobs and says Chen has a majestic personality and a noble soul. He gives him a certificate and tells others to learn from Chen Yuan and become people who contribute positively to society. All the students applaud him. Chen wonders what is happening there and why he is being given this certificate. He is getting embarrassed, wondering when he has shown courage and been willing to help others. Ling is burning to see Chen getting all those praises. He cannot understand why Chen has not been ruined at this time. He thinks that everyone has gone blind. It is Ling who should be the one standing on the stage, accepting flowers and applause. Suddenly, he looks at his girlfriend Jing, who is enchanted by Chen's personality. Chen is surprised when he sees that Jing's favorability towards him has increased by more than 10 points. The students start leaving after the ceremony ends. Ling goes to Jing and says he has seen it all. She just enthusiastically applauded Chen Yuan. He asks her what the meaning behind that is. She asks him if he is not feeling well and why he is so jealous. She says that she only has genuine admiration for her classmate Chen Yuan. As a fellow university student, he has done many good deeds yet remains indifferent to fame and wealth. She quotes an example. After winning against Ying, he could have become the pride of the heavens, but instead he chose to return. These comments work as oil in the fire for Ying. He grabs her wrist with force and tells her to shut up. He says that Chen cannot beat him. She starts weeping and tells him that he is hurting her. Ying has gone crazy with hatred and says Chen Yuan is just a useless dog that he stepped on. It does not matter if the coach likes him. This society values those with money and power. His dad can buy him a Tesla. He asks her what Chen Yuan has in his possession. Suddenly, Chen passes them, talking on the phone, telling Hong he can drive in. He tells him that he keeps a low profile at school and instructs him not to come to pick him up in an overly expensive car. Jing and Ling forget about their fight and start looking at him. After a while, they see that a fancy car comes and stops by Chen. He tells the man who brought the car that he told him not to drive such a fancy car. He scolds him softly and tells him to pay attention next time. Hong apologizes to him and says he will from the next time. He explains that he rushed and forgot. Chen does not like it to be too flashy. Hong opens the door for him, and Chen gets in. Ling's eyes come out of the shock that he has just received. After the car leaves, Jing tells Ling that they should break up as he does not trust her. Ling cannot believe that his girl is breaking up with him. Chen Yuan and Hong go to the office where he pays the remaining amount to Hong, and he gives him the villa papers. After completing all the legal procedures, Chen says that he is heading back to school. Hong offers him a lift. He refuses, saying that his car attracts too much attention. He will take a taxi back himself. While walking on the road, he thinks that even though he has bought the house, he still needs to prioritize with President Exia. After all, reaching full favorability earns a 25-point attribute bonus. He needs to give her something else. He checks his phone to see what else Hong wants to sell. He opens the group chat and sees the praises for him as he bought an expensive villa in no time. Moreover, he gifts it to his girlfriend. Chen replies that it is just a small favor he is doing. Suddenly, someone posts in the group an ad about selling a car. Chen likes the idea of giving her a car. Chen reaches the showroom of that guy. The guy receives him in person and introduces himself. He is Jiang Hain, and his family runs a small business. Personally, he manages a small car dealership. He says it is a pleasure to meet Mr. Smokey and gives Chen his business card. Chen knows that the Gen Group makes cars and cargo ships. This is a large local enterprise, and this guy, surnamed Jiang, is a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur. He calls him Brother Jiang and says that managing a large car dealership at a young age is truly impressive. Haosen tells him not to call him brother, as he cannot afford it. He tells him just to call him by his name. He says he would like to take him on a tour to see some cars. He tells Chen that he is really young and promising. When he first heard Hong say, Mr. Smokey, he thought he was an uncle, but he did not expect Mr. Smokey to be so young and have such outstanding charisma. One of Jiang's secretaries asks the other who that person is, whom Mr. Jiang received personally. She replies that he must be the son of some wealthy tycoon. She tells the other not to bother looking into it. This kind of man is not someone they should be concerned about. Jiang shows him his collection. He says that he would not speak for elsewhere, but in this city, his place has the most complete collection of luxury cars. Everything he can think of is here. Chen looks around and says he wants to buy a Bugatti Chiron. These words hit Jiang like an arrow. He smiles embarrassingly and says that Chen really loves to joke. He says that the Chiron is a top luxury car with a limited edition of 20 units in the world. Chen asks if he is saying that he does not have it. Chen asks if he has a Lamborghini Veneno or a Pagani Huayra Roadster. These words critically hit Jiang. He wonders if Chen is here to disrupt his place. He explains that the vehicles he usually deals with here range from 2 million to 89 million. Chen gets that he has no car that he desires. He tells him that there is nothing suitable for him here. He also mentions that Jiang's business does not seem to be that extensive. Jiang thinks that Chen can buy houses worth tens of millions, but he finds it hard to believe he can afford cars of the same value. He decides to unveil his trump card to keep the shop bustling. He tells Chen that even though he does not have the car he asked for, he does have one expensive car here. He takes the curtain off a Ferrari LaFerrari. It features a 6.3 LV12 naturally aspirated engine capable of delivering a maximum power output of 588 Q. The independent electric motor produces 120 Q of power, contributing to a total output of 800 horsepower. Paired with an A7 speed dual clutch transmission, it achieves an acceleration time of less than 3 seconds for 0 to 100 km. It is available for 225 million. Jiang asks Chen how he would respond in such a scenario. Chen thinks that, while the Ferrari may not be excessively expensive, it is still not considered cheap. It would indeed be fitting as a gift for President Exia. He puts a hand on Jiang's shoulder and says that if it is over 20 million, he will buy it. He has put in effort and tells him to take him to swipe the card. He tells him to deliver the car to Hang Riverside Villa Community. Jiang is shocked and takes the card from him. Suddenly, Chen gets a call from his friend Lai Wen. He wonders why he is calling him this time. Wen tells Chen that on his birthday, his girlfriend Liu Jia said she was accompanying her best friend to do nails. It got very late. Too late. Liu Jia did not bring an umbrella with her. He was worried about her, so he hurriedly took an umbrella to give it to her. But he witnessed a scene that tore his heart apart. She was kissing some rich guy with a car in the rain. At that moment, he felt a sense of confusion. They were getting wet in the rain, while he, holding the umbrella, felt like a drowned rat. Wen is crying tears and tells Chen that his heart hurt so much. It was a 3-year relationship. He had planned to take her home to meet his parents. Chen tells him to stop drinking. He has already had 8 bottles of poetry. Wen sobs and asks if he did something wrong, and if he can still try to win her back. Chen grabs him by his shirt and scolds him. He tells him that he must stay clear-headed. The mistake is hers, not his. He tells him to pick up his self-respect and not become a licking dog. Wen falls to his knees and says he already knows all of this, but he does not know what to do. Chen looks at his miserable friend and says it is hard to accept. He asks him if he thinks she is just impulsive and not a bad person. Chen needs to teach him a lesson. He brings out his phone and dials a number. Wen asks him what he is talking about and whom he is planning to call. Chen tells Wen to trust him and let him handle the situation. He will make Leo kneel before him and repent. Chen calls Zhang Haosen and says he wants to borrow a few cars, noting that they are too expensive, just a few million each. He also asks him if he can contact some of his trustworthy friends to have them drive the cars over tomorrow. He replies that he will handle this matter properly for him. Wen wonders why there is a double cross involved in this. After that, Chen calls Zu Leil and asks her if she is free tonight. He would like to meet up with her. He tells her the address and says he will wait for her there. Wen looks at his friend and says he seems to have changed a bit. In the evening, they meet in a restaurant. Wen is stunned to see Zu Leil hugging Chen so openly. She says she missed him so much. Wen thinks that Chen made a single call and brought an 810 girl. He wonders if this is still the loyal licking dog he used to know. Chen introduces Wen to Zu Leil. She asks Chen if he has called her so late just to introduce friends to her. But then she wonders if he is introducing her to his circle. She starts blushing, thinking he has her in his heart. Chen replies that he wants to ask her to help him with a play tomorrow. Maya is driving on the highway with Liu Jia. He tells her not to be gloomy. She will not be happy with that loser Lai Wen. He will get her a new bag for her birthday in a few days. She replies that words are easy to say, but considering the years of their relationship, Maya better treat her well in the future. Suddenly, a Ferrari overtakes them and applies brakes in front of his car. Maya applies the brakes just in time and avoids an accident. He yells at the guy in the Ferrari and asks him if he does not know how to drive appropriately. But then, he sees someone with perfect curves and shining wheels and a pair of unparalleled headlights stepping out of the red car. He becomes a Ferrari as nothing in front of her. Right after that, Wen steps out of the car. He is covered in luxury brands from head to toe. Dia is shocked to see him coming out of that luxury car. Li grabs him by his arm and says she is scared, as the new car he bought for her almost got hit by this guy. Wen is acting hesitantly and says that if it gets hit, he will buy her a new one. Maya looks at Wen and wonders how he turned out like this. Is he a hidden rich second generation? Jia looks at them and thinks for a second. She understands that they are acting. She yells at him and asks what he is trying to pretend. Wen tries to act cool but fails. He tells Zu Leil to get in the car, as they still have a bit to go. Jia tells him she has known him for a long time and asks if he thinks she does not know about his background. She admits she is wrong, but aside from the facts, his performance today disgusts her. Zhang is in the car with Chen, listening to their conversation. He tells Chen that the woman has figured it out. Chen smiles and says it is not a problem. It is time to take the stage with his little brother. The real show is about to begin. After that, all the cars he borrowed drive toward their location. They reach there in no time and surround Maya. A guy in a white suit who knows Maya comes out of the car. He looks at Wen, pretends to be an old friend, and is surprised to see him there. Maya is shocked to see that guy. After that, all the other drivers come out of their cars. The guy in white named Bai walks toward Maya and asks if he recognizes him. Maya starts shaking due to some fear. Bai surrounds Maya and Jaya and asks if that guy told her that his name is Maya. His family owns a coal mine, and he studies in America. Bai grabs him by the head and tells Jia that this guy is a habitual liar. He pretends to be wealthy to deceive women into bed. He is nothing more than a gigolo. He laughs and asks her if she actually believes he is some rich second generation. Bowie says, Maya's tactics are so clumsy, he should have starved by now. But surprisingly, there are still naive girls falling for it. He adds that she does not even take a good look at herself. She does not even deserve to be with wealthy people. Those words fall like lightning on Jaya. Jia runs to beat Maya with her sandals and says he is worse than a dog and that she will kill him. Maya starts crying and apologizes to her. Seeing this, Wen tells Zu Leil to go from there. Jia grabs him by his leg and tells him not to leave her behind. It is not that she admires vanity, but she is just afraid of being poor. She asks him for another chance, but he walks away saying she should not call him that way. He breaks up with her and tells her not to call him ever again. Maya finds a chance to run away, but Chen comes from the front and asks him where he is planning to slip away. He adds that letting him go is not impossible, but first he must give himself 100 slaps. After that, they all go to a pub to celebrate. Chen thanks everyone for their strong support. The others tell him not to be so formal, as Hyan's friends are his friends too. Bae gets closer to Chen and says he has heard Chen is a master on the Shark Live platform. He has a favor to ask Chen for help with. Chen asks what kind of favor it is. Bae says he has a favorite streamer he wants to support, but he has run out of money this month. He is wondering if Chen can help him a bit. Chen understands that they want to test his abilities again. He thinks that these wealthy folks always like to underestimate others. Bae gets embarrassed and tells Chen that Bae is just kidding and that he should not take it to heart. He tells Bae that supporting his girl is his own responsibility. It is unreasonable to expect Chen to foot the bill. Chen slams his glass on the table. The boys there think that he has gotten angry and wants to fight, but Chen unlocks his phone. He slides his phone toward Bae and says he is going to the bathroom. Bae can feel free to use his account as he likes. He tells him not to help him save money and to spend it freely. Then he goes to the washroom. Bae is surprised and wonders if Chen is letting him freely use his phone to browse, and if he is trusting him that much. Then he thinks that if they ask him to pay the bill, he might actually feel a bit reluctant. He is not tired of paying for gifts, since the system pays for them anyway. When he comes out of the washroom, he looks to see that all those guys are standing in a circle around Bae and are encouraging him to spend more. Chen comes there and asks what he is up to and what is going on with all this excitement and commotion. Bae starts sobbing and tells Chen to save the child. Chen takes his phone back and checks it. He says that he has been away for so long and Bae just spent less than 20 million. He calls him weak. All those around are struck and wonder what kind of identity this Chen has, and if his family is richer than the Tiandian banks. Bae sighs and says on a regular day he might earn a few tens of thousands, but surpassing 13 million is like brushing out several sports cars, and this is tearing his heart apart. Chen says that 20 million does not sound good. He says he will round it up to a neat 60 million for him. Bae tells him not to do this. He grabs his hand to prevent him from doing this and requests him to stop, as it is enough. He adds that she does not deserve so much money. Zhang asks Bae if he has realized he is not up to par. He tells them to raise a glass to Boss Chen. Bae says that he genuinely surrenders. He will follow Chen's lead from now on. A girl in the bar asks others who that person is. He seems quite influential. She recognizes one with white hair. He is Bae, killing from the white real estate. The other girl says it sounds like a gathering of the elite generation in the top circles of Seoul. If she joins any of them, her life after that would be worry-free. Another girl asks if the one called Chen is that mysterious person who went viral for brushing 1 billion. She says that his life is her dream. Chen receives a text. He tells others that he has something to attend to, so he will take off now. They will plan for another meetup next time. That text is from Zarir. She tells him she is in Seoul now and cannot wait to meet him. He replies that they can meet tomorrow. He laughs and says that after leaving her hanging for so long, it is time to reap a harvest of goodwill. Zarir lands at the airport the next day. She thinks that it is just a meeting. As long as she exudes a little charm, Chen will end up just another catch in her fish pond. Chen looks at the messages he received on his phone from Shadam. She tries to fish him and apologizes for her past mistakes. He deletes the messages and blocks her contact. Zaire asks him what he is looking at. They are having tea at a cafe at the airport. Chen replies that it is nothing. He asks her what she is talking about. She recalls that her boss strictly asked her to capture him, even if she stripped herself naked and sent him to his bed. This time, she thinks it is hateful that he can stay indifferent, even in the face of beauty at her level. She says that Chen is so young and rich that she wonders where he can get a higher position. System peeks at her and tells about her details. Her original name is Zuan, but her professional name is Zaire. She is 26 years old, and her appearance is 78 points. The girl's favorability towards the host is 60 points. Because of the too high favorability, it is unable to bind with her. Chen cringes and wonders if all his money went down the drain. It seems like he needs to lower the favorability first. He starts pretending to be silly and puts his pinky in his nostril. He tells her that she has got him wrong. He has just come here as an unemployed wanderer. Zaire feels embarrassed and asks him if he does not have a job. It seems Chen is probably running his own business or has a company. Otherwise, where does the confidence to spend lavishly come from? He replies that the money he used to buy gifts was from his dad. Now his dad's company has gone bankrupt because of his spending, owing the bank tens of millions. He grabs her hand and says he is meeting her to ask if she can refund some of the money spent on gifts. She feels sick of him suddenly, and her favorability drastically starts falling. She yells at him and asks if he is broke and why he is pretending to be rich here. She has had enough of him throwing attitude at her time and again. She asks him if he is a man. He is a disappointment, asking for money to be refunded. She yells that she must be out of her mind wasting time with a loser like him. She dials someone's number, calls him Lan, and tells him she is at the coffee shop outside the airport. She tells him to hurry up and come pick her up. There is a loser bothering her, and she is scared. Chen looks at her and smirks, thinking he has met practical women in reality. But seeing someone so realistic and shamelessly distorting facts is genuinely a first. After a while, Lan enters the cafe roaring. He asks if he does not know who runs this territory in Seoul as he is harassing his woman in broad daylight. Zeri runs towards him to hug him and says she is so scared that the pervert even grabbed her hand. Lan is surprised to see Chen there. He ignores her and runs towards Chen to shake hands. He asks him why he is here. He tells him that he is Che Lan, who followed Brother Bai to toast him yesterday. Chen replies that he remembers him. Lan says he regretted not having a few more drinks with him yesterday. Unexpectedly, he bumped into him here today. It is on him. He requests Chen to honor Lan by coming. Zaire is stunned to see that Lan is unexpectedly polite to Chen. Lan is a top-tier, rich second generation in Seoul with numerous family industries, well, connected and influential. Lan scolds her and says she is so stupid that she does not know that Chen is his eldest brother. He tells her that Chen has enough money to bury her whole family alive. She wonders if he has such a background. What was he doing a while ago? She realizes he was testing her sincerity, and she missed the opportunity. She thinks she must reclaim the moment. She apologizes to Chen and says she misunderstood him. The system notifies that the dog-licking relationship is successfully bound, and the title's heir will give him 20 strengthening points. Chen takes a sip from his cup, plays relaxed, and says he forgives her. She is young and inexperienced. He was just joking with her. She thanks him and says he is her favorite. Her favorability also increases towards him. Chen thinks that she is indeed a professional anchor. Her favorability will rise like chicken blood as long as she has money. Unfortunately, he will not simply let her go. Lan yells at her that he has boosted her popularity to millions, and he is treating his brother to this foreign soy milk. He tells Chen that they should make today an unexpected encounter. He is hosting, and Chen must honor them with his presence. Chen replies that it is not a problem at all. He will show him the respect he deserves. Chen opens his car door for him and makes him sit carefully. Zaire also runs to sit with him. She grabs his arm inside the car and keeps her chest close. She asks him if he is still angry with her. He replies that she is worrying for nothing. He looks at his screen. She wonders why he is using the Shark Live app. Anchors live stream and sends her multiple gifts. She is shocked to see him. Chen keeps tapping the gift icon and almost sends 3,000 gifts. Even the host of that live stream feels stunned and falls unconscious. Zaire is stunned as it is her first time seeing someone receive gifts this quickly. She worries that the money should have been hers if she had seized the opportunity. She understands that this man is playing with her. However, the way he spends money is really good for her. She thinks that if his fingers were not tapping the screen, it might be hitting her body. Her favorability towards him increases unimaginably. Lan brings Chen to the most famous private restaurant in Seoul. It's called Black Pearl, and it is a 3-star restaurant. Lan says this place operates on a members-only reservation system, ensuring high privacy. But the most renowned aspects of this restaurant are its 3 main highlights. Chen says that one is the outstanding food, the other is the unique scenery, and asks, what about the third one? Lan says that Chen is genuinely experienced. He got the first two right. The third highlight is the boss's daughter, Exoyuki. Xiao is sitting there playing an instrument. When she looks at Chen, he's also shaken up to see her there. Xiao glances at Zer holding his arm, and her favorability for him decreases by 5 points. She gets furious and breaks her musical instrument. Her eyes tear up and she runs away from there. He is worried now as Xiao's side was so close to staging a counterattack. He wonders if it is going to overturn at a critical moment. He chases after her and catches her in the corridor. She yells at him that he toys with her emotions and asks him to let her go. Chen thinks that if this continues, the sensitivity will be lost. He has no choice but to risk it. He plays the victim and asks her if she has watched the four. She cries and asks why he is bringing up movies when she is talking about her affair. He replies that he is the tomato tycoon. He lights a cigarette, takes a puff, and exhales them. Smoke in the air as he wants to show himself as a victim of unbearable life and responsibilities. He tells her that she should know about his extraordinary family background. She must be wondering why he has been content with a mundane life. He says that in the secluded family he belongs to, there is an unwritten rule that once the heir turns 18, they must spend 10 billion within a month to inherit the entire 50 billion family fortune. So, he strives to spend the money diligently. He has invested in many projects, engaged in various investments and charitable activities, and participated in various environmental protection initiatives. Girl earlier was a streamer. He tipped to keep spending money. He had to stage a little drama. He grabs Xiao's hand and says this matter is known only to her. He does not expect her understanding. It is just that this secret has weighed on him for too long. He bids her goodbye and tells her to take care of herself. Then he leaves her there and walks away. Xiao thinks that she must have been causing unnecessary trouble. He has been working so hard contemplating the inheritance of the family fortune. She cannot believe she doubted him. She runs after him and hugs him from behind. She says she does not want to say goodbye and asks him not to leave her. It is her mistake to accuse him wrongly. She thinks he genuinely cares about her. If he reveals secrets like the family inheritance, her favorability level increases. Her current level is 92. They both return to the others with smiles on their faces. Xiao tells them that they do not need to apologize. Her mood was off earlier, affecting everyone's meal. Chen is her friend too, so she will cover this meal. Lan is impressed by Chen to see that it only took him 5 minutes to sort it out. Zaire is jealous and thinks that Xiao is acting all high and mighty, making it seem like she is the main consort, but it is still unclear who will end up with the upper hand. She asks Chen who that sister is, as he has not introduced her to them yet. Xiao tells her not to call him brother. He is probably younger than her considering her age. Lan looks at both ladies and says it is not a battle on the same level. It is a complete one-sided domination. Chen tells them to stop fighting, start eating. He is hungry. Lan is trembling to see that he is not even angry. He admits that Chen's methods are genuinely mysterious and cunning. On one side is the famous shark anchor, rich brother, a reaper of wealth. On the other side is a locally renowned talented woman, with aspirations higher than the sky. Lan says that Chen's maneuvers have already surpassed the so-called art of charming women. He is practically a male succubus. Originally, Lan was conquered by his wealth, but now Chen is becoming his spiritual idol. He says that he will follow him to the death. Ben returns to his campus. He thinks that the restaurant is so expensive, but fortunately, it was not he who paid the money. Suddenly, he remembers to check the current progress of his strategy. He looks at the profile of Zaire and Xiao and finds that the favorability levels are already relatively high. He wonders if it is time to push for more progress aggressively. Suddenly he sees another profile and wonders who this is. He looks at the picture and recalls that she is Young's girlfriend. Initially, it was only a 25-point favorability level, but now it is 76. He has not seen an increase this much in a few days. He wonders if his charm is that impressive. While he is busy checking the progress, his roommates run somewhere. One says that he has heard someone confessing to a girl downstairs. The other laughs and asks if it is a pure love warrior charging into battle for love. Chen hears these words and finds them attractive. Someone outside the hostile buildings is confessing his love to his lover in a fancy way. He also sings a song for her. It is young. He tells his girlfriend that he was wrong. He should not have been mean to her and should not have treated her with cold violence. He tells her to think about their beautiful past and give him another chance. His girlfriend, Xing, finds this offensive. Chen also comes there to see that and is surprised to see Yang, who is rehearsing for the ex-lover drama here. Jing looks at Chen and runs towards him, completely ignoring Yang Gong. He cries and asks her where she is going. She asks Chen if his anime is Chen Yuan. She is happy after finally finding him. Today is her lucky day. She forwards her mobile and asks him if she can add him on WeChat. She begs him not to reject her. The crowd wonders what is happening there and why there is another guy. They say that it hurts to see Yang Gong losing. Yang Gong is furious. Instead, he asks why it is Chen Yuan. He refuses to accept it. Jing has disappointed him so much. Chen looks at him and asks him if he senses frustration. He finds it incomprehensible and feels that Jan is inconsistent. Yang asks him what he means by that and why he still humiliates him. Chen tells him honestly that he has always envied Yang, with his handsome appearance and athletic prowess, effortlessly winning the hearts of the opposite sex. He seems to take girls' love for granted, but when he realizes he has lost that aura, he panics. His mind is filled with a desire for victory and success. Yet, he overlooks his girlfriend's feelings. Yang Gong pushed her away bit by bit with his own hands. At this point, playing the pitiful card to seek reconciliation, he must feel like he has become a clown. Yang grabs his head and starts crying. He admits that he is wrong and the one to blame. The crowd is stunned to find that this is not a case of a third party intervening. Cold violence is indeed beneath dignity. When they were together, there was no consideration or kindness. What's the use of trying to salvage things now? Jing is emotional to see that he understands her. Her favorability increases to 91 points. Uzopi is also in the crowd and wonders about Chen's relationship with that girl. He turns to tell Xiao. He enters the room and yells that Chen is cheating on her. She almost gets scared by his sudden entrance. She tells him that he must stop messing around. Anyone can cheat, but Chen Yuan cannot. It is impossible. He replies that there is a girl downstairs confessing to Chen Yuan. They were exchanging meaningful glances. Xiao says that Chen Yuan cannot control others' expression of their feelings. Besides, it does not necessarily mean anything significant. He shows her the news and asks her how she explains this. Chen is lavishly spending money on other women. She replies that Chen has told her about it, and the total amount he spent is more than 30 million. Uzopi is shocked to hear that Chen gave the female anchors gifts and has told her about it. She replies, "It is true. Trust is the foundation of any relationship." She pats his head and tells him never to mind it. He has been single since birth, so he will not understand this kind of telepathy of the heart. After that, she starts singing. Uzopi wonders how such a sensible person ended up acting so foolish. Chen is yawning as he is feeling sleepy. His friend, China, asks him to focus and asks, "Who gets sleepy during a murder mystery game?" Chen replies that he did not want to come in the first place. He begged him to come here. Those girls there ask how or why he is being so loud. He might scare Chen Yuan. They just enjoy watching Chen Yuan sleep. One of them asks him if he has some time for her tonight. The other says that Chen seems tired and asks if he wants her to buy him a hazelnut tea. Taya tells him that if he does not come, these girls will not come either. A handsome guy like him will not understand the struggles of the ordinary guy. Chen points at Shang and asks Taya to explain why she is here. Shang is acting well in the play. She sobs and says she abandoned her childhood sweetheart and ran away with the wealthy man. Then she got killed, but she feels she deserves it. There is no need to look for a culprit. She deserves this punishment. Her classmate tells her to calm down and says they cannot continue playing this way. Tao tells Chen that if Lin Shutong hears that he is around, it is tough for Tao to avoid tagging along. He asks Chen what is wrong with her. He has also heard that she has been seeing a doctor lately. It is related to some health issues. Chen wonders if he went too far. Although she deeply hurt him, She also sincerely desires repentance. After forming a connection, he wonders if he is being too harsh, even if she is at fault and bears guilt. Suddenly, some random girl comes to him and says there is a rumor at school that he is the online sensation, Mr. Smoky. She asks if it is true because his online handles are the same. A man comes there instantly and says, if Chen Yuan is Mr. Smoky, he will take his head off and use it as a ball. That guy keeps going and says that Mr. Smoky has flaunted an incredible billion on Shark. But Chen Yuan is not even worth comparing himself to Mr. Smoky. Chen recognizes that guy. That guy goes to Shutong and introduces himself. His name is Lu No, and he owns this shop. He has noticed her for a while. He asks her if she would like to exchange WeChat contacts. Chen remembers that Lu No was his rival in high school. He often bullied him, taking advantage of his wealthy and influential family. He thinks that if he wants to show off, he will let him do it thoroughly. Fortunately, he does not want to be too high profile in front of his classmates. He also wants to give a stress test on someone. Chen moves forward and says he wants to introduce this guy to everyone. This wealthy guy is Lu No, his high school classmate. He is currently studying at a prestigious university and runs his own company with assets in the millions. He can be considered a genuinely high-profile, wealthy individual. All his classmates are charmed by Yao. As for Chen Yuan, he is not precisely Mr. Smoky. His family recently received some compensation from a demolition, around 3 to 5 million. There has been a misunderstanding. Lu No is surprised that Chen has a few million in family assets. Shutong is shocked to know that Chen is not Mr. Smoky. She thinks that, on one side, there is an elite with assets in the millions. Conversely, someone with some money used to have feelings for her. Her favorability starts to decrease drastically and reaches 15 points. She adds Lu No on her WeChat instantly. Lu No tells Chen Yuan that the world is strange. The girl Chen introduced Yato on WeChat. He whispers in Chen's ear that in the past, hitting him was like beating a dog. Now he can only be stepped on by Yao. Then he tells his waiter that Chen Yuan is his classmate. He has made him very happy today, so the bill for his table is free. Chen puts his hands on his face and laughs hysterically. His classmates wonder what has happened to him. Suddenly he tells them that he is okay. It is just that he suddenly understood some things. He thinks he gave Shutong the opportunity she wanted. But unfortunately, a leopard cannot change its spots. He will not sympathize with her because she does not deserve it. Chen leaves the cafe. Lu No asks him why he is leaving so soon. He tells him they are having a high school reunion tomorrow at Kyushu restaurant. He asks Chen if he is daring enough to come there. He replies that since Lu No has invited him, he will come. At the reunion, Lu No tells everyone to enjoy food and drinks today. He will cover all expenses. He also says that those guys do not help him save money. It is meant to be spent. His friends praise him and say Lu No is generous. He welcomes them and tells them to give him a nice word when Ruo comes later. One stands and says he and Ruo are a perfect match. Talented and beautiful. They will all support him and help him succeed. Chen thinks that you never misses any opportunity to show off. After a while, Ruo enters the room. She apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. She says the driver at home took a day off today, so she took a taxi and arrived late. Chen looks at Ruo and thinks she is the only white moonlight that could illuminate his life. During the 3 years of high school, she is so mysterious and noble, like an unsolvable equation that makes all the boys in the school lose their composure. Chen goes to her and asks if he can add her on WeChat for easier communication. Yao gets irritated to see Chen doing this. He thinks he will make him regret that in no time. Royo thinks she has seen him somewhere before and replies that it's no problem. They can exchange contacts. With this, the boot-licking relationship was established, and she has an appearance score of 9.2. Someone shouts from the middle of the table that Chen Yuan has never been anything special, so why is he being so bold? One of the girls says that he's pretending to be rich and is actually shameful. She warns everyone that Chen Yuan hangs out with some second-generation rich kids who harm many women. One of Chen Yuan's friends says that she has no idea what she's talking about. She says that Chen Yuan made her get humiliated by her ex-boyfriend. I think it was that guy who delivered the car and made her suffer. Crying. She says she is sure that Chen Yuan only asks for Ruo's number to sell it to his friends. Ruo looks on and starts losing favorability because of this. I takes the opportunity to ask Chen Yuan if he is so poor that he needs to lean on others, and if he wants, he has a job for him. Chen Yuan, seeing the two insulting him at the same time, thinks that they are plotting together. But if they are showing their faces, he will have to step on them. He sends a message to Hen, telling him to come to this restaurant with a Ferrari. A while later, everyone is going downstairs to leave. Yi is confident that Chen Yuan and his friend will never show up here again. He asks Ruo if she wants him to take her home, but she declines. An attendant approaches Ai, asking him to move his car, and he gets angry. How come he has to move it from the restaurant parking lot? The guy tries to explain that after 9:00 p.m., the restaurant is reserved for VIPs only. I wonders who this so-called VIP is. Sitting in his car, he is impressed. In front of him is a Ferrari, one he has only seen in exhibits costing over 20 million. Suddenly, he sees Zhang Hosen getting out of the car and recognizes him. He starts sweating and feels embarrassed because he has heard how important this guy is. But then, Chen Yuan greets Hosen, who smiles. He thanks Hosen for bringing his car, and Hosen says it's always good to help the boss. Ai is in disbelief, wondering, wait a minute, this car belongs to Chen Yuan. People start questioning if Chen Yuan is really that rich, and the girls say that the one girl had lied, claiming he needed others. Ruo immediately realizes that this girl and Ai are trying to tarnish Chen Yuan's reputation. However, despite being humiliated, he didn't bother defending himself against these people. She finds this quite interesting, and her favorability rises by 20 points. Seeing this, the rascal smiles and asks her if he could have the honor of escorting her home. She agrees. The class is now all in love with Chen Yuan, and his friends take the chance to poke fun at him. I will image photos of a busy avenue, copy, and paste them inside. Ruo feels a bit uneasy. Perhaps she was too hasty in getting into this car. Chen Yuan tells her that he has been paying attention to the pendant on her bag. It's a diet. She is impressed that he recognizes it. It's a character from a Chinese cartoon. He tells her that he loves watching that series and seeing the transformations. And she says she has always liked it too. She glances at him, feeling a bit embarrassed and smiling, while he thinks she's very cute. Perhaps her cold attitude is just a protective measure. Seeing her beautiful face makes it irresistible to want to protect her. The boy didn't last 3 words. He says he is experiencing the feeling of love for the first time in his life. At her house, he makes a gesture representing that, and she thanks him for bringing her home. They stand there like 2 idiots, laughing as he leaves. She says that he is interesting, different from the rich guys. He doesn't try to boss her around and just has fun. She then enters her house and is immediately scolded by her mother, who wants to know how the blind date her mother set up went. She must remember that her father's business is at a crucial moment, and they have no choice. However, Ruo cries, saying she won't marry just to help the company. Her feelings are important. But her mother says it is her duty since everything she eats or wears is paid for by them. If her father's company goes bankrupt, they will all be ruined. The boy from the Han family may not seem that interesting, but the situation is more important than feelings. Crying, she says she understands, and a tear falls on the little doll. Chen Yuan is just watching the group of millionaires when the guy with the car mentions he has some crazy news. Chen Yuan gets curious. Then he finds out that Ruo is going to marry a chubby guy with horrible hair just because of her family's bankruptcy. He starts wondering if he got involved in this whole mess, but remembering her, he questions whether she will really get married. Ever since high school, he couldn't take his eyes off her. No, he won't let this happen. This time he will be decisive and won't let life pass him by like this. A girl with glasses asks if it was Chen Yuan passing by, and the guy says it seems like it was indeed him. Suddenly she stops him, introduces herself as Shen Shu, and asks if he wants to become an internet celebrity. Chen Yuan takes a look at the car and apologizes, saying he's not interested. She responded so quickly that she believes he has already received offers from other companies and decides to try something different. Carrying 3 bags full of content, She starts talking about how their company is huge and extremely competitive in terms of the payment they offer. Besides, he might not know, but on their platform, they have the famous loose cigarette. If he doesn't sign with them, he better be careful not to be hated by the cigarette guy. Chen Yuan gets angry. The damn girl doesn't even know he is the loose cigarette and is here wasting his time. She's in his face while he wonders if she thinks he won't do anything. So he grabs his phone, thinking that since he won't do anything, someone else will do it for him. He goes to the rich kids group and talks about her name and her company, asking if anyone can help and resolve this. She keeps insisting when her boss calls her, ordering her to return to the company immediately or she will be out of a job. Confused, she tells her boss she didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is just angry with this hand group trying to steal Ruo from him. In the car, the mother says they are just going to meet. She doesn't mean to be so sad. She doesn't mean to be so sad. Besides, this will help a lot with the financial crisis. Suddenly, she receives a message from Chen Yuan asking where she is. She mentions the restaurant, and he says he'll be there to help her. She wonders if Chen Yuan already knows about the blind date. If she were to compare that disgusting hand guy with Chen Yuan, he seems much more attractive. Her father says he has never asked her for anything, so he hopes she will consider things. Everyone in the car stays silent, and she says she understands. The car then stops in front of the luxurious restaurant, and someone comes to guide them. However, the guy is already drooling, saying that soon she will become the property of the Han family. Seeing a briefcase in the guy's hand, she finds it strange that they are bringing so many documents to a blind date. They then enter the room. The father of the Han family greets them with his son, Pineapple Head, who is already drooling on the side. Ruo immediately notices a lot of documents on the table. This is clearly not a blind date. She wants to know what her father is planning. That father is filthy trash, right? You can't sell your daughter, even if you're eating dirt and mud. Ruo knows how influential this group is in the city, and Sanu, Pineapple Head's father, is a very perverse guy. He approaches Ruo and says she is much prettier in person. She says she doesn't deserve such compliments while sending a message to Chen Yuan, informing him that she is in room 35. Pineapple Head approaches her, saying he is excited about their relationship and that she doesn't need to worry. Her family's business will be very successful. She pulls her hand away, saying thanks awkwardly. He puts his hand on her back, saying she doesn't need to be polite, and gives her a squeeze, saying they will be family. But she slaps him, asking who said they would become family, and tells him to take his hand off. The worst father she has ever seen argues with her, saying she's being rude. With tears in her eyes, she doesn't have much to say. Her father turns to Sanu and says that his daughter is very young and doesn't know what's best for her, but they can take a look at the contract. A man arrives and begins to explain all the details. They will buy 20 of her father's company for 100 million, on the condition that she marries Pineapple Head. However, this money will be invested in stocks they control, and they will only be able to access the 100 million once she gives birth to a child with Pineapple Head. She is shocked and immediately grabs the document, asking if they are seriously talking about having a child in this. She cries, looking at her father, asking if he really brought her there to sell her this way. Her mother tells her to calm down, but she refuses. Crying, she asks why their failure has to affect her life. She declares that she knows Pineapple Head is addicted to alcohol, prostitution, and gambling. She will never marry him. The disgraceful father slaps her across the face, leaving her in disbelief with a red cheek. This story is getting better than a Mexican soap opera, folks. Her father yells that he spoiled her too much and she only thinks of herself. He raised a child. Apparently, she is confused by his words, saying she only thinks of herself. Her mother says she needs to be more sincere and understand that if she doesn't do this, the whole family will collapse. But Ruo argues that it doesn't make sense. If things go wrong, they can start over together and rebuild everything. Her mother shows that she is also despicable and falls to her knees, begging her daughter, begging her to have mercy on her poor mother. Everyone in the room is shocked by this. Ruo tells her to get up and asks what she's doing. But her mother says she has no other choice. She will only get up if Ruo agrees to this. Ruo doesn't know what to say. The poor girl is lost. Pineapple Head says she can trust him to deliver the heavens and stars to her. At this moment, the poor girl gives up and realizes that this is her fate. Being born into this rich family means she has to sacrifice certain parts of her life. Without any expression, she tells her mother she will accept, and her mother can get up immediately. Her mother's tears stop as genuinely as my promise to stop looking at 3Ds on family-friendly sites. She stands up, congratulating her daughter. Sanu says that now that she's agreed, they should sign the contract immediately. The guy starts taking the documents out of the briefcase, while Sanu says this will be great. As soon as the marriage happens, their company will boom. Meanwhile, Pineapple Head is now licking his lips, angry that she initially refused to accept, already imagining the fun he will have with her. Everyone in the room is silent while she doesn't even sit in the chair. But suddenly, Chen Yuan arrives, kicking the door open. The first to notice is Ruo, and no one in the room can believe it. Chen Yuan says they are very brave and have lost their sense of danger to be doing this. Ruo is ecstatic to see him. Pineapple Head comes running, asking if he is tired of living, but he immediately gets a slap and falls, breaking everything in the room. Chen Yuan calls him a fool and tells him to disappear. The guard asks if he has any idea who he is messing with, and if he knows the status of the family present. Chen Yuan laughs, saying it's a family that sells their daughter and another that buys her. He wants to see who has the courage to touch him. Sanu tells everyone to be quiet while thinking about how this kid knows they are there, and still does this. He realizes this boy is not that simple. He then approaches and asks Chen Yuan which family he is from, to which he replies that he is not qualified to know. Pineapple Head tries to shout, but his father tells him to shut up. Chen Yuan looks at Ruo and tells her she can relax because he will help her family's difficulties. He goes to the table to look at the contract, while her father asks what he is doing. Chen Yuan says her father is suffering from brain failure for selling his daughter at such a low price. He tears up the papers saying he will buy 60 of their company for 500 million. People can't believe it. 500 million. Sanu starts sweating, realizing that for someone to spend 500 million like that, their family must be worth at least 10 billion. However, he can't figure out where this kid came from, even though he knows all the families around here. Ruo's father gets excited about such a large sum of money. Not only can he restore the company, but he can even expand it. But Chen Yuan says that to provide the 500 million, he has one condition. He points to Ruo, who wonders if he really wants to buy her for that price. She drops her bag to the floor, feeling desolate, thinking that Chen Yuan is just like all the others. In the end, once again, she cries over her little doll. Then Chen Yuan reveals that his condition is that 60 of the company must be transferred to her name. As soon as she has more than half of the company, he will transfer the 500 million. Now she is radiant, feeling like a bird released from its cage. Double meaning yes or no. She sees Chen Yuan as a hero, and obviously her favorability starts to rise and rise, instantly reaching 85. A guy arrives with a contract and says all she needs to do is sign it. He gently holds her hand, saying that after she signs this, she will have control over her own life. Immediately, the money is transferred to the accounts of the worst family members in the world, who become emotional. Her father asks Chen Yuan if he really will only ask for this, and Chen Yuan says that's all. However, he warns that from now on, he controls the rise or fall of their family, and it's best if her father does nothing more to cause Ruo pain. He tells her there's nothing left to be said, and they should leave. Sanu suddenly changes his mind, saying he really recognizes Chen Yuan's hard work and tells him not to take what his son did to heart, while imagining that he is some kind of money god for spending 500 million out of nowhere. Seeing this, her father knows it wouldn't be smart to become his adversary. Pineapple Head starts yelling at his father, saying that he was the first to be hit, and now he gets hit a second time for being a fool. As he is being beaten, Chen Yuan walks out the door with Ruo. Sometime later, in the Ferrari, she thanks him for saving her. He says nothing has changed. It's not the first time he has saved her. In a flashback, Ruo was riding her bike home, worried she wouldn't meet anyone strange. Of course, she met the most honest people in society who wanted to talk to her. One of them even offered ear cleaning. But from afar, someone was running toward her, and he arrived, headbutting one in the stomach. While holding off the guys, he told her she could run and not look back. She ran while Chen Yuan stayed there getting beaten. She was so desperate at the time that she didn't remember his face. Later, she returned with the police to the same place, but the boy was already gone. Crying her eyes out, she says she never imagined she would find the person who saved her. Once she gets all excited, saying she never expected it would be him. Another 10 favorability points are added. And with that, we reach the legendary 95, and the counterattack is ready. The system detects that he spent $500 million to bootlick her, and in return, he will gain $50 million for himself. Moreover, he gains several attribute points: proficiency in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Good heavens, he became a polyglot. Chen Yuan is amazed the system worked, and the deal was quick this time. Staring at her, he thinks it's too good to be true. He never had the courage to talk to her and could only watch from a distance. The only time he could do something was to save her, but it was an action that always brought him pride. He takes a look, and they get closer to feel each other's breath when, of course, the phone rings, and they separate. It's Zu Yuan, and now it's complicated. She says she has already moved into the house and bought some furniture. Does he know what day tomorrow is? He says yes. Tomorrow is her birthday, and he has already bought several presents. While thinking, it's a critical moment in the middle of the house with the changes. She asks him not to be too extravagant when meeting her friends. He says it's fine. He will think about what to bring as a gift, while her friend just wants to set up the furniture. She never revealed it, but she finds it wonderful to have a house worth $60 million. Crazy in the head. Chen Yuan says his friend is organizing a birthday party and asks if she wants to go. His strategy is that he leaves things very exposed. No one will doubt him since he isn't hiding anything. However, she tells him not to worry and to go ahead. She has plenty to handle, but she isn't foolish and isn't asking questions. She knows won't get answered. He says it's a pity because she would be the most beautiful one there. She replies that when she has a chance, she will visit, but he's just being polite. He knows that if she really accepts, things will get complicated. Meanwhile, she is confident in her charm, believing she can win, even if there are more beautiful women. She loves competition. Getting out of the car, she thanks Chen Yuan for everything he did today. He tells her that if she feels bad for not being able to accompany him today, she can repay him in another way. She gives him a $500 million kiss on the cheek. However, she warns him that now he is marked by her and belongs to her. Chen Yuan suffers as he's getting back in the car, thinking about going home to play some games. Someone suddenly asks if that's his car. When he looks back, it's Chuang, shocked with her thumb out. The door closed and the car on the road. She was ignored. Her friend then says it looks like he lied last time and was just testing her again. Chuang is shocked for the 10th time. She messed up again and asks her friend what she should do to get him back. Her friend says it's not possible. She missed her chance, but maybe she can. Chuang is stunned. She gets angry, asking if she really is thinking of trying something with Chen Yuan. Her friend says he is amazing, so why wouldn't she try, since Chuang can't anymore? Chuang starts radiating like Goku, pulling her hair, and now they're fighting over nothing. Our boy just closed the door. They're fighting, getting uglier and uglier, lying on the ground with everyone recording. A while later, she is desolate, having lost the man, and her friend can keep improving. The distance between them keeps growing, and this way, she has no more chance. Suddenly, someone tells her to stop crying. It's Shen Shu from Dreamin', asking if she's interested in becoming an internet celebrity, and that she knows a way to help her get Chen Yuan back. At home, Chen Yuan is just wondering what to give Kiki as a present when, just as he was about to leave his room, one of his friends mentions that Chuang was starting a live stream. In the stream, she talks about everything that happened between her and the top spender on that platform. She tells everyone how their relationship started a long time ago, but after everything they went through together, he didn't want her anymore. Chen Yuan is angry. While his friend is curious if she really was with that rich guy, but our protagonist is already furious. She still wants to play the victim, but he thinks this plan doesn't suit her. There's definitely someone behind it. He then calls one of his friends and asks about who is sponsoring her live stream. Shortly after, he calls one of his friends and asks about who is sponsoring her live stream. Shortly after, he is informed that it's Dreamland Sheen's company. Chen Yuan is outraged. The damn girl provoked him and now thinks he won't do anything. At Dreamland Shen, Shu is impressed that her live stream was so successful on its first try. When she proposed this idea to her boss, she was reprimanded. But one of her employees found out about his childhood love, Lin Shutong, and that's where she saw the chance to win him over. She thinks she is a genius. Then, she gets a call from her boss informing her that their company has been banned from the platform. He went to the group of billionaires and told everyone to be careful and remove any investments or involvement with that company, since that group is only for the ultra-rich who trust each other. Everyone just followed the information and made several calls to withdraw everything they had. This caused a storm in the place, and in the end, they were banned from everything and had to terminate operations. One of the guys came to inform her that since everyone withdrew their investments, it would need 10 million to keep the place running. But they didn't have that. She was trembling and furious, wondering who was messing with her. Seeing the initial downfall of the company, some investors came to talk to her and withdrew everything they had. Even the streamers working for her left since it wasn't worth staying at a banned company without any investors. The company also lost the lease they had, leaving with boxes in hand and place desolate. She didn't know what to do. She was sure that to have so much power, it could only be Mr. Yuan. But why did he do that? Even Chuang was banned from the platforms, all obviously because of the bald contacts he had. Now, it was time to buy something for Kiki when suddenly, Shu smacked her face against the glass, giving him a scare. With tears in her eyes, she said she was foolish and begged for forgiveness. And with that, the counterattack began, with zero favorability. However, he thought he wasn't interested in an older woman, even though she always came back from the market with 2 giant bags. He lowered his head. The window, in full gigachad mode, told her it would be best if she didn't bother him anymore. Strangely, she collapsed to the ground, reeling and wondering why she hadn't realized he was so handsome, especially when he spoke so coldly to her. Her favorability increased, and he sped up the Ferrari on the road. At Kiki's mansion, her friends were all impressed with the new house. Suddenly, one of them questioned. A girl with green hair asked if that place was really her house. As far as she had heard, the owner of the place was an old man. Kiki's friend told them to shut up, saying it was ridiculous to think she would be with an old man. However, the girl's boyfriend said it was true, and the owner of the house even had a 12-year-old daughter. Everyone started thinking that the house wasn't hers, but just a favor from an old man. But her friends slapped the paper on the table, showing that she was the sole owner of the place. People started believing that she had really bought it with her live stream earnings. Meanwhile, Kiki was feeling insecure, wondering why he hadn't arrived yet. He got out of the Ferrari with a teddy bear in hand. He parked his car far away to avoid drawing too much attention. Suddenly, he heard something coming from behind, and a car almost ran over his foot. It stopped in front of everyone, who wondered if it was a guy named Tang. The blonde guy named Tang Xuan got out of the car and ordered someone to park it for him. At that moment, he noticed Chen Yuan on the side. He wondered if Kiki had really invited this sewer rat to the party. Not to mention, he brought a teddy bear, which was ridiculous. Suddenly, Kiki shouted that he had finally arrived. As the two turned, she said she had been waiting for a long time. Tang Yuan, all gleaming, said it was so good to see her happy like that, but she dodged him. She went straight to Chen Yuan, who brought the teddy bear for her and thanked him. Everyone started commenting on how the fool was ignored, while he wondered why she was giving attention to this kid. Suddenly, a red truck passed behind him, and he thought the perfect chance had come. He told Kiki he brought a gift that he was sure she would like. While the guys were unloading some things from the truck, he thought that Rat should have stayed in the sewer and would now learn the difference between them. He gave her a Yamaha F6 piano and said he thought it was perfect for the star of the day. Did she like the gift? She said she did, but the piano was very expensive, so she would transfer the money back. He said it was okay because the value was nothing to him. Besides, he had composed a piece just for her. The girls were all smitten and excited to see what he would show, and he started playing the keys, music here and there. The other girls kept saying the two were a perfect match with that piano talent. Kiki strangely complimented him, saying she couldn't compare to such talent, and he said she was flattering him too much. He then turned to Chen Yuan and asked why he didn't show a bit of his talent. Chen Yuan smiled, realizing the guy wanted to embarrass him, and said he would then show a bit of what he knew. Kiki wondered if Chen Yuan really knew how to play the piano, but obviously he knew nothing. However, with 35 enhancement points, any skill could be improved. The system notified him that it would take 10 points to learn, and he used them immediately while thinking he would make that guy look foolish. He asked the system for 50 years of piano experience. He started glowing at the piano, and Xuan noticed his vibe had changed. He started playing, and the guy was stunned. It was the same piece he had just played, but the kid had already memorized it. Chen Yuan was confident, saying the surprise was yet to come. He started accelerating the music even more without missing a single note. The boy was on fire. People were sweating, wondering if it was normal, and if he had 4 hands by any chance. He had to be the new Beethoven in front of them. In their minds, to have that talent, Chen Yuan must have undergone brutal training. He was like a machine gun, firing at each note. When he finished, smoke even rose from the boy. At the party, everyone was silent. Like the legendary loose cigarette, he pulled one from the pack and placed it on the piano string, which was so hot it lit the cigarette. The Chinese no limits. He put his hand on Xuan's shoulder and told him, "Your skills are good. Just keep working hard." He then placed the cigarette in the guy's mouth and said that playing the piano was about expressing emotions, not creating competition. The guy seemed to fall in love, saying he understood. Everyone was impressed, and suddenly Kiki made a mischievous face, saying she had chosen the right person. Sitting on the couch, she thought he was a treasure among men, and her favorability kept rising. It finally reached 95, and now the counterattack was successful, automatically evolving him to a level 60 piano maestro. Kiki was now becoming a loyal follower of the boy. Since he spent 78 million on her, he received 7 million on her, he received 7 million in return. The guy was finally managing to take advantage of this system to get rich. With 25 more enhancement points, he didn't even know where to use them. Suddenly, someone came from behind, saying he was full of incredible surprises. It was Kiki, saying he made her very happy that night. He said that this performance was his second gift, so how would she thank him? A new girl appeared. Kim Bing-soo, known as the Ice Beauty. She wasn't famous for her looks, but for her hostile attitude toward all men. Because of this, everyone speculated she was a lover of women. Besides, she was always close to the president, so they even thought they had a relationship. But the truth is that she was kidnapped in her childhood. Even though the police arrived in time and nothing happened, it created a trauma in her. And since then, she hates men. Kiki asked Chen Yuan who he thought was more beautiful between the two. He told Kiki that, of all the women he had met, she was the most beautiful, while thinking he wanted to avoid women like Bing-soo as much as possible because they're all crazy. At that moment, Kiki called her friend over to meet him. She apologized, saying she was stuck in traffic. Kiki quickly introduced Chen Yuan, who asked if he was the guy who had played the piano. He said yes, but she said she had heard he was the type of guy who had relationships with several girls. Really, a man with no morals, even if he had some talent. Chen Yuan wanted to strangle her, but Kiki told him to calm down, saying she had always been like that. However, the system doesn't forgive, and another target was found. Kim Bing-soo, 25 years old, 52 kilos and 9.3 in appearance, with -80 in favorability. You would gain combat skills if he completed everything. Chen Yuan threw the system on the ground, saying that last time it was the ant, and now it's another woman. He doesn't want to bootlick. The night passed, and it was time for the birthday wishes. She celebrated, they cut the cake, and everyone was happy until Bing-soo called Kiki for a little chat outside. She warned Kiki that it would be good for her to stay away from Chen Yuan. Kiki asked why. Bing-soo said that Chen Yuan was involved with many girls, and she didn't want to see her friend in a toxic relationship. Besides, she was about to graduate and wanted to pass the president's position to her. Kiki seemed to want that president's position. She remembered that when she arrived, she always competed with Bing-soo, and they argued a lot. But now in the end, Bing-su wanted to pass the president's position to her. Were the rumors about Bing-su true? Was she looking for some fun in the capital? Embarrassed, Kiki responded that she really didn't deserve the position, and it was better to find someone else. But Bing-su approached and said that love really blinds people because Kiki wasn't acting like the person she knew. Kiki said she was even thinking about leaving the student council to spend more time with Chen Yuan. Bing-su got angry, saying she was losing all ambition and being stupid because of that guy. Her favorability kept dropping while he wondered if he couldn't even eat cake without losing points. The party was about to end, and everyone was leaving. Suddenly, she told Chen Yuan to wait a minute. There was something she wanted to tell him. He was about to leave, thinking she was getting more adorable with more favorability. All she did was invite him to watch a movie tomorrow. He thought she was inviting him for some Netflix and chill. Suddenly, he heard someone crying in the background. It was Xuan, leaning against his car, devastated and wondering why he had practiced piano his whole life. Chen Yuan felt awkward seeing the guy there and went to talk to him, surprising him. The guy was startled and asked what he wanted. Chen Yuan said he had just lost a piano duel, which wasn't a big deal. He felt awkward because he humiliated the guy using the system. However, Xuan interpreted it differently and thought he was being belittled. Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, but Xuan replied, saying he admitted Chen Yuan's skills were good. However, it didn't matter because his family was extremely wealthy, and he had everything good. He pulled out his car key and said he was sure Chen Yuan was a poor guy who didn't even have a place to fall dead. But Chen Yuan was heading to the Ferrari. The poor guy even broke his car key lying on the ground. He wondered why the god wore simple clothes and drove a Ferrari. As he was leaving, wondering what movie to watch with Kiki tomorrow, he suddenly saw Bing-su standing in the middle of no hair. She clearly looked cold, and he imagined she might catch a cold. But he didn't care about that, letting the ice princess freeze, and sped away. However, when he looked in the rearview mirror, she was surrounded by some guys. They asked if she was alone and if she needed a bodyguard. By any chance, if she made them happy, they would even do it for free. She got angry and said if they touched her one more time, she would call the police. The guys laughed in her face and said the angrier she got, the more fun it was. However, they stopped laughing when she kicked one in the balls. She turned and ran, leaving the guy in agony. He told his friends to capture her, who was already fleeing. Looking back, she was confident she could outrun them, but there were too many of them. However, suddenly she ran into Chen Yuan, who asked if she was okay. She was curious to see him, but now the guys had already surrounded them both. The guy who had been kicked told his friends to capture her quickly. She thought that men were indeed bastards, and now she was trapped because she bumped into this damn Chen Yuan. But he warned the guys they had 2 minutes to get out of there. The guy with the mohawk asked what would happen if they didn't leave. Sometime later, everyone was lying beaten on the ground. Chen Yuan wiped his hands, saying he had given advice. He turned to Bing-su and asked if she was okay, but he lost 5 favorability points. The poor guy was in disbelief. He was now at -95 after saving her. She was glaring at him with fiery eyes. He had no idea how this happened. She asked him if he thought she was amazed at how he was acting like that. Did he think such a trick would work on her? She was waiting for a car when some gangster showed up, and he saved her. Clearly, he had orchestrated everything. Not only did she underestimate his intelligence, but he also underestimated hers. She grabbed him by the collar and said that Kiki was willing to give up the president's position just to be with a guy who deceived everyone just to be with her. She turned and said that trash like him made her even angrier. Chen Yuan was in disbelief that she invented this whole story. What madness was this? He called after her, saying he would explain, but she said she didn't want any explanations and just hoped he wouldn't use such a trick again. Our boy was left there not knowing what to do, and the guys were getting up from the ground. He vented his anger on the guy who was waking up. With that, he left, cursing everyone, in disbelief that such a thing happened, until his phone rang, and he wondered who was calling. It was Royo from her presidential bed. She wanted to know if he was free tomorrow. He wanted to know why, and she said she was free and wanted to watch a movie with him. But now, things got complicated for the guy because he had already planned a movie with the president. Before he could respond, She said it was the first time she had invited someone like this and just hoped he wouldn't reject her. Please. So he devised a devious plan. He would have one movie in the morning and one at night. The next morning, his friend sent him a message wanting to talk to him. When he met his friend, he explained that he had bought tickets to watch with a girl, but got stood up and wanted Chen Yuan to accompany him. Unfortunately, there was a friend he couldn't refuse because when he was poor, his friend was always there. The plan was to watch with the friend at 2:00 p.m., with Kiki at 5:00 p.m., and with Royo at 8:00 p.m. He knew this wouldn't be an easy day. Suddenly, he looked to the side and was startled by a crazy girl. There was a girl putting on makeup inside his car. Out of nowhere, she apologized, saying she was distracted with her makeup and accidentally got in without noticing. He said that since she had regained her senses, she could get out, but she said that maybe she had entered by accident, but found the right person in her mind. She wouldn't miss this chance and asked for his contact because she felt a connection. But with his phone in hand, he said he didn't have a phone, clearly not wanting to give a chance to the stranger. She said it was fine, then she would get out of the car. As she was leaving, the guy outside recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Chen Yuan and the girl recognized him as Li Weenie, a friend of Chen Yuan who they were going to the cinema with, and he asked why she was getting out of the car. Did the two of them have something going on? Chen Yuan was worried his friend would get the wrong idea. He got out of the car and tried to explain to his friend, but his friend got angry at the girl and told her he was sure she saw his friend driving a luxury car and threw herself at him. Chen Yuan confirmed that was exactly what happened. They locked the car and left. She was in disbelief at Li Weenie, knowing such rich people. While they were watching the movie, a friend asked him why he couldn't get any women. He was so unlucky. Chen Yuan told him not to worry too much about it. Two girls behind them said they were strange for watching a movie together like that. Chen Yuan then told his friend that he should never expose his needs. He explained that the more you chase after women, the worse they will treat you. A real man doesn't spend his money on women, but on himself to impress women. That's what he said. And his friend was impressed, saying he had heard a confession from the gods. He grabbed Chen Yuan's hand and said he really understood how things work now. Chen Yuan told him to be careful. People might think the wrong things. He explained that to attract more women, you just had to be a bit more handsome, a bit richer, and have a few more girlfriends. That's how it works. His friend was frustrated with these obviously impractical tips. As they left the cinema, his friend thanked him, and Chen Yuan said he had a favor to ask in about 2 hours. The girls behind them left, convinced they were a couple, all part of Chen Yuan's plan to escape and go on a dangerous adventure. In front of the cinema, someone was waiting. It was Kiki, wanting to know where Chen Yuan was. Suddenly, a guy named Wu Banzi appeared, asking if she could give him her contact info. She apologized, saying she was on a date, but the guy insisted, saying her date wouldn't be interrupted by giving her number. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Chen Yuan, saying he would show how it's done. He put his hand beside her and asked if they could have a deep conversation somewhere with fewer people. The guy wondered if this kind of harassment would actually work, but she responded affirmatively, and the guy was fuming with disbelief. They were watching an action movie, and Kiki kept glancing to the side. She asked if he wasn't interested in the movie since he was always on his phone. He tried to explain that it was some family business that had been troubling him a lot lately. She believed him, imagining that to have so much money, he must have many problems. His life was different. People only see his extraordinary skills but don't see the countless drops of sweat he sheds while practicing every day. He had been training tirelessly since childhood. He should be training for his future now, but here he was, being monopolized by her. Okay. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his, and he was startled. When he looked over, she was crying, wondering why she was so emotional. As they left the cinema and walked down the street, she asked if he wanted to recommend something. But just as he was about to answer, he received a call. He had asked his friend to call right after the movie so he could escape. He answered and asked what it was, changing his expression. He said it was something very serious, and he had to handle it now. His friend was confused, as was Kiki. He then told her his friend had some problems and he had to go help. She said it was okay, that it was fine for today.
As he left, she thought he was a very decent man for giving up time with a woman to help his friends.
In the car, Chen Yuan was thinking he was a genius. Now he just had to win the last challenge. He arrived in front of her apartment and informed her he was downstairs, while thinking he would never do this kind of thing again. His life was worse than a battlefield. Someone called him, and the girl appeared casually, asking if he had waited long. Our boy was smitten, saying she looked stunning. She really was a treasure among women and could look good in any style. She asked if he was ready to leave, and he said, "Let's go," while thinking that if things went well, they could take it to the next level. They went to the cinema, then to a restaurant, and the night passed. They were back home, and as he was leaving, she told him to rest well and said she enjoyed the night. But he asked her to wait. Could he come inside to get a glass of water? She seemed very happy to accept. The scene shifted to him taking a shower, while she wondered why she had done such a thing. She thought he just wanted a glass of water, but after he arrived, he said it was too late to leave, and she allowed him to stay. She couldn't believe she accepted that. What would she do if he asked for more? But it wouldn't be impossible. Then she saw something in his pocket. When she took it out, it was the tickets for all the movies he had watched today. Our guy was caught in fork. He came out of the shower saying he was ready, but was startled when he saw the tickets on the table. She then wanted to know what that meant. Either he was a movie addict or he was dating a lot of women. Why did he want to get involved in her life just to be with other women? Chen Yuan couldn't say anything while she berated him, saying he just played with her emotions. Minus 20 favorability points, as she told him to leave. Now, he was down to 75. He was trembling, thinking he had seen this coming. He then told her that he never thought she trusted him so little. In a few movie tickets, everything he did for her went down the drain. Angrily, she said he still had the nerve to make excuses. He called Wayne and told her to talk to him and ask what they did today. Wayne answered, asking why he was calling so late. Royo picked up the phone and asked him if he went to watch a movie with Chen Yuan today. Wani said yes. He had invited a girl, but she declined, so they went together. But he snapped to reality with a name he heard and asked how this happened. She half ignored him and angrily hung up the phone, saying it was all settled now. She was confused, not knowing if he was telling the truth or if his friend was lying to her. She had the number of the girl he said he was going to the cinema with, so she decided to check. When the girl answered, she said yes. The guy had asked her to watch a movie, but she declined until a guy in a Ferrari showed up. Chen Yuan asked her if she wanted to check his cards to see what he bought. He turned, saying he was very disappointed. She said there must have been a misunderstanding and asked for forgiveness, but he slammed the door. Outside, he thought he had managed to get out of that situation. The guy doesn't lie much. She sent a message on her phone and he said it was okay. He understood and forgave her. She felt relieved, thinking he was very kind, and her favorability rose by 21 points. Now, he relaxed. Her favorability went up again, luckily by 1 point more than before. He realized he needed to be more careful since he almost ruined everything. He needed to keep in mind that certain connections are just for gaining points and status, while others are for fun and joy. If he got the system for revenge, he would build a harem. Some girls passed by him, commenting that they were going to watch something. He seemed to recognize the name and decided to take a look as well. The court was packed with people. The girls were all excited, cheering and saying they loved them. On the side were Shang and her friend, who suddenly teleported next to Chen Yuan. He greeted the famous shill, but someone touched his shoulder. When he turned, it was Xing, asking if he liked basketball. The guys seeing this were all envious, saying Chen Yuan was a lucky guy. Suddenly, B3 appeared, saying that men love to talk behind women's backs. Kiki told her to relax, since they were just going to watch the game on the court. Xuan was worried, seeing Chen Yuan there again with a lot of girls surrounding him. What kind of disaster was this? But he saw Kiki and believed that this was his chance to shine. He had been practicing basketball for the past 6 months. It was time to humiliate this guy. He threw the ball in his direction. Chen Yuan sensed something coming and, in Spider-Man style, managed to catch it. He turned to the guy and said it was shameful to act that way, just because he lost in the piano competition. Suman said it didn't matter. If he wanted, he could come and compete in basketball. Our boy seemed to be losing his temper with the guy. He threw the ball back, saying he would play. Then, Suman decided to catch it, but the throw was too strong, and he was knocked back. Kiki was impressed by the power, while Bisu commented that men are all savages who know nothing but. The poor guy was lying on the ground with his friends asking if he was okay. He couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was that strong. Chen Yuan was that strong. Chen Yuan said he wasn't interested in a 1-on-1 match. Why not have a 5-on-5 to see the school's level? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe he had called for it. Xuan knew he had the school team, the coach on his side, and the crowd. This was more like a 1-on-none, and he was sure he would win. The game started, and he received the ball. He was confident he would humiliate Chen Yuan and finally make Kiki recognize who was better. Chen Yuan was surrounded not only by enemies, but by his teammates as well. But he knew very well that this would happen. Who needs a team when you have the system? With that, he added 30 more years of basketball experience. Xuan continued to be confident, thinking it was time to show his skill. He jumped to dunk the ball, but suddenly Chen Yuan appeared and blocked it easily. Everyone froze in disbelief that the poor guy was defeated so easily. It was one play, and the guy was already psychologically shaken. Chen Yuan said it was his turn now, but the referee blew the whistle, saying it was a foul. With that, Xuan took a free throw and scored a point, thinking Chen Yuan was an idiot. Since everyone was on his side, there was no way he could lose. But the school crowd was starting to notice something was wrong. It was shameful to call the referee for something like this. And Chen Yuan was getting angry. Now he was motivated to end this guy. The game resumed, and he stole the ball. He went and scored a basket. The poor guys hadn't even moved from their spots. Xuan scolded his team for not being able to block one guy. He even cursed Chen Yuan's team for not stopping him. Once again, they tried to surround him, but he jumped and scored another. The referee and the players didn't understand why Chen Yuan was trying so hard. Clearly, the game was rigged for him to lose, so why didn't he just give up? The referee started to remember what he had taught his students about respect and how, when entering a court, you should always give your all. Seeing Chen Yuan trying so hard left everyone in the basketball community emotional. Chen Yuan advanced once more, not understanding why everyone was standing still. People couldn't figure out what was happening on the court. It seemed like no one else was moving. From afar, Kiki said he was winning the game and maintaining his virtues. Xuan couldn't understand why no one was following his plans anymore. The score was now 60-2. Xuan was exhausted, and Chen Yuan was advancing once again to humiliate him. At that moment, he thought that if he at least defended this one, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Chen Yuan approached. He jumped, and Xuan threw his elbow into his chest. But it was his arm that got broken. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and Chen Yuan slammed the dunk. With that, he gained points with Kiki. He gained points with Xuan. He gained points with Shuo. He gained points with Shui. He gained points with Cheyenne. As he was leaving, Xuan realized he didn't deserve to be the team captain. It really insulted his skills to have to compete with someone so dirty. Xuan told Chen Yuan to stop being arrogant, saying he would soon regret it. Some girls said they even forgot to record because he was so incredible. Seeing that, Jian wanted to know where Chen Yuan was. She wanted to give him a bottle of water. But Kiki also wanted to give him a bottle of water. However, all four were holding water bottles, with liquid spilling. Chen Yuan fled, sweating nervously. Choosing which bottle to drink the nectar from could make him lose all the others. He took a shower after the game and received a friend request from someone in the group of rich people. The guy called him, and Chen Yuan asked what was up. The guy said it was nothing much. He just wanted to know if the boy wanted a wife. Chen Yuan was skeptical about this offer. The next target was named Go Sin Yuan, a 22-year-old actress. Her career was going very well, but she got involved in an online scandal, and the company ended her contract. The guy who called him in the group was Gang, her brother, who was asking for Chen Yuan's help. Chen Yuan asked if he was hearing correctly. Did Gang want him to marry his sister? Gang clarified that it wasn't exactly like that. He said it somewhat casually. It's just that his sister was falsely accused, and now her contract was terminated. So he wanted to know if Chen Yuan would like to buy the house she lives in. Chen Yuan thought he really needed to buy a house for himself. But considering she's an actress, she must love spending money, which would make her a perfect target for the system. He then told Gang Lang to arrange for him to meet his sister and see the house. Gang Lang said he would arrange everything. Now, thinking the group never lies, Chen Yuan thought, Mr. Yan is truly incredible. It seems the rumor that he saved the Shah family isn't a lie. At the house, Go was furious. Obviously, now that her career was going downhill, a bunch of guys were offering to marry her. But she didn't want any of that trash. None of them deserved a beauty like hers. All she wanted was to be a simple actress. Why did everything have to be so difficult? She then received a call. It was her brother, telling her not to worry about money anymore. He had found the perfect person. She was a bit confused about who it was, and her brother explained that it was a very influential guy that recently appeared. Hearing the name Mr. Yan, she already imagined a rundown fat guy. With that, she berated her brother, saying that when he got home, he would get beaten. The brother tried to explain that he was an incredible guy and that she should show him the house, as he was arriving soon. She hung up angrily, saying all men were the same, a real disaster. With her hands to the sky, she swore that even if she had to jump off a building, she wouldn't accept a cent from this man. In front of the house, Chen Yuan was impressed with the structure, and it wasn't very far. He rang the doorbell, and she thought the old man had come running like a desperate fool. She walked slowly down the hallway, just to annoy him. She opened the door, saying she came running for him to stop being annoying, but she blushed as soon as she saw Chen Yuan. Introducing himself, before she could ask who he was, he entered, apologizing. She was impressed that the boss was so young and handsome. He sat on the sofa and told her she could sit too. She was a bit confused as it was her house. She asked if he didn't want to see more of the house, and he said he had seen enough to know it was a good house. After all, that's not why he was there. She wanted to know why. Then he said the most important thing was her, and he wanted her to be his mistress. The boy was bold, activating the system wildly. Gon's appearance was 9.2, but his favorability dropped by 35. Chen Yuan thought this time he wouldn't waste time. He would go on the offensive. But hearing this, she wasn't pleased. The guy came in, asked her to be his mistress, and she would have to humiliate him. She said he was very direct, but it wasn't impossible if he accepted some conditions first. A car worth 10 million, an amazing apartment, and he had to invest 2 billion in 2 films where she would be a lead actress. Before she finished, he said that was very little. It seemed simpler than he thought. She was in disbelief. Obviously, the boy would like it. He was eager to spend all the system's money. Returning home, Goang was shocked. Chen Yuan's car was still there. Why hadn't he left? He entered the room and asked his sister why the expensive car was still there. Despondent, she said she actually got it as a gift from him. Besides that, he deposited a lot of money into her account. The brother then asked if everything went well with the house sale, and if she at least got the 2 million. Showing her phone, she said she got 1 billion. The boy's eyes sparkled, imagining that Chen Yuan really liked his sister. Finally, he could retire and become an uncle who only smoked cigarettes. Goang couldn't forget about Chen Yuan. He handed over the money, said he transferred the card to her name, and left saying he had other things to do. He only came to help her because he didn't like seeing beautiful women suffer. Wow, what a hero. With that, she couldn't forget the boy. She thought he wasn't so bad after all, and her favorability kept rising. At Bingu's graduation, she warned Kiki to be careful with Chen Yuan. Kiki tried to explain that Chen Yuan wasn't what she thought, but Bisu was clearly determined to hate the guy. She then revealed to her that on her birthday, he orchestrated some gangsters just to try and win her over. Kiki said it seemed like she had a very troubled mind. Chen Yuan was a hero that everyone at school liked, showing a photo of Shui and her dad holding a poster. Not to mention that, on her birthday, he had no idea she was going there, so it was impossible that he had set everything up. Bisu started to question if she had really misunderstood things. Was she exaggerating with her paranoia? With that, she left without saying anything to Kiki. Now, Bisu felt embarrassed, thinking she had been mistaken in her romantic delusion. Back at work, she was exhausted. She was dying of shame because she had told her friend that her boyfriend was hitting on her, when, in fact, he wasn't. Not to mention that every time she remembered the incident, the only thing that came to mind was Chen Yuan protecting her. Suddenly, her boss called her for a meeting, waking her up to reality. He informed her that there would be a charity dinner with the city's top businessmen. The boss wanted her to go and become friends with a certain Yang, a millionaire who had recently appeared. Bingu felt sad. She had joined a company with a female boss to avoid this kind of thing, but she accepted. It was that or lose her job. Back at home, Chen Yuan was talking with the guys from the millionaire group. After he gave infinite money to Goang, she had been able to defend herself against the false accusation, and Chen Yuan was impressed with how well she handled things. On the other end of the phone was Chang K, inviting him to the charity dinner. Thinking that it would only be rich people, he knew he could find a way or someone to spend a lot of money on, so of course he would go. At Go's mansion, Renan was doing her best to defend herself from the accusations, but it wasn't easy. Every time she needed more money to invest in marketing, she received a transfer from our boy. She tried to convince herself that it was nothing. He wasn't winning her over like that, but favorability doesn't lie. The day of the charity dinner arrived. Of course, all the millionaires that our boy had humiliated were present, from the bar guy to the basketball guy. Swan said he was going to the bathroom. He knew the new magnate of the group would be at that party, and he had researched a lot to get close to this person. He knew it would be someone elegant and sophisticated, an elder with advanced vision. So, he stood at the door, wanting to be the first to meet this person. But suddenly, he saw Chen Yuan arriving and wondered why he was there dressed as security. The poor guy had actually spent 20,000 on that suit, really only used to spending the system's money. But he was startled. The security guards were indeed wearing the same suit as him. Xuan went to speak to him, calling him the Prince of Basketball, and asked if he was so broke that he came there to work as security. But Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, and that he was invited to the banquet. Xuan responded that they could enter together then, thinking he was lying and wouldn't have his name on the list. At the entrance, the security asked him to show the invitation, and Chen Yuan was confused. He hadn't received any invitation. Xuan encircled him, laughing, saying he was ridiculous for really coming there, pretending like the Su arriving for work. All the guys blushed upon seeing her. She thought she didn't like arriving in a luxurious car, but unfortunately it was part of the company's plan. She heard some commotion on the side and looked to see Chen Yuan and the security guard. He was already getting angry, saying he didn't have an invitation, but he was sure he was invited. A security guard said everyone who was invited received something at home. Bingsu laughed in his face, asking if he really thought he was that important. Suddenly she appeared and said that each card allowed bringing a guest, so he was hers. The guard accepted without a word, while Chen Yuan was confused as to why she was helping him since she hated him. She turned and told him to hurry up, saying her perception of him hadn't changed. She just owed him a favor. She just owed him a favor. She understood that on that night, he really did save her, and that's all. But Chen Yuan didn't like this. He was about to make a call to humiliate Xuan, and now she had ruined everything. He then told her that she shouldn't consider this repaying the favor. He didn't ask to be her lackey. It would be better if she stopped meddling in other people's business and just left a like on the video to help Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Part 3 is on the way, so activate the cheeky little notification. Remember that the last chapter ended with Chen Yuan being barred from entering the rich people's event. Bingsu arrived and told him to come in as her companion, but he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She was just repaying her debt. Chen Yuan hated this. He wanted to flaunt his wealth and make everyone jealous. He said he was officially invited and wouldn't be her slave in this place. He warned her to stop meddling in other people's business. Bingsu was furious. She had exposed herself just to help this bastard, and now he humiliated her. The copy-paste extras said it was better this way, since this loser would never enter a place like that. The blonde guy told Chen Yuan that this was the nobles' area, and he shouldn't come here dressed like a security guard. All of this was fueling Chen Yuan's anger. Then one of the group's members went to see who was causing such a commotion. He noticed that Tang Xuan, the blonde guy, was trying to humiliate the cigarette soldier. He got worried, saying this would cause trouble, and called Hien. Meanwhile, inside the event, a man in a suit named Tang Ogi was eager to meet the so-called Mr. Smoke. The car guy said Chen Yuan was eccentric. And even though he was very rich, they always treated each other like brothers. Then he got a call saying Chen Yuan was being humiliated and barred outside. He was shocked, asking how they dared to do this to a special guest. The person on the phone said the one barring him was Tang Xuan, who was from the family of the guy next to him. He ran out, saying this bastard was ruining their family. Meanwhile, outside, Xuan continued to humiliate Chen Yuan, saying he looked good as a security guard. Chen Yuan slapped him and told him to take his effeminate hand away and stop trying to give orders. He whispered that even if they were comrades, Xuan had no qualifications for that. Xuan spread his arms, boasting that his brother was incredible with billions in company funds. As the illustrious second son of the Tang family, he was definitely better than any security guard. Watching all this, Bing-su thought Xuan was full of himself, but still better than the disgusting Chen Yuan, who had refused her kindness. At that moment, everyone recognized Ogi approaching with a car guy. People noticed he wasn't happy. She asked what he could do for his big brother, only to be slapped in the face. He staggered, asking why he was being beaten. Ogi said he was bold to ask and told him to apologize to Mr. Smoke, or better yet, to the great Mr. Yuan. Xuan was confused, not understanding. Ogi approached him and sincerely asked him to accept his apologies. Everyone realized then that Chen Yuan was no small deal. People started wanting to hand him their business cards and befriend him. Xuan was devastated. He lost at piano, he lost at basketball, and now he lost in family background. Was this guy his arch enemy? Hosen also apologized to Chen Yuan, saying he planned poorly, but should have at least been notified of his arrival time. Chen Yuan said they were friends and Hosen didn't need to worry about those details. Then he was guided into the event. Bing-su was impressed because Chen Yuan really seemed to have a lot of money but didn't flaunt it. She knew that someone with such status would be chased by all the girls at the university. Now, she felt ashamed for being so presumptuous and thinking he was following her. She covered her face, wondering how she would complete the mission her boss had given her, especially since the guy she had to talk to was called the Smoke Soldier. She started to wonder if she would have to use her physical appearance. Meanwhile, inside the charity auction, Hosen said there would be jewels, paintings, and even pieces of an island. Chen Yuan was impressed, and the guy said it was all too.
Support the auction. Our guy now had the face of a crazy psychopath, eager to spend money buying a piece of land in the middle of the city to build something which surely cost a lot. The problem is, as always, he has to give it to some woman to get a share. Later, he starts thinking about Ru and Yu but then realizes Bingyu is right behind him. However, he decides to abandon the idea because every time he tries to please her, he gets rebuffed. At that moment, a guy stands up exclaiming how amazing it is to see her there. The blonde Gwenon whom our guy had given a mansion to, looking strong and healthy. Seeing her from afar, the psychopathic Chen Yu thought of buying everything in the place and giving it to her. He also found the seating arrangement interesting. It seemed that the more important the person, the closer they were to the front. That's when he recognized that the name of the person beside him belonged to someone extremely important in the city. Apparently, the cigarette soldier was highly respected there. Then someone sat down, and who do you think it was? Of course it was a girl with extremely high potential, and she probably had her blood tests up to date. People around commented that she was the daughter of Secretary Shu. Our eavesdropping boy just listened. He blushed and got flustered, realizing she was not only the daughter of a big boss but also healthy and strong. However, he turned to the side, embarrassed and nervous, though he didn't know why. Oi went over to introduce himself to her, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Obviously, the rascal was already thinking about forming an alliance or even marrying the woman. She recognized his name, and said it was a pleasure to meet him too. However, she was already thinking about how much she hated attending these events. Her father forced her to, but she was curious to know who the boy next to her was, since usually those seats were filled with old men. She tried to talk to Chen Yuan, who pretended not to hear, turning to the side. She was confused, wondering why she was being avoided like the plague. Was she that scary? Chen Yuan was terrified of starting a conversation and having the system create a bond with her. However, she kept pestering him, saying it was rude not to even say his name. Hosen then told Chen Yuan that he should pay more attention. She was none other than the secretary's daughter. He offered to help if Chen Yuan was unwilling. Our boy turned around and introduced himself immediately. The system started its operation. Chen Yumo, 22 years old, 1.73 m tall, 54 kilos, 9.1 appearance, and 0 in favorability. The counterattack gives 10% of what he spends, 35 points, and mastery with firearms. But our boy was devastated. This damn system screwed him again. Upon hearing the name, she said she would remember this, Chen Yuan. With that the auction began. The first item was a replica of the Titanic necklace made with diamond and platinum. Someone immediately offered 20 million. The girls were all fretting, saying they needed to receive that from their fathers or they would die. The bids kept increasing to 130, 150 million. Then Chen Yuan raised the paddle and said he would pay 3 billion. People were impressed with his audacity. Chen Yuan thought that he seemed to control his own money. No father would let their son spend that much. The old men were fuming with this type of bidding. The guy had increased the value many times over. The auctioneer asked if anyone would top the cigarette soldier's bid of 105 million. People were seething with anger but no one wanted to say anything. With that the gavel was struck and the sale was finalized. When it came time to process the payment, he said it was a gift for Miss Goman and should be delivered to her. Everyone heard this, and her favorability immediately increased by 10. Her brother immediately said the gift she was about to receive was incredible. Favorability kept rising. The poor girl knew he was doing this just to mess with her, but unfortunately she couldn't resist, and her favorability was already at 35. She got angry, saying she couldn't be swayed by such things. She was a woman with dreams and aspirations. She made a dark face, asking if Chen Yuan really thought he could win her over with money. She was showing how formidable she could be. At that moment, the woman brought out the second item for sale. Who would he give this to? It was a crystal piano. The announcer said the bidding would start at 30 million. Someone offered 35 million, and another 40 million, and another 45 million. Of course Chen Yuan raised it to 200 million. He thought this would be the perfect gift for Miss Kiki. Then from the background, someone said they would offer 210 million. He looked back and saw a mage carrying 2 fire spheres. He recognized her as the heir to the fire group, and the owner of several gaming industries. He then raised the bid to 300 million, and she increased it to 310 million. He gave her a hard look and raised it to 500 million. The old men were all crying. Even the auctioneer was angry with this kid. He then asked if anyone would top Mr. Cigarette's offer. The item was sold to him, and she was fuming. The guy thanked him for supporting the city's philanthropy so generously. The woman from the fire group admitted she was defeated, but said buying a piano just to show off without knowing how to play was foolish. Chen Yuan asked why she thought he couldn't play. He stood up and said he would perform on the musical instrument. Of course the rascal was confident, since he had 60 years of mastery. As soon as he started playing, the girls were moved. This time they really cried. Their eyes lit up as they said his music was nectar to their ears. Everyone in the hall was moved, reminiscing about their lives. Chen Yumo, who also had some professional techniques, wanted to add him. Chen Yuan noticed she was starting to like him. However, he seemed uninterested, and bluntly said he forgot his phone. But this psychopath loved being rejected and gained another 30 points. He wondered why he only encountered crazy people these days. She extended her hand and said it didn't matter that he forgot. He could just give her his number, and she would write it down. He apologized, saying he had a poor memory. She replied that she would send someone to investigate his number. They stood there staring at each other. After realizing he had no way out, he said he was defeated, and would add her. She said she always knew he had his phone, but was just trying to mess with her. The crazy girl thought that good things never fall into your lap. If you want something good you have to go after it. At that moment, the auctioneer announced they would be selling failing companies. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. The woman then announced a streamer company that had recently faced some problems and shut down. The bid started at 50 million, probably the one Chen Yuan tricked the fool into losing, and he immediately offered 60 million. Our boy was confused as to why no one wanted to compete with him. However, everyone was thinking the same thing. The bastard would triple the value. The presenter said Mr. Chen Yuan was trying to take everything from this place. Was no one willing to make an offer? He struck the gavel 3 times, and it was sold. He then announced he hoped Mr. Chen Yuan could rebuild this company and restore it to its former glory. However, one of the guys there had received information about Chen Yuan and was eager to wipe that smile off his face. He went to the corner of the room and told someone to give him all the details to bring this kid down. He discovered that our boy was 21 years old and came from Hue province. His parents collected oranges and had a pond. The guys looked up all the schools he attended, from high school to university, but the hacker revealed that the bank account he used was a global VIP type. Less than 50 people in the world have access to that type of card, usually used for transactions between countries. The old man wondered what kind of joke this was. A farm boy had a card that only country leaders had. He was sure even the hacker's information was being manipulated. He realized Chen Yuan had enough influence to alter even government records, and told the hacker to stop investigating this dangerous guy. AI saw the guy investigating Chen Yuan and discovered something that scared him. He wondered if Chen Yuan was really a descendant of a secret family. However, the guy was a gossip, like an old woman with nothing better to do, and started spreading the news. Soon everyone thought Yuan came from the secret Chen Yu family, one of the 4 hidden families throughout China, with worldwide influence. The guys were babbling like idiots, saying the world was about to face a storm. Even Hosen was uneasy, saying only a dynasty could have such finances. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was walking around thinking about who spread this rumor since his father was just a fruit seller. At that moment, many were surrounding our boy. Some handed him their room numbers, others invited him to dance. One even said she could do a backflip, and asked if he wanted to see. Our boy was shy, not knowing what to do. While people danced, he was being dragged around. That's when he noticed Chen Yuan walking in from afar, and realized she was his escape from this situation. He told everyone he already had a dance partner waiting for him. He approached Chen Yuan, and asked her for a dance. She was embarrassed, wondering if she should refuse because he might take advantage. However, he gave her the necklace, so it would be rude to make him lose face, and she reluctantly agreed. He pulled her in, saying he wanted to enjoy the moment since he had turned down 18 others just to be with her. The rascal used the system to receive a specialization in dance skills. She was moved, saying he danced well and his hand was warm. She thought he always surprised her but didn't find it unpleasant, and was even starting to like it. Boy, all that effort just to gain 5 favorability points. This is tough. Everyone in the hall was talking about the two of them. Chen Yuan found it strange that he wanted to get involved with that girl considering her scandals, but at least he wasn't swayed by that swarm of killer spiders. Of course, she was angry that he rejected her and asked Chen Yuan instead. The same fool from before came to ask if he could dance with her. She told him to buzz off because she wasn't interested in old men. The poor guy was called old at 30, and felt crushed. Chen Yuan was happy he managed to gain at least 5 points with this dance. Then someone came and called him, saying they wanted to dance before he left. The guy who had been rejected earlier was furious at this brat. But our boy was very Sigma, and said he was unfortunately exhausted from the last dance. She said it was fine and asked what he wanted to know about her. Our boy was impressed with her resilience to rejection. Since that was the case, he suggested they could talk in the corner. She kept poking him, asking if the actress was his girlfriend, to which he replied, no. The psycho got excited, thinking if the relationship wasn't established, she had a chance. Then she asked if he knew about the scandal she had been involved in. He said he didn't care, since her image would soon be clean because he was supporting her. She asked how much money he had spent on her. He said that unfortunately, she had asked for too little, so he only gave some luxury cars, a mansion and 2 $500 million movies. Chen Yuan created a story in her head, thinking Chen Yuan was being deceived. It seemed he had grown up isolated to refine his skills, and that was why Gowan was using him to drain all his money. She then asked Chen Yuan if he didn't think her demands were too high. Uninterested, he said it was natural for a man to spend money on a woman, which was why he had transferred the 200 million. She grabbed him by the tie, saying he was being deceived and abused by her. Not to mention they hadn't even confirmed the relationship. She calmed herself, saying that in the end it was his money, but he would pay the price for it. Roy said he wasn't being made a fool like that. However, Yumon could only think that a lover always makes the worst decisions. Remembering when he was playing the piano and making bids for her, she thought it was unbelievable that such a talented man was still so innocent. The favorability kept rising and reached 45. Chen Yuan knew very well that she thought he was being exploited by Gowan, but little did she know that in the end, he would be the one winning. He made a villainous grin on his face, saying she didn't yet know the skills of the big brother. He turned to her and told her not to speak ill of Go-on anymore, saying her behavior was very much like the behavior she wanted to judge. She was devastated and stood up angrily to leave, thinking she had a better background, appearance and personality than that actress. She left motivated, saying that Chen Yuan should just wait. Soon she would get him too, since she always got what she wanted in life. Chen Yuan was worried, saying that next time he would keep as much distance from this woman as possible. At the end of the event, everyone wanted to keep in touch with the boy. While he was on his phone, Hosen approached, introducing a new friend, Joe XY. Joe was very shy, and Hosen told him to lift his head and speak to Mr. Cigarette. Chen Yuan asked why Joe was so shy, and why he had brought him there. Joe stammered as he explained that his family was selling a giant skyscraper building. Chen Yuan got excited and asked him to elaborate. Joe explained that it had more than 10 floors, 1,000 square meters per floor, and a total value of 2 billion. Even Hosen was shocked, not knowing his chubby friend was a billionaire. Chen Yuan then said to add him, as he would come to check it out someday. Joe was a bit awkward, thinking Chen Yuan would want at most 1 or 2 floors, but it seemed he wanted the whole thing. Joe left, telling him not to sell it to anyone else, and the guy agreed. In the taxi, Chen Yuan was thinking about who he would give a $2 billion building to. It couldn't be a regular girl, or she'd collapse. It had to be someone with very high mental resilience. The taxi sped up, and he hit his face. The driver stepped out and told the woman to get out of the way. Chen Yuan wondered what Bingu was doing there. She walked over, opened the door and got in with our boy, confusing everyone. She turned to the driver and told him to start driving. The poor driver had no choice. Roy was looking at her, wondering why she was there. Bingu was motivated. It was her first job after graduation, and she couldn't disappoint her boss. Chen Yuan, embarrassed, tried to be polite to her, thinking he had just gotten rid of that damn Yumo, and now he was stuck with the worst one. She said she was there as a representative of the Carpfish app, seeking an investment and claiming they already had millions of downloads. Yuan cut her off, asking if she was asking for help. She said it could be seen that way, but it was a win-win situation as they had great potential. Chen Yuan then asked if she was begging for his help. She said yes, she was begging for help, and asked him to stop. Almost crying, she wondered why he was using money to humiliate her like this. Now the rascal was satisfied, finally she was yielding. But he knew exactly what she disliked and approached, saying that if she came seeking something, she should offer something in return. He asked if she understood what he meant. Even the taxi driver thought he was a disgusting jerk. However, Bingu slapped him, telling him to get off, saying that's why he didn't deserve Kiki. The 10 favorability points he had gained went down to -5. He moved to the side, saying he had no intention of sleeping with her. He was just provoking but admitted he didn't like cold women like her. She got even angrier and told him to stop joking around. Our boy replied that he wasn't very interested, they had only met twice, and she was asking him to invest in her company. Besides, she had disrespected him last time and never even apologized. He snapped, telling her to disappear, saying she brought humiliation upon herself, and ordered the taxi driver to stop. But that's when Chen Yuan noticed his troubles had only just begun. The taxi was surrounded by 3 vans. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bunch of women but a group of strange men getting out of the cars. There was a gang of criminals apparently hunting him. Our boy realized the night wouldn't end well. Bingu asked what they would do. He replied that they would surrender, and that's it. The guys were excited. It seemed to be the idea of the auction man, who thought capturing someone so rich would be a good move. Chen Yuan said that with such affection he was willing to benefit everyone there. The guy said that because he was so cooperative, they said they wouldn't tie him up too tightly, but then he got a kick to the neck. He fell, and his friends wondered what kind of kick that was. Chen Yuan knew this time it was real criminals, not a bunch of high school kids, but with his elevated martial arts talent, it was just punches to the face. That's when one of them had the idea of using Bingu as a hostage, but she fought back too, putting one of the guys in a chokehold. The man lost a tooth, wondering what kind of cursed woman she was. Chen Yuan thought he had it under control, but with her involved, things had gotten dangerous. With no other option, he spent all the points he'd been accumulating. 10 in strength and constitution, and 20 in agility. Now even his system said he'd be extremely dangerous on a battlefield. Oh my god, the display of millions of punches was horrible, but it hit everyone's face. The leader ordered them to capture Bingu again, but she kneed him in the groin, saying many men needed to learn their place. Then the guy pulled out an apple peeler and lunged at her, saying she had to die. Bingu was scared, thinking her life was over, but someone grabbed the blade with his hand.
It was Chen Yuan,
who said the habit of threatening women was shameful. Dropping to the floor as Bingu trembled, realizing she almost died, Chen Yuan kicked the guy, calling him disgraceful. Moments later, everyone was lying in red puddles. Bingu was mumbling incomprehensible things to herself. Then she jumped into Chen Yuan's arms, saying she almost died. That's when our boy realized the iceberg had an adorable side. Now the rascal told her not to worry, that he was there for whatever she needed. Those words he said in the taxi were just a joke. In reality, she was an incredible girl. She asked if that was true, and if he really thought that. Chen Yuan said she could trust him. He would visit the carpfish company she mentioned, because he believed in its potential. Now she was thinking that Chen Yuan was the opposite of other guys. He seemed cruel but was actually very kind. He acted shameless, but in the end he was a good guy. Despite coming from such an incredible family, he threw himself into danger to save her. Our boy said it was nothing, just a little scratch, but now it was too late. He gained a bunch of favorability points, shooting straight to 80. With that the police arrived and arrested the criminal. Someone beside him remarked that they hadn't seen him for hours, and he was already in trouble again. Chen Yuan asked why this person was there. Boy, it was Chen Yumo, who turned out to be an officer from the explosive squad, always carrying 2 spheres ready to blow. Our boy had beaten the guys so badly that some were lying wrapped in blankets on the asphalt. The officer reported that 1 was dead, and 7 were severely injured. It looked like a battlefield. Shumo was thinking that 8 bandits came to take him down, but the boy reversed the game. Now she was excited, saying it would be worth it considering his combat skills. Seeing Bingu staring at him, she was sure all the women were eyeing him. She got even angrier because every time she wanted to talk to him, she had to compete. She approached and said they both had to go to the station to recount everything that happened. Later at 3 a.m., an officer approached Bingu and told her she could go. She asked if Chen Yuan was coming too. The officer explained that unfortunately no, because Chen Yuan was being interviewed by the captain. Bingu said if that was the case, she would wait for him, and the officer said she could stay. Another officer found it strange because she seemed very eager to wait for the guy. The captain asked to turn off all the cameras for his interview. She wondered if the game was turning against the boy. Sitting in the chair, Chen Yuan wondered what Chen Yumo was planning. Someone opened the door and handed him some food. He ate the noodles, saying he never imagined she would be a police officer. He gained another 5 favorability points, and she said the possibilities were limitless. Our boy wondered why eating noodles increased the favorability. Then he asked why he, the victim of the attack, was being detained. She approached and said it seemed he was eager to escape her, but couldn't forget. He took a life today. She grabbed his chin and asked what his relationship with Bingu was. Embarrassed, he said she came to talk to him about investing in a company, but out of nowhere the psycho started tearing everything apart. Our boy was beaten up and asked what she was thinking of doing. Respectfully, she pulled out a medical kit. If you thought otherwise, it's your loss, go seek help. She then told him to stop thinking nonsense, because she wasn't going to harm him. Seeing his dumbfounded face, she found it ridiculous that he really thought she would take advantage of him. He said he would never think such a thing, but our boy said she was a very busy woman, so he would take care of it himself. She told him to stay still because he was too clumsy, and would end up hurting himself more. Our boy realized he was being crushed, but noticed she was playing a game with him. He remembered well how girls had played this game with him in the past. They seemed to show care and attention at first, but in the end, he was always abandoned, humiliating himself by kissing their feet. Seeing Yumo as a devil, he was sure this was a trap for a Sigma man like him. He then got up and told her to keep her distance, because they had only known each other for a day. Yumo asked what he was talking about. Since she was just bandaging him, he said he wasn't mad, but told her she needed to understand that he had someone else he liked. He turned poetic, saying life is full of encounters, but unfortunately her time had passed. If it had been earlier, she might have had a chance. However, if he were the type to change his choice all the time, she wouldn't like him either. Obviously nothing works with this crazy girl, who now thinks he loves purely. She went crazy, and our boy ran straight to the taxi. But from above, the mad woman was just observing, thinking there was no way she would lose this guy to those other cursed women. Meanwhile, Bingu was sleeping at the police station. When Chen Yuan got home, he was exhausted. The day had been a mess, and he just wanted to sleep. However, when he entered he heard the sound of a shower. He saw a silhouette in the mist, and thought the president liked testing his self-control. An angel told him to calm down, while the devil told him to go in. But an unknown girl came out of the shower, saying it was very comfortable there. She saw Chen Yuan, who was paralyzed, got scared, and screamed for help. A while later, she was crying to Kiki, saying she would never marry, because she had been seen. Chen Yuan, losing patience, said he was going to take a shower, but a friend was angry, saying that Rascal had seen everything, and had to apologize. Kiki tried to explain that he was a good friend, but Minguing found it strange that her friend was defending the guy, and wanted to know what was going on between them. She ran to Kiki, and told her to stop involving herself with losers like him, especially now that she lived in such a house, and was a streamer who received millions. She couldn't get involved with someone like him. Embarrassed, the president said her friend was thinking wrong. Chen Yuan was an extraordinary man. Kiki hadn't explained to her friend that the house wasn't really hers, but Minguing kept trash-talking Chen Yuan, saying that yesterday there was an auction, and a guy bought a bunch of stuff. Only that type of man should be with her. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, saying they had a delivery. Minguing asked what it was, and they replied it was a piano Chen Yuan had bought. The friend was sure it would be an old piano they brought, but strangely, there was a helicopter in front of the house. An armed battalion arrived in an armored car, and they wondered what kind of piano this was. A while later, it was in the middle of the living room, still covered. By now she was scared, wondering what kind of national treasure this was. Minguing got tired of waiting and pulled the cover off. She was blinded by the shine. Obviously it was the crystal piano, and she was completely stunned. Minguing tapped it, and realized it was genuine, wondering if she was wrong about that guy. Then a news report about the auction was on TV, showing Chen Yuan being called the mysterious millionaire, who spent over 500 million. Poor Minguing was hit by a 500 million realization, and was in disbelief. Kiki turned and said she had told her that Chen Yuan was exceptional. At that moment, someone said the piano had arrived. Her expression changed as she saw our boy shining. He came down the stairs, saying it took longer than he thought. Now the crazy girl was thinking he was too handsome, going from 0 to 100. He asked Kiki if she liked it, and she said it was precious, maybe too much. He then mentioned he had a business meeting, and asked if she wanted to come along. Seeing her friend in the house, she didn't want to leave her alone, so she apologized and said she couldn't go today. Our boy left the house without worrying too much. At that moment, the system activated the link with Minguing, starting with 20 points. However, Chen Yuan didn't like this, as she was supposed to be Kiki's best friend. He would have to make her realize that her friend had eyes on her man. While Kiki played music happily, Minguing could only think about having a guy as handsome as him. But our boy doesn't know how to be poorly accompanied anymore, so he called Ruo to join him on the business trip. She was angry, as he had disappeared for days, and now called her for this kind of outing. She thought he had been distant lately, and wondered if it was because they hadn't done anything that night. Already angry, she said that all men seemed to be the same, and his favorability dropped to 95. Our boy from a distance wondered why he lost points without doing anything face to face. He wanted to know why he was losing points, and wondered if it was because he didn't pick her up from home. But our boy, being Sigma, ignored everything she was thinking, and just called the chubby guy to send someone to pick him up. He knew that if he started apologizing, it would only feed these pointless problems. His plan was to solve it with a good old system. Meanwhile, in that building, a guy was talking to his friend, asking if this Chen Yuan was really that amazing. It was the chubby guy's father who asked, and the boy replied that yes, he could be trusted. He was a very wealthy kid. The father said it seemed the boy was incredible, and was curious to meet him. Nearby there was an old bald man with Swang, wondering why Mr. Swang was there. She seemed interested, wondering if this guy was important. She was a new employee, and the old man warned her to be careful with that Mohawk guy. He was the rich one there. Swang wanted to know how the guy who hired her, a millionaire, thought the other guy was even richer. Then she saw a couple talking and said the person looked familiar. Was it him? The man greeted our boy, who said he was very modest to come there to meet him personally. Then the son arrived, saying everyone was waiting to meet him. Our boy, he was excited, saying they were very polite, while the papers fell to the floor. Swang wondered why the owner of the place came to meet Chen Yuan. The old man said that the place took 9 years to build, and was extremely luxurious. At that moment, more than 300 companies had stores there. It was basically a complete shopping mall, with many stores, cinemas, karaoke, and everything else they could want. At the top, there was even an incredible commercial area. But Ruyu wasn't enjoying all this, wondering why the bastard brought her there, just to follow him around. The old man said he would show him all the floors, and he asked Ruyu what she thought of the building. She said it didn't seem that bad. Chen Yuan then told the old man that if she liked it, he liked it too. He told him to just name the price and he would buy it and give it to her. The father asked if he would really put the entire building in her name. Our boy said yes, as long as she liked it, nothing was a problem. The old man couldn't understand how the young man's mind worked. Ruyu was hesitant to accept, saying it was too much. After all, it was an entire building. But our boy wanted to convince her, saying that if she had it, she would never have any financial problems again. At that moment, she would have to take care of her parents' company, which would be a lot of work, but this building would ensure she had no more problems. Now she thought she understood why she was brought there, and wondered if she should maybe stop acting like a princess, because he gained 3 points, passing 98. He gained another 20 strength points. The chubby guy intervened and said it was all set, informing Chen Yuan that the selling price was 2.6 billion. He pulled out his black card and said if the papers were correct, the 2.6 billion would be in their account. A while later, everyone was clapping. A contract was sealed. Our boy then said he was just an investor because the true owner was Miss Ruyu. Everyone congratulated her, and she felt embarrassed, wondering if this was the life of a boss. It explained why her parents enjoyed being in the office so much. It wasn't so bad being pampered. However, she already showed a psychopathic side, saying that seeing so many people bowing was a delightful feeling. Meanwhile, poor Swang asked why so many people were gathering. Her friend informed her that the entire building was bought and given to a girl in her 20s. Swang observed from a distance. The friend went to talk to her, but the girl had already disappeared. The poor girl was running off somewhere, saying all this should be hers, no matter the cost or what she had to do. She was determined to get Chen Yuan back. Meanwhile, on the subway, Ruyu was impressed and asked where he was. He said he loved the everyday life, and it was nice to spend more time with her this way. Ruyu then asked if he knew a woman named Gwenin. He got a bit flustered, asking if she meant the actress. Ruyu asked if he knew about the rumors regarding her disputes with the guys, and he said no, he didn't care about celebrity life. She responded that she didn't care much about it either. Recently there was news about a guy who bought a piano to give as a gift, but she didn't even look at it. Our boy was sweating, saying it was interesting to know. She asked what the problem was, and he said he wasn't ready for the subway's heat. After a while he said goodbye to her, thinking it felt like a prison, but he wondered if she was testing him. A friend called him, saying Bingyu seemed to have been waiting for him at the dormitory for 6 hours. In front of the dormitory, everyone recognized her as an incredible graduate from that place and wanted to know why she had been there for so long. She was staring at her phone, wondering where he had gone. When she woke up at the police station, he had disappeared like a ghost, and her body inexplicably brought her to that place. The poor girl was going crazy, saying her heart wouldn't stop dancing and she needed to find calm. Could she have fallen in love with Chen Yuan? No, she tried to change her mind, saying he was just a friend. She couldn't think like that. Our boy was in the crowd, wondering if she was really waiting for him, but she was resolute in solving the financial part of the company. Then she recognized him, ran over and hugged him. Everyone commented that it was impossible since they thought she was a lover of women, but she was clinging to him, saying she only felt safe this way. Chen Yuan asked what the problem was, and she told him not to move away, that she didn't want to let go. His friends were just observing, saying they wanted to kill the lucky bastard. Suddenly it started to rain, and people ran for cover. Our boy turned to her, and said they needed to find shelter from the rain. The next moment, they were in the dormitory, and his friends were shocked. She sat in the chair, thinking it wasn't as dirty as she imagined. The friends wanted to know how the hell he managed to get someone like her. Suddenly she asked why his laundry basket had so many dirty clothes. When the rain stopped, she wondered why she had taken that without thinking straight. Chen Yuan didn't worry much, and said he would take her back home. On the way, he asked if all this was because of the help the company needed. She remembered the company and said yes, it was all for the company, which is why she was there. She mentioned that she hadn't sent a message because she didn't have his number. Could he give it to her? He said it wasn't a problem, and told her she could contact him whenever she wanted. She asked if it was only about the financing he was talking about, but our boy was already leaving, saying not to worry, he would check the company tomorrow. The poor girl kept saying she was indeed a bad woman for doing this, but she felt at peace. When she was close to him, she just didn't know how she would be treated. When Kiki found out the next day, he received a message from Royu asking for help to receive the company's funds, but he told her to put someone else in charge now that she was the boss, since he had things to do. He was in the car with Bing, who asked why he was so happy. Our boy was wondering why after one night she already seemed angry again. Bingyu concluded that she couldn't get involved in other people's relationships. Chen Yuan had many other options, so obviously, he didn't want her boss, and informed her that they would be there soon. However, the office of Bingyu's company was in Royu's building. He asked if the company was really located there, and she confirmed it. Now he was in trouble. If Ryu saw him, he would lose the maximum favorability he had already gained. With no option, he went to the elevator, which opened with Ryu inside. She asked what he had to do that was so important this morning. Inside, there was an awkward silence. Our boy tried to stay calm, saying he couldn't show any signs of stress. He then introduced Bingyu, saying she worked at the carpfish company in the technology industry. He turned to Bingyu and introduced Ryu as the owner of the entire building. Bingyu was impressed that such a young woman owned such a large place, but seemed curious about Chen Yuan's relationship with the school colleague. She introduced herself and said it was nice to meet her. However, Ryu just stared and said, "Hi," finding it very suspicious that such a beautiful woman was with Chen Yuan. Even though she knew he was unfaithful, he couldn't be that shameless. Once she collected the rents, she would deal with him. Bingyu then left the elevator, saying she would call the company boss and that they should wait. Our boy didn't want her to go, knowing he would be humiliated. Now he turned to Ryu, saying he wanted to explain something, but she wasn't in the mood to be fooled, and told him to speak up. He whispered to Ryu to be careful with Bingyu, saying she was a well-known lover of women at school, and might try to seduce her. She asked if it was true and confirmed that everyone at school knew. With that, she called Chen Yuan, and he went. However, Ryu didn't believe him, and said she needed to find someone to confirm it. She decided to call some people she knew from university. When the guy saw the number, he was shocked, wondering who he had offended to get a call from her. When he answered, he asked what the adorable classmate wanted to talk about. She asked about the rumors regarding Bingyu. He mentioned that people said the student council was her playground. Ryu got excited, thinking Chen Yuan hadn't lied. The friend asked if she was talking about the same Chen Yuan he knew. However, she just thanked him and hung up. The guy got angry, saying he needed to inform her about the kind of person Chen Yuan was. He tried sending some messages but got blocked. Poor Ryu was all excited, thinking that Chen Yuan really didn't lie, when the guy started sending a bunch of messages. She blocked him. In the meeting with the president, in a flexible suit, she went over all the company's numbers. Our boy was there just to spend money, so he wasn't interested in that. He raised his hand and said he already understood well because Bingyu had explained about the company. He asked her to just name the company's price. The president hesitated, knowing she had power that defied logic. She knew her company was worth $1 billion and needed at least $100 million in investments. She said $1 billion, and our boy was shocked. She wondered if she had mentioned a too high value. Chen Yuan asked if she had really taken all this time to mention such a low value. He then said he would buy 49% for $1 billion, but had a condition. The value was too good, so she wanted to know what the condition was. The president thought she was too old for him to try something like that, but if he insisted too much, it wouldn't be a big problem. He revealed that the condition was that all shares be transferred to Bingyu's name. A while later, he left the room, and she was stunned. Bingyu asked how the conversation had gone. Our boy said she worked very well and would soon receive a promotion. She said she wasn't there for that, and asked what he was planning. She was sure by the way he treated Ryu, that they had something going on. He should be careful because the president had genuine feelings, but she was thoughtful, wondering what her plans were. Chen Yuan asked why he should choose someone with a psychopathic look. He said he wanted everyone. She was startled, and asked what kind of business this was. He made a villainous face, asking if it was wrong. She then said he had revealed his vulgar style, incredulous that she had thought something else. Chen Yuan said she was acting this way, but yesterday, she had the audacity to grab him by the arms and invite him to her house. He asked if she wanted to know if he would choose her after all. As a friend of Kiki, she shouldn't have flirted with him yesterday. He told her that someone who acted that way had no moral ground to judge him. Outside, our boy felt on top of the world. Giving her that moral lesson had been delightful. She wondered if she was really being hypocritical, and concluded that after flirting with him yesterday, she couldn't teach him any lesson. Some guys passed by announcing that the president had called for an emergency meeting. Now she was worried about the outcome of the negotiation. In the meeting room, no one had any idea what the president would say, and Bingu was terrified. The president appeared and announced that the new vice president, from that day forward, would be. Bingu was confused, wondering why she had been promoted. The other employees were angry, especially since she had started working just a week ago. The president said they had no say in the matter, as Bingu was a skilled, wealthy woman who had contributed significantly to the company. She presented the contract showing that Bingu owned 49% of the company's shares. With that, no one could question anything. The president thought to herself that Chen Yuan was quite the boss, so young, and already buying half the company. People commented that they never imagined Bingu had so much money. The president raised her arm and told everyone to applaud her. Bingu, emotional, wondered if this was Chen Yuan's doing. She remembered him asking how she was sure he wouldn't choose her. She blushed and felt passionate, thinking this proved that he chose her after all. She gained 5 favorability points, then another 5, reaching 95. Now she was Chen Yuan's bootlicker, and he gained 35 strength points. Since he spent 1 billion on her, he received 100 million back. Rivalries was confident, saying that having a spending strategy was the best plan. When he was just throwing everything around, he neither spent much nor gained much. But now that he planned step by step, he managed to invest much more, and came out profitable. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Jie Zenin, crying, and asking if she was an idiot. He asked what the problem was, and she said the former director had bought a bunch of people to speak ill of her again. The entire industry was cursing her, ruining her public opinion once more. Chen Yuan was shocked. Who was the bastard who had overturned his counterattack? He had spent 200 million, and they managed to reverse the opinion again. He told her to calm down, and that he would take care of everything. This guy, known as Lord Tiger, or Wang Yahoo, was infamous for using his influence in the industry to take advantage of women. It seemed this significant change in opinion was due to another actress named Fang. Chen Yuan asked if she was that influential, and Hosen confirmed she was extremely famous and made many donations, so anything she said was taken to heart by the public. Hosen warned Chen Yuan that to take down a guy like Wang Yahoo, they would need unconventional methods. Our boy asked what the plan was, and Hosen handed him a card of someone who had information that could ruin Wang Yahoo's career. All they needed was to find this person. The scene shifted to a busy street, where our boy wondered who would work in a place like that. Climbing some floors, he heard someone shouting about receiving payment next month. Approaching, he wondered why this guy was there. It was the pineapple-headed chubby guy cursing a man on the ground, saying they would cut his hand off. The bespectacled man, Sigun, apologized, saying he was about to finish a film and would make a lot of money to pay off his debts. But the pineapple guy said this kid had offended Wang Yahoo, the so-called tiger, so it would be impossible for his film to succeed. Sigun insisted that his film had a lot of potential, and that this time it would succeed. The chubby guy was about to strike him when someone ordered him to stop. The chubby guy got punched in the face and fell to the ground again. The kid got up, asking who was brave enough to do that. Chen Yuan asked if he had forgotten him, and immediately the chubby guy started crying, remembering his father's warning never to provoke this kid. He quickly apologized, saying he would leave if that was the case, and they ran away. Seeing the chubby guy get scared, was excited to meet this person. Chen Yuan turned to him and said he was there to ask a favor. Sigun adjusted his glasses and said he had something to say too. He fell to the ground, pleading to be adopted as his son because he needed help. After everything was explained, he asked if Chen Yuan really wanted to destroy the Tiger King. Chen Yuan replied that he had no plans to be anyone's sugar daddy, but yes, he wanted to destroy Wang Yahoo. Sein thought that with Chen Yuan's potential, it might be possible. He then revealed that he did know something that could ruin Wang Yahoo. Our boy asked for the price. Sein said the price was to be his sugar daddy and invest in his films. Chen Yuan was moved by the guy's determination to pursue an artistic career. He then revealed that he was starting a film agency with Gwenin, and that Sein could join. If he needed money, he could just ask. Sigun agreed, saying the deal was set, and now they were loyal comrades. He handed over a USB drive, saying it contained his secret weapon. Not only Wang Yahoo, but the entire entertainment industry would be shaken. Chen Yuan asked what kind of video it was, and Sein said things would become crystal clear when he saw it. The video showed Wang Yahoo with a popular actress. Our boy said that with such information, they could really threaten both of them. Sein warned that it would be terrifying, but Chen Yuan assured him that with his support, nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, at Gao Ran's house, she was furious because people hadn't stopped cursing her for 3 days. At this rate, she was beginning to consider leaving the entertainment industry. She then received a call from Chen Yuan and wondered why he wanted to talk to her. When she answered, he asked if she was alone. She said yes, and he said he would come over. Then she felt embarrassed, wondering why he wanted to know if she was alone to visit her. She was protecting her body, nose bleeding, thinking he had lost control. 10 minutes later, he was already at the door. She thought he was too desperate and anxious, like any other man. But when she opened the door, there was a chubby guy next to him, and she wondered who he was. She told Chen Yuan he was crazy for thinking something like that, ignoring her comments, and introduced Gangzhen as a great and talented director. Now, she felt embarrassed, realizing he wasn't there for anything inappropriate, but to help. A while later, her mind was blown when she saw the video. Chen Yuan said that with it, they would change public opinion. Zun was talking about starting film production, and Chen Yuan was eager to get to 95 favorability points, having already spent 2 billion on her. The video of the interactions between the actress and the director was published online, and the press tore her apart. She was furious, wondering who had gotten that damn video. The police set up a plan and caught the director red-handed with another woman, leading to his arrest. As soon as he saw the handcuffs, he knew it was all over. Taking advantage of the shift in public opinion, Guanan held a press conference with the company, announcing that in partnership with director Sein, she would launch her own film company. They received 2 billion from investors to create a masterpiece. All the journalists were impressed by the amount, while our boy was just smiling. He felt like the boss behind the scenes, which wasn't a bad thing for him. However, the guy blocked by roofs wasn't going to leave Chen Yuan in peace. He called President Kiki, saying he had something to tell her about Chen Yuan. Soon after, she was angrily questioning him. Even though her traitor friend suggested she calm down a bit, Kiki said that all these accusations about him having so many women might not be true. However, she also found it strange that lately, he had been speaking to her, and she was feeling a bit impatient. Mei Mei understood that someone like him would attract many women, but he seemed like a man of absolute devotion. Then she saw Bingu standing nearby, wondering whether to accept his proposal. When she saw the president, she wondered how she knew she'd be there. The president asked why Bingu, a graduate, was there and why she hadn't informed her about her visit. Bingu revealed that she was there to talk to Chen Yuan, but it was strictly business. However, Kiki knew very well that Bingu used to hate him, so why did it seem like she was now willing to collaborate? A car stopped in front of the dormitory, and everyone wondered who had arrived in that portion. Roos got out of the car, and the drama was brewing. Even the girls competing for Chen Yuan were impressed by her. Roosgu asked if anyone there knew a boy named Chen Yuan who lived in those dormitories. Kiki wondered what she wanted with Chen Yuan. Roosgu noticed this and asked Kiki what her relationship with Chen Yuan was. The tension between them rose, and Mangu Ming tried to calm them down. Later, the four of them gathered in a restaurant. Roosgu decided to break the ice, asking Kiki if she liked Chen Yuan. Kiki replied that Chen Yuan liked her too, so it didn't matter. Roosgu told her to stop being delusional. Chen Yuan had been following her for 5 years, and even got beaten up for her in high school, so obviously he liked her more. Meng Buming, who once wanted to steal Chen Yuan, now defended the president, saying that Chen Yuan had given her a mansion and an extremely expensive piano. Remembering the news about the piano, Roosgu wondered if Chen Yuan was really involved with 2 women, but she got angry, saying she could lose to these women. She revealed that Chen Yuan had bought an entire building for her, valuing at 2.6 billion. This made the president think deeply. Was everything Chen Yuan had told her a lie? Bingu then spoke up, saying she also received 1 billion and shares from Chen Yuan. The 4 of them were left speechless. Kiki said she would call them right now to sort this out, but then she mentioned that he never actually confirmed they were in a relationship. Whenever someone asked, he said they were close friends. Roosgi said it was the same with her. Meng Buming said they needed to confirm if he was using this as a strategy to be with multiple women. Roosgi stood up, saying she would resolve this now. However, Meng Buming said someone like him deserved 1,000 deaths. They needed to come up with a plan to bring him down. They discussed how Chen Yuan loves spending money to keep them around, so it was time for them to take revenge. Ming proposed the perfect plan: force him to spend money until he went bankrupt. That way he wouldn't have any cent left to deceive another woman. The 4 of them were motivated, saying that Chen Yuan deserved it. A like on this video would help. Kiki felt a bit uneasy, saying that maybe this was too manipulative, but her friend insisted that he deserved it. She grabbed the phone from Kiki's hand and said she would send the message. At that moment, the message reached Chen Yuan, where she expressed her desire to start her own streaming platform. He was a bit curious, realizing that she was essentially asking for money. However, our boy knew the president and suspected that she was either being influenced or had a grand plan. He had just bought that failing platform, so he told her that their thoughts aligned and he would help. Now the two girls were a bit embarrassed. He was not only going to provide a streaming platform, but also invest 5 billion as initial funding. Instead of being angry with the boy, she became even more intrigued. More enamored, she said that he always plans everything for her future. She felt moved, thinking that no matter how wrong his actions seemed, he always cared about her growth. In the end, Mang Buming told her to accept quickly, before Chen Yuan changed his mind, and Kiki said he never does that. While she was sending the message for Chen Yuan to start the process immediately, she was seething with anger, because she couldn't find a man like him. In his room, the protagonist knew very well that it wasn't Kiki sending the messages. The way of talking and the style of words were completely different. He already suspected it was Mang Buming, which was perfect because he would end up spending even more money. At Ruski's house, her mother asked if Chen Yuan was cheating on her. She said yes because he was involved with a lot of girls. Even though their relationship wasn't confirmed, they were already very close. She received a message and said that the group was active. Her mother asked what group it was, and she explained that it was one formed by his girls to get revenge. In the group, Kiki sent a message saying she was going to receive a streaming platform. While Ruski's fuming with anger, wanting to receive more than the others, her mother told her to listen. She thought her daughter was being deceived by these girls who claimed to want to work together. She explained that in the past, she and her father had a significant difference in family circumstances. She could understand that no matter how good their life was compared to Chen Yuan, they were poor. Someone like him attracts countless flies, so she had to prove her own strength. After all these girls were saying Chen Yuan was cruel, but none of them left him. This meant that each one of them was trying to monopolize Chen Yuan. Ruski got up excitedly, saying that must be it. Her mother warned that in such moments, she had to advance with unwavering determination to secure the rest of her life. Motivated, Ruski declared that she wouldn't lose Chen Yuan to those other women. In his room, our boy received a message from Ruski. She apologized, saying she had been blaming him for everything, which confused him. They hadn't argued about anything, so why was she apologizing now? Combining this with what Kiki said, he knew something strange was going on. At that moment, Ruski received a call from Chen Yuan, and she started trembling, asking her mother what to do. Her mother told her to accept it quickly and do her best. When Ruski answered, our boy said he had something to tell her. He mentioned that he had recently invested in a streaming platform and made a senior named Xiao Kiki the manager. Ruski got excited that he told her the truth. Her mother asked what he said, and she replied that he had told her everything the girls had put in the group. With this, her mother beamed, saying her daughter should realize that to him, she was the most important girl. Ruski got all creamy and happy, thinking that Chen Yuan really wasn't as bad as she thought, and that he liked her. She was now emotional, thinking she was reciprocating his love by teaming up with other women. She began to realize that she needed to learn to treat him well. Her mother asked why she was crying, and she said she knew she had messed up and wanted to fix things. She planned to give him a gift that would surprise him. Haha, what could this little present be? Tell us. Our boy was still clueless. The next day, a guy was already delivering the platform's papers for Kiki to sign. With that, she became the owner of the streaming platform, called Big Cat. Seeing how much they owed, she understood why Chen Yuan sent 5 billion. However, she was a bit conflicted, thinking that no matter how much he considered her, he didn't have a good personality. But her mood changed instantly when she realized he transferred 2 billion without hesitation, so she felt she had to show gratitude. This girl is bipolar. At a car show, she wanted to buy a car for the boy, and wondered which one he would like. She remembered he had a Ferrari, and thought about getting him another one. But just then, she saw Ruski there. They noticed each other, and the president asked if she was there to buy a car. Ruski replied that her father's birthday was coming up and asked Kiki if she wasn't there to buy something for Chen Yuan. But obviously, she already disliked the president's presence. Trembling, she responded that she would never buy a car for that bastard, and was there for her father as well. With that, the girls got excited, saying it was a huge coincidence. However, someone came and called both of them. It was Bingu, and they asked why she was there. She said that her father's birthday was coming up and she was going to buy a car. With that, all three were sweating, saying it was an incredible coincidence. However, now Ruski cures that this revenge plan against Chen Yuan was all a lie. The problem for her was that Xiao Kiki had 2 billion, and she didn't have that much money on hand. She would have to call in some foreign help. She called her mother and told her everything, who said not to worry. She immediately told the guy at home to transfer the money to Ruski. The guy explained that the funds were being saved for the younger boy's wedding. However, the mother sent him to leave immediately, since the priority at the moment was keeping Chen Yuan with Ruski. With that, she received 60 million from the family. She was already emotional, realizing that now her family was valuing her. If that's the case, she would win against Xiao Kiki. Elsewhere at the fair, Hosen was talking to our boy, saying he would take him to the VIP area, where there were a lot of expensive things that were not cars. Our boy was drooling, saying that this fair was amazing. However, that's when he wondered. Ruski Toltsig were talking right in front of him, and even Bingu came to bring water. At that moment, Chen Yuan wondered if they were forming some kind of alliance. Bingu felt like something, and turned around, but there was only Hosen, and she found it strange. Our boy had hidden behind him. He knew that things would go wrong one day or another, but didn't expect it to be so soon. Now he was sure they all knew what he was doing. The good part was that none of them had left him. However, he made an evil face, saying that they had favorability above 95, so it was a chance to change things. Acting very masculine, he told Hosan that he was interested in the most expensive cars in that place. At that moment, Hosan replied not to worry because they had brought everything he could want, a Pagani, a Lamborghini Aronian, and a Bugatti Veyron. Instantly, our boy said he wanted all three, and asked for the price. Hosan felt a bit embarrassed, asking why he wanted all of them. His plan was to use these 3 cars to test the strength of this supposed alliance. Hosan felt uneasy, saying that selling all 3 was a bit difficult. Chen Yuan said that money was not a problem, but the guy explained that they had been reserved by someone else. Our boy asked by whom, and Hosan said to take a look. The eldest son of the richest family, Mr. Lin, had reserved those 2 cars last year to give to his sister. Chen Yuan knew how powerful that family was, and Hosan said there were many others to look at. With that, this guy went to Ruyu, and approached her. He introduced himself as Lin, and asked if he could get her contact information, saying that she reminded him of a friend he lost, which was a great regret. At that moment, she noticed Chen Yuan on the side. Seeing his angry face, she wondered why he was like that. She had no intention of giving her number to this guy, so why was he acting this way? She got angry, because he played with her and then looked at her like that. Because of this, she gave the guy her number instantly. She looked to the side, and Chen Yuan had disappeared. She wasn't sure if what she did was right or wrong, but she felt bad walking around the event. Hosan asked if he knew the girl. He said he knew her a long time ago, but didn't know her anymore. He told Hosan that he would pay much more for those cars than Mr. Lin, and asked if 1 billion was enough. Smiling, he said he didn't expect this to interfere with Hosan's business. At that moment, Hosan smiled, saying the guy was an idiot. When talking about 1 billion, anything could be done. He was excited. He would profit 100 million more than usual just because of the fight between the two, and that was perfect. He knew that Mr. Lin was important, but not more important than 800 million in his account. The card was swiped, and our boy was now confident. Hosan asked if he wanted anything else, and our boy said he wanted to prepare something for the exhibition at the event. Ruyu was still looking for our boy. Suddenly, some guys came and placed a piano in the middle of the event. Everyone was confused because this sort of thing wasn't common. Then, out of nowhere, Chen Yuan started playing, and she wondered what song it was since she had never heard it before. The sound was melancholic, and she began to cry. People at the event were all emotional, saying that it felt like seeing a distant person. Shiki remarked that Chen Yuan didn't seem very happy, and Bingyu asked if it was because of what Ruyu did. Ruyu herself began to realize that his music conveyed a sense of disappointment. Chen Yuan finished playing, and stood up, saying that when you love people, you let them do what they want, even if it means getting hurt yourself. He walked away, saying that Ruyu was now free. She started crying, saying she was wrong, and begged him not to leave her. She tried to run after him desperately, but Hosan told her to wait. He asked if she was Ruyu, and she confirmed. With that, he handed her a document, saying that she had received a Lamborghini Eronian from Chen Yuan. She stood there trembling, not understanding what was happening. Hozan explained that Chen Yuan had bought the car for her, without much thought. Apparently, he had deep feelings and was very generous. Now she was all distraught, crying, wondering what she had done. She had destroyed all his trust out of selfishness, and was left abandoned at the event. The other two girls approached her, telling her not to cry. Then Hozan arrived, and also informed them that they both received multi-million-dollar cars. They stared at each other, thinking about our boy. Bingyu said it seemed Chen Yuan knew everything. Shiki confirmed, saying that even though he knew, he never questioned what they would do. In the end, he tried to maintain the balance of their relationships. Despite being a jerk, he was still a jerk who cared about them emotionally. Shiki said he gave everything without expecting anything in return. Bingyu added that, in the end, they could always rely on him. Ruyu said she felt horrible for trying to deceive him, just for money. With that, he gained another point of favorability with all three, reaching 99. In a taxi on the way home, he was excited that 1 billion had brought him to the brink of reaching 100 with all three, and he was curious to know what would happen at the maximum score. At the university, Ruyu apologized, but he said he wanted to be alone for a while. The boy wasn't stupid, and knew that if he spoiled her too much, she would always cause trouble. While walking around, someone asked if it was really him. It was Shu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. She looked very casual. She seemed a bit different today. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him, saying she wanted to show him something. He asked what it was, and she said it was a secret. He already suspected she probably wanted some branded bag. In the end, they're all the same, but he was curious to see what it was this time. In front of the apartment, he asked what she was planning, and she told him not to be impatient. She opened the place, revealing a bunch of portraits of Chen Yuan hanging on the walls. He felt a bit embarrassed, and asked if she had done all that. She said yes, the place was too empty, so she made some portraits. He asked if that was the surprise, and she said no, it was just part of it. She told him that the house was the gift she would give him. He felt awkward, asking if she was really going to give him the entire house. She said yes. After the donation he made, her father stopped getting involved in gambling and managed to rebuild a family. Because of that, his business kept improving with her father's change. She realized she also had to reflect on her actions. She said she used to be very materialistic and understood why our boy didn't like her. She announced that she would become a woman deserving of him and win him over again. Man, what a plot twist. Our boy was confused. As far as he knew, this girl was only interested in material things. He said the house was too extravagant, but she replied that he had already given her 5 million, and this house only cost 3.5 million. If you thought about it, she was still taking 1.5 million from him. The crafty girl had even done the math, and I believe she's the least in debt. She handed over the key, saying she knew it might not mean much to him, but it was the best way for her to repay him. Our boy became thoughtful, understanding why she hadn't been in contact recently. Of all the girls he had been helping, she's the one with the poorest family, yet until now, she has taken the least amount of money from him. Our boy smiled, saying that this kind of woman aligns with his intentions. With that, he accepted the gift and immediately received a call from his friend inviting him to dinner. Upon arriving, the boys were impressed that he brought the legendary Shul. He apologized for being late and introduced her. Everyone, the guys introduced themselves. The one with glasses was Lao Keth. The one in the white shirt was Lao Keth. The one in the white shirt was Lao Keth. One also introduced Shul, but the guy said everyone already knew her, so there was no need. However, the one with glasses had a serious question and wanted to know the nature of their relationship. Both of them felt a bit awkward, and everyone stared at the guy, surprised by his boldness. Shul said she wasn't quite sure about their relationship. She was chasing after Chen Yuan, but he hadn't agreed yet. She was willing to give him a warm place to stay inside every night, known as a house, but she hadn't been very lucky. The friend said that even in the most fantastical story, they wouldn't have dared to think of such a plot. At that moment, a cup fell nearby. Bingu was there, disguised, not wanting to be seen. She thought it was crazy that the woman had given Chen Yuan a house, while she had never done anything. At this rate, his impression of her would only worsen, while this new girl would surpass everyone. She quickly went to the group chat to inform the others, telling them about a girl named Shul, who gave Chen Yuan a house. She also mentioned the restaurant. Ru, who said she was heading there now, finished eating, and the group asked for the bill. However, Shul said she would pay for everything, since it was the first time they were eating together. Chen Yuan thanked her for the kindness, but informed her that he had already paid. She thanked him and said she had to return to work at the internet cafe, and would see him later. Chen Yuan started to like her, saying that she was surprising, but not annoying. Meanwhile, Bingu thought this girl was a master of several tactics. Clearly, she was at least an S-rank opponent. The friends approached Chen Yuan and asked when he developed this legendary charm. Our boy explained that he could teach, but the person had to want to learn. The friend said he was joking, but warned that he thought Shul was a different kind of woman. However, after meeting her, he just hoped his friend wouldn't hurt her. Chen Yuan said not to worry, because he was the type to always give his all in love. As they were leaving, they saw a guy named He pass by. Chen Yuan got excited. It was him who had been passing information about our boy to the girls, and it seemed he still didn't know. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the restaurant, and he wondered if it was real. The car's window rolled down, and out stepped a furious Rubo, but the idiot Liuan was smitten. She walked towards Chen Yuan, and he was sure she was going to scold him. However, she hugged him, crying and apologizing, saying she had been doing everything wrong. She informed him that she had deleted that person's number, and never wanted to see him again. She just wanted forgiveness. Seeing her using heavy spherical tactics against our boy, the guys were astonished by her skills. Leon was seething with anger, as he had been bad-mouthing Chen Yuan to her behind his back, but in the end, she was there licking his boots. Our boy told her not to worry because she had never been wrong. They really had no relationship, and he shouldn't get involved with whomever she befriends. She said she didn't want him to think things were like that, and that she had chosen this gift for him. Besides the cars he bought, this Rolls-Royce was the most useful. It was expensive at the event, and she hoped he would accept it. Man, it's daytime, but this girl was shooting high beams on her boy. Leon was fuming while Chen Yuan realized that she had been learning, but he turned to her and said it was a shame. He no longer believed in love. He would accept the car just so she wouldn't be embarrassed and invited Bingu for a ride. Bingu said it wasn't right to invite her to ride in a car that was Rubo's gift. Chen Yuan replied that a gift, once received, was now his and told her to get in. She agreed, saying it was fine, but that he didn't need to be so insistent. With that, our boy sped off, leaving Rubo in the dust. Leon told her to wake up to reality, because Chen Yuan was just playing with her. However, she responded that Chen Yuan had already sacrificed a lot for her. The guy kept insisting, saying it was all for her father's sake, but she told him to stop talking to her as if she wanted Chen Yuan to play with her. If she did, she would let him. She was sure Chen Yuan was deliberately trying to irritate her, but this only proved that, in the end, he still hadn't forgotten their relationship. In the car, Bingu asked why he was treating Rubo that way. He replied that she hadn't become what he expected, and in the end, he was disappointed. Apparently, it was his mistake, not hers. Bingu said he seemed to care and questioned if she was his first love. Chen Yuan laughed, saying that for an ugly guy like him, there was no such thing as a first love. She laughed, and he felt a bit embarrassed. With that, she said she had a question and wanted a sincere answer. He said he was all ears, and she asked why he handed over 1 billion in koi fish shares. Chen Yuan asked if she wanted the truth or lies. She told him to be sincere, and he said he had no feelings for her, and only did it as a favor. She said that didn't make sense, and asked what he gained from it. He said there was something he wanted her to do. She seemed confused, and he sped up the car. He then said he received his system with many trillions, but could only use it to impress girls. She told him to stop reading manga, and tell the truth. He then said he spent money because she was beautiful, and he wanted to take her to bed. She felt a bit embarrassed but thought that if it was Chen Yuan, she wouldn't mind. Our boy was confused. This woman had changed a lot. Apparently, she had some sort of personality issue. Chen Yuan dropped her off at home and left. She stood there, thinking that she had never had any physical action, but it was strange. If he really wanted to throw some punches on the wall, she was sure he would have done so already. If that was the case, she knew his intentions were not that simple. Then she received a call from Rubo, and asked what it was about. Rubo asked what Chen Yuan had said about her, and if he had revealed anything. Bingu said she asked about it, but he seemed reluctant, so she didn't insist. However, the strange thing was that when she asked why she received 1 billion in shares, he said it was to take her to bed, but she didn't believe it. After all, it wasn't worth that much. The girl put herself on discount. Rubo said he had said something similar to her too, but clearly, his gains weren't proportional to his efforts. She started imagining that he had some sort of mega plan. The first thing he did was become famous on the streaming platform as Mr. Yuan. Then he started investing in the Yesa family, and later in the Koi company. Both her father's company, and Shul's father's company, and even her own company, were doing well. Bingu agreed, saying that with the money he gave, they developed AI applications, and were making a lot more profit. Rubo said he had this playboy image, but it was to disguise his business intentions. In the end, he was an extremely strategic and mysterious man. Difficult to understand, maybe Chen Yuan's plan was to rule the world. At that moment, she received a message from Kiki, asking if she could rent one of the floors to set up the streaming platform there. With that, Rubo became thoughtful. Was Chen Yuan once again creating a big company? When she arrived at Kiki's mansion, Ming Mang was all excited, saying they just needed to start recruiting people. Kiki agreed, and said Ming Mang would be the first to be recruited as an executive planner. The only problem was they needed some girls to do the live streams. Ming Mang told Kiki to look at the people she knew since she also streamed for a while. Kiki said she knew someone who was the head of a company, but was dismissed for offending someone in a cafe. In another part of the city, someone threw a glass of water at a guy. He said she wasn't the same as before. He was tired of her attitude. Of course it was Shen Shuli, the girl from Shark Live. She screamed at the guy, saying he had been living off her money, and now wanted to leave. He said he wanted to break up, because he was still very young, and what she could offer, he could find in any other girl. Then he left, saying goodbye to the lady, and mentioning that he had already paid the bill. The people in the restaurant started gossiping, saying she was an old cow, wanting to eat fresh grass. Shen Shuli was fuming with anger, saying that all men were the same, but even if it took 60 years, she would make that guy pay the price. At that moment, she received a call from Kiki, and wondered why this girl was calling. She was invited to partner in a new business. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was sleeping in his room. He heard someone at the door and wondered if a thief was entering. He grabbed a vase, and got ready to strike. Someone entered, carrying a jug, and as he went to hit them, he saw it was Shuli and he stopped. He asked what she was doing there, saying she didn't even say hi. She apologized, saying she didn't expect him to move in so quickly, but outside, she was crying thick tears, saying his body was incredible, and even had to die for abs. Boldly, he said that she saw him shirtless, but he hadn't seen anything yet. She opened the door and said if he really wanted, he just had to ask. Our boy said she was stalling too much, thinking she wouldn't have the courage, but she moved her hand to her shirt, telling him to get ready. Our boy told her to hold on, joking that it wasn't that serious. She stuck out her tongue, saying you never know with the fire they were playing with. She mentioned bringing breakfast, and placed the items on the table. Our boy hugged her, saying if she didn't know he was living there, why did she bring breakfast? Close to her neck, he said she wasn't being honest. She told him to stop focusing on the details, thinking that she had prepared everything perfectly. He saw she had prepared some buns, and said they looked delicious. She explained that she not only knew how to make dumpling, but could make them for him every day. He got excited, saying having a good breakfast every day would be perfect. He sat down, asking if she wanted to become his personal assistant, and even get a salary. She told him to stop being so formal, as she would do it for free every day. Our boy was starting to get moved. Not even all of his training with the system was helping, not to mention that the food she made was very tasty. Now he understood why she used to be called the Heartbreaker. Suddenly, he received a call from Gan. She asked for help once again, and he told her to stop stalling and say what she wanted. She explained that the company wanted to start filming the new movie, but the city studio wasn't cooperating. Chen Yuan told her to explain quickly, and she began talking about a bunch of things about the director and the TV. He said he would help, immediately informed her that he would transfer some billions for her to start her own TV company, and in a few days, he would visit. He just wanted to be kept updated. Gan was confused about how he spent so much money like that. However, he didn't care about that, and was more interested in thanking Shul for breakfast. Chen Yuan said that maybe it would be better if she moved out of that place. She was startled and asked why, wanting to know if she had done something wrong. He explained that if she kept entering without knocking, things could get strange. He asked if he could have a spare key. She agreed, and handed it to him. But the crafty girl had more than one spare key. However, Chen Yuan turned, and said he knew she had more than one key, and if she didn't respect his privacy, he would leave. He said goodbye, saying he knew she understood people's feeling. He left, thinking that this time he would keep things more controlled. Outside, the friend from before said that he finally arrived. However, Deb came up beside him, looking angry, because she wanted to discuss personal matters with Wei. The girl was all excited, sure that it was worth putting on good makeup today. They should go eat at an incredible place, but when they arrived, it was just a corner shop. Wei thanked him, saying he preferred such places, and Chen Yuan agreed, saying it was more comfortable. He said the same to Shu, who said she was very grateful for that. She began to wonder if this Chen Yuan was a poor guy pretending to be rich. When they were sitting in the restaurant, a TV company was about to make an announcement. It was Gan on TV, saying she had something to share with the public. He thought she couldn't resist the chance to be on TV for an announcement. However, she revealed that a guy named Chen Yuan had invested in the TV company they were going to create. When Shu asked if by any chance she was talking about him, Shu now was sure this guy was much richer than she had expected. Chen Yuan was fuming with anger, because he didn't want anyone to know what he had been doing. Wei asked for Gan's autograph, and Chen Yuan said he would get it for him one day. When his friend started to talk about money, he shoved food into his mouth, telling him to be quiet. Meanwhile, She Wei thought that Wei was her ticket to wealth. She needed to stick to the guy, because if one day he gave something to Wei, she would also benefit. She leaned on the guy, saying he was all grown up, and needed to learn to take care of himself. At the company the girls were setting up, they saw Gan's announcement, and Kiki mentioned that this seemed like a normal amount for him. The girls discussed how he seemed involved in more industries than they had imagined. Ruwa remarked that even for Chen Yuan, this must have been a decision years in the making. Bingu agreed, saying his actions might seem random, but always had a deeper meaning. Ruwa began to remember everything he had done, wondering what his plan was. In the end, she had no idea. Meng Meng suggested that Kiki tell everyone that he was also an investor in their company, which would attract more people. She knew that having a billionaire investor would completely change public opinion about the company and attract many sponsors. Ruwa thought this must be part of his plan too. They began to think that our boy was very intimidating. Just then, Shen Yuani approached and asked what they were discussing. Kiki said they were talking about Gan and the investor, Mr. Yuan.
Embarrassed.
Shui asked who this Mr. Yuan was. Meng Meng explained that it was Chen Yuan, known by everyone there, and he was also an investor in their company now. Poor Shui was trembling, asking if she could resign from her position. Kiki told her to think carefully, because they needed her help in the company. However, Shui explained it was because of Mr. Yuan, revealing that her company had gone bankrupt, because she once offended Mr. Yuan. Kiki worried that if he found out she was here, it could disrupt their plans. Kiki was thoughtful, recalling how friendly Chen Yuan seemed. Thinking it was unlikely, she said she would talk to him, and that Shui didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, when he and the girl were leaving, he received a call from the president, and asked what she wanted. He assumed she would ask about the billions he invested in the actress. However, the president inquired about Shui, and whether he had a part in her company's downfall. Playing dumb, he was reminded that she was the woman who had a streaming company, that he helped bankrupt. He said he remembered and explained that the lady was very arrogant, and he had to teach her a lesson. She was using his name to deceive others. Kiki said the woman had learned her lesson, and asked if he would accept her apology. The boy said it was fine, thinking that if she genuinely wanted to apologize, he wouldn't be cruel to her. On the phone, Shui apologized, saying she would work hard and hope to be a good employee for him. Chen Yuan simply said it was fine, and that the matter was settled. With that, Shui felt relieved, and Kiki commented that Chen Yuan was always a good person. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan thought that having someone as experienced as her in the company would help Kiki. However, some people lacked emotional intelligence, so he needed to provide some guidance. Later, the press asked Gaiwan where the studio would be. She explained they needed to ask a certain person, and called Chen Yuan. He answered angrily, saying he wanted to keep a low profile, but now everyone knew about him. Gaiwan thought it didn't make sense.
Embarrassed.
Since he spent millions on that damn piano, he said if that was the case, there was no point in arguing anymore. But she would have to help with one thing. She became curious about this one thing, while already imagining what it might be. Turning to the reporters, she said she had to take the investor's call. Everyone was eager to know what they discussed. She announced that Chen Yuan would relaunch the Big Cat streaming platform, and their newly opened TV station would be strategic partners directly linked with it. In other companies' offices, streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan usually was were already thinking that moving to his company. Streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan usually was were already thinking that moving to his company wouldn't be a bad idea. The owner of the Shark platform was already getting worried. At that moment, an employee opened the door, saying a bunch of streamers were leaving the company. The guy was shocked, saying this was happening faster than he expected. At Ryu's building, Kiki remarked that she was right, and this was all part of his plan, and didn't expect to be right, but they all concluded that Chen Yuan was the city's monster, who understood all business. Meng Meng suggested that his flirting was all part of his investment strategy. Ryu said if that was the case, then they were just business partners. The girls seemed to reach the same conclusion, saying that in the end, they were just Chen Yuan's employees now. They were all sad, wondering if Chen Yuan loved to leave a like in the video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out, she added. You remember how the last chapter ended with the three girls wondering if Chen Yuan loved them or not. Ryu, looking sideways, knew that they all must be thinking the same thing. She didn't want to hesitate, so she told everyone that she didn't know who Chen Yuan really liked. He could like all of them or none of them. However, with that sleepy face, she was going to stay by his side no matter what he chose. The other three looked at each other in silence, until someone clapped and told them to forget about this matter. It was Leon who said that women like them needed to value their careers, and in this way, others would value them too. The four of them believed that if they really became more capable, Chen Yuan would want to stay closer to them. Shuan was working when someone arrived, introducing himself as Leon, and asked for a package. She politely handed over what the guy asked for. Then her friend beside her shouted that Chen had received investment of over 100 billion. Shubi Kong said that it must be a lie, because that woman had recently been involved in scandals. However, her friend said that she was being supported by a mysterious and wealthy man. When she heard that it was someone named Chen Yuan, she got a small cut on her finger. Her friend was swimming with excitement, saying that this guy had invested in television and bought an entire streaming platform. The guy next to them said he had heard about this famous entrepreneur in the city. Meanwhile, Shu Wan once again felt devastated, thinking that the damn guy had spent a lot of money on another woman. She fell to the ground, saying she really messed up. The scene shifts to the financial center of Shanghai. Someone threw something at Godrenan's photo, saying, "It's that damn Yuan again." A guy with glasses asked if this damn guy was trying to go against him. It seems he was the one messing with Gan's business, but now the plan isn't going to work anymore. The secretary told him not to worry, as they had already sent people to investigate this guy. While staring at a giant portrait of Guan, he said that she would learn a lesson. He opened his arms to the safe, proclaiming that eventually, he would get everything he wants. Sometime later, the secretary reported that she spoke with everyone, and nobody knew anything about the boy's family. Confused, Jae-won said, "It's strange that no one knows where the boy's money comes from." She approaches, saying he doesn't need to worry, because the guy is nothing special. However, he replies that if that's her conclusion, she's very naive. On the other hand, his family is the most influential in the audio-visual industry, so there's nothing to worry about. To him, this means that Chen Yuan is directly challenging him. Therefore, their main concern should be the places they own in the city. She tells her boss that she will look deeper into his background to find out what kind of person he is.
The scene shifts to someone bringing soup to our boy.
It's Gaku Leo, pampering him while he plays. When he sees this, she tells him that he is amazing. He turns to her and asks if she isn't bored, taking care of him while he's just been playing for the past 3 days. She's been cooking, cleaning the house, and washing clothes. He thinks not even his mother took care of him this much. She says he can do whatever he wants, and she has no objection. However, he asks if she doesn't think he's lacking ambition. She says that he's been climbing the game rankings a lot, and that's incredible. Our boy feels a bit embarrassed, thinking it's shameful to be pampered because of game rankings. When he gets up, she asks where he's going, and if she can come along, but Chen Yuan just says it's not convenient, because it's some business. Chu Leo says it's okay. He starts to miss her. In this way, she will defeat all her rivals. At an event, the women comment that today the CEO visits everyone. Godrin is all dressed up to receive our boy. Suddenly, she makes a face that looks like Sid from Ice Age, but it's because she's excited that our boy has arrived at the event. As she approaches, he says she's too famous to come down just to talk to him. However, she replies that he is the main investor, so it's just a courtesy. She thinks to herself that recently Chen Yuan is becoming more and more attractive, as she feels very secure around him. Suddenly, all the men bow to him, saying they hope to learn a lot from him. Chen Yuan says that next time she'll keep it more reserved. While thinking that this damn Chen Yuan says that, but his face shows he loves it. The scene shifts to a meeting where they are discussing the plans for the broadcaster. The guy in front says the priority is to find a good location for the headquarters and that the city center would be perfect. Chen says that a large place in the middle of the city would be too expensive, so maybe a distant city would be better. When it's Yang's turn, he says he would prefer a place with lots of greenery nearby, as it would be good for filming. However, the three look back and ask what our boy thinks. He makes a strange face, asking if his opinion matters. Yan says yes, since basically everyone there works for him. He says he'll take a look, but these options don't seem good. He walks up to the map, draws a giant circle, and says that the best choice is there. The guy explains that this place is too remote and doesn't even have an airport, making it difficult to develop the area. However, Chen Yuan says he has a perfect plan to create a grand vision. The people discuss that they don't understand his plan, but a smart investor like him must have a good idea of what he's doing. However, our boy doesn't seem to want to succeed, as he thinks he's only investing there because it's his hometown, and he knows it's impossible for the place to grow. Besides, he wants to spend more money, and if he keeps making too much, how will he do that? With that, he sits in the chair, and the decision to invest billions is made. As people leave, they start commenting that they thought they were discussing 100 rivalries, not 100 billion. That CEO was either a genius or an incomprehensible demon. Meanwhile, he thinks they will need a lot more money to develop that area, and then he'll have to invest even more. Suddenly, he receives a video call from Exoyuki. At first, he thought she was going to do something bold, but she only talks about a meeting to recruit some people for the company. She sees that he's outside and looks confused, asking if by any chance he hasn't forgotten his obligations. He says he would never forget something like that and is just outside because he needed a signal. The poor guy is now in need of a place to hold this meeting. She starts explaining that after the conference, they received attention from several investors, but it's not been easy. They needed to conclude how the money would be divided with the streamers. The usual split is 50-50, but other platforms use 30-70 to exploit the guys, while they were aiming for 60-40. The problem is that the administrators said that 60-40 would make it hard for them to profit. Liang said they would lose a lot of money with the 60-40 split. Our boy, with a horrible expression, asks what kind of business is this that loses money. Liang explains that the cat's company is already facing many difficulties and this would make things even harder. Staring at the phone, he says that it's really difficult to deal with these problems, but obviously he loves losing money in this situation. He says they have to aim for the platform's integrity and cannot exploit women like that. Everyone is confused by what he's saying. Our radiant boy says that his dream is to create a platform that. Meanwhile, Kiki thinks he is indeed making a super plan and is the visionary of the city. The only strange thing is that the money was transferred to her personal account and not the company's account. She concludes that he did this to give her maximum control in the company. She feels emotional, thinking about how careful and caring he is with her. It's at this moment that he remembers he should have transferred the money to the company's account. However, she sends a message calling him husband and thanking him. He feels motivated, thinking that it was a mistake that was worth it. Now that he's building an empire of companies, it will become easier and easier to burn money. As they start failing all their investments, they will need him even more and he will gain even more in return. The much-desired achievement of 100 points of favorability is now within sight. She then announces to everyone that she received another 5 billion. This money would be used to implement the strategies Mr. Yuan mentioned. She also informs everyone that their salaries would increase, and they would receive bonuses. She asks if they are motivated to make this the greatest company. Everyone shouts enthusiastically, saying they would definitely do it. Yuki was confident in doing her best to bring maximum profit to Chen Yuan. At night, our boy returns home and doesn't find Lil. He sees a note on the table and picks it up to read. She informs him that she had to take care of some business at home and unfortunately he will have to make his own dinner tonight. Our boy thinks that she was playing cat and mouse to make him miss her. He realizes very well that it was a pretext for her to show that she was taking care of him, and now she has withdrawn, making him miss her and feel uncomfortable. However, our boy was defeated as he thinks that even knowing all this, he still feels bad about her. Now he already misses how peaceful life is when she's around, but suddenly he stands up and wonders how his parents are doing. With that, he takes a train back to the city and then catches a bus. Man, his parents live far away. I thought this boy was an orphan. He arrives tired, thinking he didn't imagine it was that far, or maybe he has gotten used to living a very comfortable life. Obviously, he can't arrive there flaunting money, or his parents will think he's stealing from someone. Just then, someone in a car calls out to Chen Yuan. He recognizes him as a school friend named Jen Bu. The eternally youthful guy approaches and asks what he's been up to these days. Our boy responds that it's nothing much, just studying. The guy tells him to get in the car so he can broaden his horizons. Our boy remarks how amazing his Mercedes is. The guy smiles, saying he can call him brother, and mentions that he's making a fortune selling things on streaming platforms. Our boy says that his success is incredible, and the guy says he always told his father that he was the best in the city. On the way, they saw a girl standing who caught both of their attention. Our boy was just observing. He quickly remembered that her name was Wang Mang Ma. Wasn't there another Mang Mang in this series, or am I going crazy? Genbu comments that Wang's daughter is becoming so beautiful that she's surpassing the girls from the big city. With that, he stops the car in front of her. She immediately says that brother Chen Yuan looks more handsome and taller than before. Observing her, our boy thinks this girl has evolved a lot. He calls it genetic mutation. Unlike the women from the big city, she's much more innocent. He gently pats her head, saying she's grown a lot. She tells him that she's not a child anymore and has finished school, asking him to stop patting her head. With that, Jen Bu gets out of the car, saying she's indeed becoming more charming and they should enjoy life. However, she simply says that he's too chubby for her taste. The guy, drooling, says he just needs to lose some weight. She responds that he's too old at 22. Thus, the bootlicking operation begins. She has a 9.5 in appearance, which our boy didn't expect. Unfortunately, she already has a favorability score of 30. The system notifies him that it's impossible to counterattack someone who already likes him so much. Our boy is shocked that she has a 9.5. He imagines this is because she's never had any surgery, and all her beauty is natural. However, her favorability is too high, so he has to deal with it. He clings to his friend and says she must respect the chubby guy, or she'll spend her whole life as a village girl, suggesting she should give up studying and just take advantage of the opportunity with this guy. She immediately loses 10 favorability points. The chubby guy smiles and says that Chen Yuan is a pro at voicing his thoughts, while thinking that this idiot Chen Yuan studied for many years in the big city, but is still humiliated by him here. Suddenly, she starts crying, saying that he wasn't like this before. Her favorability keeps dropping, but the relationship with the bootlicker is formed. She runs away, saying she didn't expect him to change so much. Our boy apologizes, saying that 9.5 is very attractive. Back at his place, he calls for his parents. He knocks on the door for a while, but no one answers, leaving him confused. Then someone from across the street calls out, saying they need to tell him something. He gets confused and asks Uncle Lou what the problem is. The man explains that he has been away for a long time, but some things have happened in that house. Our boy questions if they want to tear down his village. The man says he's been reading too many stories to get those ideas in his head, and explains that actually his father ran away with Mang Meng's mother, while his mother returned to her religious home. He explains that his father's first love was always Mang Meng's mother. At that time, everyone thought they were young and the perfect couple. However, her family didn't accept Chen Yuan's father because he was poor, and in the end he was abandoned. When Mang Meng was born, everyone said she didn't resemble her father at all, so some DNA tests had to be done. He informs him that his father was about to be discovered as Mang Meng's real father, so the two fled. Shocked, Chen Yuan asks if Mang Meng is his sister. The aunt says it's probably a very high chance. Frightened, Chen Yuan wonders if the system really linked him to his sister. He slaps his own face, saying this is sick. The woman tells him to calm down, that it's not his fault. However, our boy, feeling desolate, walks away, saying he has to solve something. Idan thinks that the boy has a very strong sense of morality and will encounter problems in life because of it. Now our boy is motivated to make that damn Jen Bu stay away from his sister. At her house, Mongbing is wondering why he has changed so much. She's afraid of going to the big city and meeting the same fate. Someone nearby is kicking everything and asking where they went. It's Mongbing's father, saying today is a lousy day. She asks why he's drinking so much so early. However, he just says nothing while holding the bottle. He slaps her face, saying he's not her father. When he goes to throw a Mike Tyson punch, someone tells him to stop. When Chen Yuan enters, the guy thinks it's actually his father. The boy, realizing the man is this confused, knows he's very drunk. The man then bends down to grab a scythe and jumps at him, saying he's going to kill him. From the ground, Mang Ming shouts for him to be careful. However, the father goes full force, saying he's going to send him back to hell. Chen Yuan remains calm because he's prepared. He grabs the guy's wrist and crushes it in a second. The father is immobilized on the ground. However, he continues to scream, saying he better let go or he will kill him. Chen Yuan approaches and tells the man that he's getting too old to be confusing him with his father. The man shouts that if he is Chen Yuan, he's just as much of a disgrace as that damn father of his. Chen Yuan feels a bit insecure about what to do with this guy since he wouldn't calm down. He then tells Mang to go inside and look for a rope. He also tells everyone to stop recording and posting this on social media. People comment that he moved so calmly it was like watching a movie actor. Chen Yuan then speaks to Meng's father, saying he wants to apologize on behalf of his father. However, the man says he's damned for coming into his house, tying him up and then talking about apologies. Chen Yuan tells the man to give up on revenge and asks if there's anything that could compensate for his loss. The man smiles and says that if he wants that, he would have to castrate himself to end his father's lineage. But Chen Yuan reminds him that doing that wouldn't end the lineage. The man looks to the side, realizing that his daughter's lineage would continue the father's line. Chen Yuan asks what he thinks about financial compensation. The man says money wouldn't bring back his 10-year-old daughter and doubts that Chen Yuan could ever have $1 billion. Chen Yuan says he would pay $1 billion if he could forget all the hatred. The man tells him to stop lying because it's obvious someone like him doesn't have $1 billion. But when he sees the phone and starts counting the digits, he realizes Chen Yuan does have $1 billion. That makes the man thoughtful. He knows that with this money, he could start a new family and begin again. With such an opportunity, there was no reason to hold on to past hatred. It was an option with infinite possibilities. So he asks Chen Yuan if he's really going to give $1 billion. Chen Yuan says that to ensure trust, he would transfer the money to Manhwa and she would pass it to him over the next 10 years. The man doesn't seem to like it, but Chen Yuan says that's the only way he can trust this option. While Chen Yuan feels shaken having to resolve things this way, Mang is devastated by all the information she has just found out, that her father isn't her real father and that she is actually Chen Yuan's sister. What kind of mess is this? Where is this story going? Her favorability increases upon seeing him help her with the money, and it's not a small increase, it keeps rising. Chen Yuan notices that the system with her is different and wonders if it is because she was family. The father keeps an eye on his daughter. Suddenly she receives all the money. With that, our boy calls the father, saying that the transfer is done and there's no reason to fight anymore. The girl who wants to take our boy to court says she's scared and wants to stay at his place tonight. The scene shifts to someone saying they found information about Mr. Yuan. It's the secretary from before who has all this information, but explains that something strange is involved, apparently related to his mother from 20 years ago. The man tells her to continue. She says that a record from 20 years ago stated that his mother was unable to have children, meaning our boy won't go to jail because he's not her brother. The man finds it interesting to know that he's not the biological son of the woman who claims to be his mother. According to the files, the one agrees, saying that's what she found out. Out of nowhere, the man slaps her, calling it a waste of effort. He wants to know where the money comes from, not a bunch of family drama. Startled, she says she'll try to get in touch with him. He grabs her and says she better solve this because if not for the Lin family, she has no value to anyone. He sends her away and tells her to maintain contact. The scene shifts to the boy's house. Obviously, someone is taking a shower. Our boy mentions that he found some of his mother's clothes and tells her to wear them after she gets out. She thanks him, calling him big brother. She thinks to herself that the whole situation is very confusing. At least she gained an older brother, but she wonders where he gets all that money from. She recalls that his family sold fruits, so maybe he's involved in something illegal. Motivated, she says that even if he's involved in crime, she'll help him overcome it. Meanwhile, our boy on the couch is angry at his parents for making him clean up this mess. Manhwa, who isn't his sister, comes out of the shower, saying she's finished. As she dries her hair, he tells her to stay in that room. He'll sleep alone in his room so she can call him if there's any problem. Out of nowhere, she clutches her shirt, explaining that she's very scared and asking him not to stay too far away. He sighs and says it's okay. He thinks that since they're close, there's no problem with them sharing a room. Thank God. He lies down in bed, thinking peacefully about the news he always reads. It has always been a dream of his to have a younger sister he could take care of. The next day, a train seems to arrive in the city. Song and the entire company team have come to visit the location. As soon as she observes the place, she thinks it's abandoned and very old. However, a man welcomes her to the city of Shaman and says he will take her on a tour. She thanks him and agrees to follow his instructions. She begins to get to know the people of the place, and some machines start working to build the structure. The man informs her that the entire area has already been analyzed by the team. Meanwhile, a seemingly innocent guy in the corner is just taking photos. Someone receives a message saying that the region has been chosen so they can initiate the plan. It appears to be the father of the pineapple head from the beginning of the story. He thanks them for the hard work and says he will send the money. The man instructs them to start buying everything for sale in that city to later profit by selling it to Chen Yuan. The assistant adjusts his glasses and says it's an incredible plan. The pineapple head's father says he won't mess with Chen Yuan but will profit significantly from him. With that, the guy with the glasses passes the information to another person to start buying the land there. Many people involved in these dealings also receive the same information. Meanwhile, someone picks up a pineapple from the ground. It's our protagonist, thinking it's strange that his parents fled and left everything behind. Suddenly, he receives a call. It's Gay Shang, who tells him that strangely, the prices in that area are all increasing. However, our boy smiles, saying that if prices are rising, they'll have to spend more money. Confused, she asks why he's happy about spending more money. He explains that he just means this is easier to resolve than she thinks. The system asks if he wants to make another transfer, and he says yes. However, he is informed that he is directly involved in this project, so he can no longer transfer money like this. He realizes he's in trouble because she exposed him to everyone, and now he is benefiting. He decides to transfer money to Gay Shang. However, the system says that since the money will be used to benefit him, it would be considered money laundering. Our boy feels desolate, realizing he can't help her. He then imagines that maybe the solution is to transfer it to Mang and have her handle these purchases. Just then, she comes over and asks our boy if he was talking to his girlfriend. The honest boy says he was talking to Gan Sheng, who wants to be his girlfriend, but he's not sure about it. His sister tells him to stop lying because Gan Sheng is an extremely famous star who is launching her own company. Our boy says he has an amazing idea and wants to discuss a plan with his sister. He explains that Gan Sheng is considering buying land in that area and that she could take advantage of this with the money she received. She looks confused and asks how she would do something like that. He explains that if she bought all the houses in the area, she could make a lot of money selling them to everyone. Moreover, the filming base she plans to set up there will attract many people. She thinks that the money she received is all from Chen Yuan, so maybe following his advice is the best thing to do. With a strange look, she says she'll consider it. His plan, our boy imagines, is that if she could make a lot of money in that place, she could live a prosperous and peaceful life. Suddenly, a bunch of cars approach and stop right in front of the boy's house. A girl steps out of one of the cars, asking what kind of place this is and why there are no decent roads. She approaches the protagonist and asks if he is Chen Yuan. He says yes, and she introduces herself as Lu Jiaolo, saying they've met again. Our boy is confused because he doesn't remember meeting this girl. With a strange look, he asks when they met the first time. Shocked, she asks how he doesn't remember. She was at the car exhibition and was the sister of Lin Shutong. Then he remembers this girl who was against the guy he competed with. She gets angry because she thought he was famous for being with many girls, but he doesn't even remember her. He says he remembers and asks what she's doing in that place. She asks if he always makes deals outside and requests to be invited inside. Our boy sees that many people are watching the situation. He turns and tells her to come in, but to be careful with all the plants. The security stays outside, blocking everyone. Inside, he tells her to explain why she came there. She wants to know if he's planning to exploit the investors. He's startled and confused, but she warns him that pretending to be clueless won't work on her. She knows very well about the announcement he made about investing 100 billion in a company initially, but this was passed on to Gwen, who has no idea how to manage something like that. And now that the information about this town has leaked, everyone is coming to buy land in this place. She says she understands that he's planning to sell the land he bought there to make a lot of money. Our boy is impressed with the plan that he didn't even have, but masks it by asking what that has to do with her. She's impressed that he admitted to this cruel plan without changing his expression, and begins to think it would be risky to be his enemy. She then says she came there to create a cooperative relationship with the Lin family. Suddenly, they hear someone outside saying that it's her house. It's the security guards blocking Mong from entering. She insists, but the guard says she won't enter until the meeting is over. Suddenly, Chen Yuan angrily tells him to let his sister go. The guard looks at his boss to see if he can release her. She is reluctant because Chen Yuan, who is usually calm, is now angry over this girl. But our boy starts to transform. He jumps toward the guard, grabs him by the face, and throws him away, telling him to let go. The poor guard crashes to the ground. Everyone is left speechless because no one knew he could fight. The girl is shocked as she heard he was just a spoiled boy with a lot of money. She remembers that the richer someone is, the weaker they usually are. Meanwhile, our boy tells Mangun that everything is okay. However, now it's complicated because the crazy girl says she has found the type of man she's always been looking for. Immediately, the operation begins, and she has a 9.0 appearance. Our boy notices right away that this woman doesn't have pure thought. He asks how she dares to come to his house and harm his family and tells his sister that this woman has a very low level of professionalism. But his sister is impressed that a girl who seems so young already has her own business. Embarrassed, Li Jello says the bodyguards were hired by her brother and apologizes. However, Chen Yuan curtly says there's no need to apologize because they will never negotiate together again. But Mengbiang tells him to stop being cruel and introduces herself to Li Jello, who awkwardly says her name back. They start talking about various interests and our boy just observes, wondering why his sister is being so friendly with the stranger. A long time later, the two are still chatting while our boy goes to peel some beans. It seems that Li Jello has told everything about Chen Yuan. With that, his sister approaches, saying she now understands why he is so incredible. Her favorability is at 35 while his sister is doting on him. Li Jello is observing in the background. She seems to be getting jealous of their relationship. Seeing him peel beans makes her conclude that his ambitions have already transcended those of normal people. To her, such a perfect man shouldn't even exist. As her favorability clearly increases, it's obvious she's planning something. That night, someone mentions that they don't know each other well enough for her to stay there. Of course, it's Chen Yuan telling Li Jello to leave. However, she insists on staying, saying she wants to experience rural life and that there aren't many people in the house anyway. Our boy doesn't want to accept, but his sister keeps insisting, saying she must stay. Suddenly, she pulls him by the shirt and gives him radiant eyes, asking him to let her friend stay. Our boy, feeling better, says there's no way to resolve it otherwise. However, his plan is to show her how cruel rural life is, since she wants to experience it. Meanwhile, she clearly has a plan to uncover all his secrets. Our boy tries to sleep while the girls keep talking. He thinks that maybe it's not bad to get closer to the Lin family since they can handle various things. The only strange thing is that they sent only the youngest girl. However, he decides he doesn't care since he will make money either way. In the morning, there's a commotion in the house. He wakes up angrily, asking what time it is. He goes to the door and asks what's going on. Li Jello greets him with a good morning. He is startled. In the middle of the night, she hired a bunch of people to come and rebuild everything. She says that since she will be staying for a few days, she needs to make it as comfortable as possible. In one night, she renovated the entire bathroom and added a lot of imported things. She even bought a bathtub for each of the pigs they raise in the back. Our boy is confused and asks what the logic behind all this is. She says the most important thing is behind that door. She made an amazing room for herself and his sister, who is very happy, saying that the chair is extremely comfortable. Our boy, feeling desolate, says the important thing is that she likes it, while Li Jello starts bragging about the materials used and the quality of everything. Now our boy wonders if his parents will recognize their own house when they return. His plan was to come home to relax, not to go through all this. Outside, one of the security guards is listening to everything. He passes the information to Lin Chao, saying that his sister has managed to infiltrate very well. Lin Chao instructs him to keep watching and ensure his sister's safety. Then he receives another call asking how things are going. Lin Chao responds that his sister is extremely talented and easily won over Chen Yuan. The secretary from before says that the Lin family always manages to get what they want. When the right time comes, they will abandon Chen Yuan and keep all the profits. Now that this part of the plan has succeeded, they just need to move on to the next. However, Lin Chao questions why she is thinking of leaving, saying she needs to stay there. She informs him that he will only receive the reward when she completes all the work. She leaves, thinking that both men will be defeated because of the women. Outside, a crowd of curious onlookers is gathered and everyone already knows what's happening. They see Chen Yuan stepping out and recall that the girl beside him had arrived in the neighborhood recently. They start wondering if Chen Yuan is the type of guy who sells his body. However, his old friend is furious, wanting to know what makes Chen Yuan so special. He calls out to Chen Yuan and says they can have some fun in the city today. Our boy asks where the fun would be. The trippy guy says their school group is having a reunion and it might be fun if he shows up. Our boy agrees since he will be free that evening. However, he is so tired of flaunting his wealth that he hopes it will be a normal reunion. Walking with Lu Jielo, he thinks he has a bigger problem to solve. Sometime later, they arrive at the cornfield and she asks why he brought her there, imagining it must be some special desire of his. Our boy immediately questions if she doesn't know what he wants. She starts screaming in desperation. He puts a bucket on her head and tells her to pick at least 20 ears of corn. She feels desolate, asking what this business of picking corn is about. However, she picks one and gets all excited, saying it's easier than she thought. But our boy already has a malicious plan to make her suffer. She picks corn and sweet potatoes and they head to the lake, apparently to catch some fish. Sometime later, they sit on a rock, with her saying that rural life is better than she expected. Our boy is now angry that this damn girl enjoyed everything they did. Suddenly, they hear someone calling for help nearby. A girl is fleeing from a guy. Unfortunately, she trips on a rock and falls to the ground, getting covered in mud. The men ask why she's running so much, pulling her by the hair and saying she's faster than they expected. They warn her to return now or face the consequences. Then someone shouts, telling them to let her go. It's Li Jilo, boldly telling them to release the girl. Our boy thinks she is brave to say that without any bodyguards. However, Chen Yuan starts to realize that this is too much of a coincidence. Chen Yuan calmly asks the guys to let go of the girl and disappear from there. However, one of them turns around, seething with rage, and asks who he thinks he is. In the next scene, the guys are lying defeated on the ground. The girl didn't even react, and everyone was beaten. Now Li Jilo was even more infatuated, gaining 10 favorability points per person defeated. Our boy approaches the girl and asks if she's okay. She says she's fine and introduces herself as Lin Gyung, adding that she will repay this favor 100 times over. Chen Yuan is startled, asking why she seems to want to seduce him. At that moment, the system activates, revealing another girl with an appearance above 9. However, she strangely has a favorability of -80. In addition, he receives a long list of skills ranging from disguise and infiltration to proficiency in various instruments and fluency in other languages. Chen Yuan wonders why this girl has so many skills. Moreover, the most peculiar thing is the -80 favorability, especially considering how she tried to seduce him. He knows something is wrong. The girl continues her act. Li Jilo asks if she's okay and who those guys following her were. She explains that she's fine but owes a lot of money to those people. She starts telling sad stories, saying her parents were always separated and her mother has a terminal illness, making things very difficult. Because of this, she had to borrow a lot of money from loan sharks. They wanted her to sell her body to pay off the debt, which is why she ran away. Li Jilo gets emotional, saying it's a very sad story and asks how she plans to resolve it. Lin Gyung replies that she doesn't know exactly, but little by little she will manage. Li Jilo says the girl's perseverance is inspiring. However, Chen Yuan wonders how she believes such a cliché story but decides to keep her around since life is monotonous, and it would be nice to have something different. Plus, he needs to find out who is behind this plan. He then asks Li Jilo to take the girl home to help her take a bath and clean up. He turns to Lin Shang and says that if she wants, he can employ her in his company. She makes a seductive face, asking if he really thinks it's a good idea, while thinking that seducing a man who can't control himself around women is extremely easy. However, since she doesn't give an answer, he says that if she doesn't want it, she doesn't need to worry. With that, she hesitates for a second and starts questioning why he seems to be changing his plan all the time. Li Jilo says that since she's so beautiful, she doesn't need to worry because she could get a job very easily. However, she turns to the girl and says that she can't compare to her beauty. Li Jielu says she has a keen eye for someone who called her a mud girl. Lin Shutong smiles, saying that beauty comes from the heart. However, she starts theorizing that Chen Yuan is interested but is just hesitating because the other girl is there. With that, Li Jielu also offers her a job, saying that way she wouldn't have to worry about Chen Yuan. This makes Lin Shutong angry because now it will be awkward if she accepts the boy's offer. Sometime later they return home, and it looks like he threw the two into the mud, which seems impossible. The guards, all smitten, approach Lin Shutong, asking what happened. Obviously Li Jielu gets angry, saying she hired them. Meanwhile, Mang thinks that even dirty, that girl is still beautiful. Seeing the way she looks at Chen Yuan, Mang is sure that she's another one who has fallen for him. However, Li Jielu also likes him, so it's starting to look like a soap opera. Mang approaches and asks if she's doing her homework. She ignores her and hugs him, saying it's incredible that he got two potential daughters-in-law so quickly. The two girls, embarrassed, start making excuses, saying it doesn't make sense, but Mang is more interested in making the house fun. Li Jielu brings a medical kit to help Lin Shutong. Lin Shutong says it's not necessary, but Li Jielu insists, saying she's a professional. Lin Shutong accepts, asking her to be careful. However, Li Jielu applies the antiseptic without mercy, using a lot of stinging medicine. Lin Shutong says it's okay and that it didn't hurt that much. Then someone holds her hand. It's Chen Yuan, saying she's too clumsy, so he'll take care of it. He starts cleaning the wounds, apologizing for what Li Jielu did. Blushing, Lin Shutong thanks him, saying he's very kind. However, he loses 5 favorability points, bringing it down to -85. He looks up, wondering what this girl wants. The timid girl asks if he has a problem. Our boy thinks she's a very good actress and says it's nothing. If it weren't for the favorability, he would really believe she liked it. Compared to the other girls, only Soil has such good acting skills. She's a very skilled opponent, so he will have to be cautious. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong imagines that our boy pretends to be innocent, but she knows he is a beast. Moreover, she has information that his mother isn't his real mother. This means that those two have no blood relation. She believes that Chen Yuan knows this information and is planning something malicious. However, she's there to expose all his deceptions. Half an hour later, she's all radiant, saying they've been very friendly. Even our boy is impressed with her beauty. Seeing the two girls in front of him, he can't tell who is more powerful. Chen Yuan approaches and says she would be perfect as his personal secretary. Immediately, she imagines the plan is progressing perfectly. She says she's not sure if she's capable, but Chen Yuan assures her she has everything necessary for the position. However, before starting, she would have to pass a special test. Nervously, she asks what this test would be. Our boy just turns and tells her to come along, and she'll find out. She doesn't know what awaits her, but decides to see it through. She grew up with the other girls, always practicing to serve the Li family, all to eventually serve Master Li Jiamu. So even if it means sacrificing her integrity, she will go through with the plan. For that, she has to pass the so-called test from this trashy Chen Yuan. Sometime later in the room, she says she's at his command. Our boy then asks her to pass along all the details of her bank account. She starts pulling out her card and says it's okay, thinking it's foolish of him since she has hidden all the information. Her bank account receives 100 million. She becomes shocked, never having seen so much money in her account before. She starts sweating, saying it happened very suddenly. Chen Yuan turns into Mr. Beast and tells her the challenge is to spend those 100 million by tomorrow, and if she manages, she will become his secretary. She is confused, wondering what kind of joke this is. However, she remembers he's a cruel person and must have something wrong with this plan. Chen Yuan leaves, saying he's looking forward to the results tomorrow. However, he warns that if anyone finds out about the test, it will be considered a failure. But our boy has already noticed that those 100 million have greatly affected her, so it will be easier than he thought. With that, he returns to the room. His sister asks how the test went and if he liked it. He just playfully taps her head, telling her to stop being so curious. He asks if she will buy the residences, and she says she will talk to some gentleman. He informs her that he's heading to the city. The other girl just observes in the background. He steers the conversation toward buying some land and imagines it has something to do with the television project. She knows that everyone is buying land in the northern part, but he seems to be focusing on the southern region. She begins to realize that all of this is part of his plan. While people fight over houses in the area where he pretended to be interested, he will grab everything in the south and profit. However, she's excited because unfortunately he won't do as well as he thinks. Meanwhile, his sister asks if she can go to the city with him. Our boy questions what she wants to do there. Embarrassed, she says she wants to buy a few things. He already knows this is influenced by Lin Jilo, who keeps buying a lot. He tells her she doesn't need to worry. They can go shopping together. Suddenly, someone catches them off guard. It's Lin Jilo announcing that if they're going out to have fun, she has to come along and could even bring the other girl to keep an eye on her. With that, everyone heads to the city mall. Our boy approaches Ling Shang and tells her to join everyone and get out of the car. She's confused, but he says it's obvious the SEC secret AR will have to help carry the bags. While walking around, he tells his sister to buy whatever she wants. She goes to a store and starts looking at dresses. He sees her from the corner of his eye and says that one is very pretty. When she picks up a handbag, he says it's beautiful and immediately buys one in every color. He keeps spending until she grabs his hand and says it's enough, mentioning that she now has an outfit for every day of the year. Our boy says it's strange because his hands are empty. She points to Ling Shang, saying the poor girl is suffering. He asks Ling Shang if she's tired, and she says she's actually fine. He then walks away, saying she should know she's easily replaceable, so she'd better work hard. He mentions it will be hard to take all these things home and tells her to buy an apartment in Mengming's name. Excitedly, she agrees to do it, but only because he's asking, thinking that this jerk is treating her like a toy. The scene shifts to a random bar. A car pulls up in front, and the guys recognize it as a new Bentley. The girls went shopping but apparently dressed up for a cosplay event. The guys remark that the person with the two girls looks familiar. Our boy calls out to his friends, saying they haven't changed at all. The guys are shocked, asking if it's really the Chen Yuan they knew. Someone nearby comments that it's impossible he bought that car. Chen Bayo tells Chen Yuan to stop acting high and mighty because everyone knows he has no money. Our boy is exhausted, thinking that every reunion is always the same. He wouldn't be surprised if others showed up to show off. Then a guy in a suit enters, saying no one there has seen each other in a long time. Chen Yuan remembers a shy kid from class and wonders if he underwent a genetic mutation. The girls are all complimenting him, saying he's changed a lot. The chubby guy is sucking up to him, saying they were wrong to judge him when he was younger. Startled, he sees the two girls next to Chen Yuan and asks him to introduce them. Chen Yuan introduces his sister and then introduces Len Jello. He says he brought them and hopes no one minds. The guys, of course, say that it's actually amazing of him to be so considerate. With that, Chen Yuan leads the group. Meanwhile, the guy in the background is wondering which of the two girls he will choose, but Chen Yuan already noticed this and tells him to keep dreaming. The group gathers around the table. The guy with white hair asks Chen Yuan about his plans after graduation, eating a lot. He says he has no idea. He thinks life is stagnant with lots of beautiful women and endless money to spend. For him, life has been a bit boring lately. He says he doesn't see himself doing a regular job and will probably travel the world. The guy chuckles, saying Chen Yuan is very young, and offers him a position in his company with an incredible salary of $5,000 a month. Lin Jilo immediately spits out her drink. She apologizes, saying she heard something funny while thinking she admires the courage of that idiot for offering such a job. Chen Yuan smiles and thanks him for the offer but says he's not interested. The guy says that's fine and he won't force him. However, in reality, even that job offer was a lie and he is only interested in Chen Yuan's sister. The group asks about his work, and he starts talking about studying architecture and working with his father. Meanwhile, the chubby guy keeps sucking up, saying he's been innovating a lot in the city. While he's trying to show off, the protagonist is there, relaxed. The guy thinks that this bunch of country bumpkins is impressed just because he put on a suit. At that moment, he sees Lin Jilo laughing and thinks she is interested in him. Boldly, he asks if that smile was directed at him. She says no and just remembered something extremely funny. She gives a peculiar smile and it's obvious she already has a plan. Chen Yuan watches the scene unfold, thinking about how predictable these situations have become. Our boy is wondering what she is planning to do. The guy approaches and asks for her number, saying he finds her adorable and that they could get to know each other better. However, she just asks if he really believes he deserves something like that. People think she's arrogant for implying the guy doesn't even deserve to be her friend. The guy loses his temper and says she's very audacious, but she says she doesn't care. He cares about her, but her indifference only makes him angrier. Suddenly, the manager of the place starts passing by and everyone greets him. The guy with white hair wonders who is so important that the manager himself would show up. The manager approaches Lang Julu and apologizes for not treating her with the utmost cordiality. She says she doesn't mind and tells him to continue with his work. The guy is confused, wanting to know who this girl is. At first, the friends start commenting that the manager called her by the name Lin. They become frightened, realizing she might really be the second daughter of the Lin family. The protagonist's sister asks her to tell the truth, and she reveals that she is the daughter of the richest man in the area. Our boy thinks it's usually him who goes through situations like this. Meanwhile, the guy with white hair is devastated, wondering if he really said all that to the daughter of the richest man. Lee Julo then hugs the protagonist, saying it's time to go home. The guy is left on the floor, wondering how it's possible that Chen Yuan attracted someone like her. They ignore him completely and leave without saying anything. Outside, our boy comments that they seem to enjoy ignoring that guy. They receive a call from Lin Jiang, asking where they are. Li Jiaoli responds that they were at a dinner, but are coming back soon. Poor Lin Chang has been waiting for them with the clothes this whole time. She starts suspecting that maybe Chen Yuan knows something, but her primary mission is to complete the task he gave her. The scene shifts to a giant mansion. A man is enjoying a luxurious bath when he receives a call. He is informed about Chen Yuan giving Li Wan the task of spending all that money. He tells her to take it seriously because it must be a strategy to test her skills. He says not to worry as he will send some people to help with the spending. He tells her she's doing a good job. She blushes, thanking him and saying she's giving it her best. Meanwhile, our boy receives a call from Jie Shuang. He asks what's going on. Go Shang complains that as always she's overwhelmed with problems, has only slept 4 hours, and can't even rest. She tries to explain that the prices of things in that area tripled in just a few days, and now the money isn't enough. Our boy says that tripling is indeed an exaggeration. However, they can simply move the whole plan to another place. Hesitantly, she asks if that's really the right thing to do. He replies that it's business, not philanthropy, so they'll do whatever is most profitable. The next morning, the entire internet is abuzz. Everyone is talking about Gang changing the location where she said things would be done. Naturally, a lot of people who invested in the city are furious. People have even parked their cars and are protesting. The prices fell so much that some people couldn't handle the pressure. One man even jumps, saying that Jai Shang will have a miserable end. Our boy sees this as the bubble bursting harder than he imagined. Suddenly, his sister opens the door, saying he has to see something. Startled, he tells her not to barge into a boy's room like that. She says they share the same blood, so it's no problem, but she saw something incredible. He asks what it is, and she says it's an amazing wedding in the village. Curious, Chen Yuan asks who is getting married. She points to a bunch of cars outside and says it must be a fancy wedding. In front of the luxury cars, there are lots of flowers. The only strange thing she notices is that everyone seems to be coming to their house. A crowd is gathered outside, and he is confused. Then Ling Shang returns, saying she completed the mission he gave her. With the money, she bought 10 Mercedes-Benz cars, hired over 30 professionals to serve him all day, and bought the titles to more than 100 houses in that region. Our boy is shocked. She bought 100 houses? He asks from whom she got so many houses. She says she found them through the FN real estate agency, and once he signs the documents, everything will be his. He is impressed. Despite being a spy, she's extremely efficient. He says they will look at the papers later and asks her to come upstairs to discuss something. Ling Sheng starts thinking that she's been exposed, but unfortunately she hired a lot of efficient people. Upstairs, he asks if she knows why she was called there. She says she doesn't. He hands her the papers, saying he doesn't want to sign since it will all be in her name. She says it doesn't make sense since all the money was his, and she can't accept something like that. However, our boy steps closer and says she deserves it because he likes her. Blushing, she asks if it's true. He moves even closer and says that even if it were a trillion, he would still give it to her, all because he likes her. She asks if he's joking, saying it's not appropriate since they've only known each other for a day. He questions if she really thinks he would give away so much money if it weren't true. Embarrassed, she doesn't know what to say. However, he pounds the wall, saying that some people stay close their whole lives but never get intimate. But from now on, she's personally his secretary, and he congratulates her on passing the test. She's completely confused, not understanding what he wants from her. Then she receives another billion, totally bewildered. She asks what that is for. Our boy says her mission as a secretary will be to spend all of it in 1 week. Confused, she wants to know what he's planning. However, she starts to wonder why he trusts her so much. Maybe he really likes her. Our boy laughs, thinking it's foolish for her to believe he could actually like someone like her. Chen Yuan is still extremely interested to see what she will do. She tells herself she can't be influenced by this, since she was raised by the Lin family. No matter how much a billion is and how charming Chen Yuan may be, she will never give up. She doesn't care about money because she has integrity. She tells Chen Yuan that she is so kind she would give her life for him. Our boy just turns to look at her, however, the favorability hasn't changed at all. He says she doesn't need to worry about how to repay it and can choose how to spend it. She then asks why he is leaving without asking for anything more. At that moment, the favorability finally changes, like this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Do you remember? The last chapter ended with Ling Sheng's favorability rising. Our boy was laughing so hard she was actually starting to believe in him. However, she's no fool and promised herself that she wouldn't be bought by him. When he looked back, her favorability was still at -85. He told her again that she didn't owe him anything and could spend the money however she wanted. That's when the favorability made a slight move. However, at that exact moment, our boy's phone rang. It was Roya calling. The guy had really been MIA for a while. She asked where he was and if they could meet. Strangely, in the next scene, she was asking Binye if she was free this weekend, saying she was bored and wanted to go shopping. However, Bin Young said that ever since she took up that position at the company, she's been working so much that she can't even take weekends off. The whole company was busy and gearing up for the launch of a new algorithm. Roya said that's okay, and they could plan something for another weekend. With that, Bin Young said goodbye. Roya then called Yuka to ask if she was free. Yuka said that unfortunately she didn't have any time lately either because the platform was being rebuilt, so there was a lot to do. Roya said that's okay too. She understood and they'd plan for another day. She realized that all her friends had been busy these past few days, and she started to notice that maybe it was better to have something to do than just stay at home. Poor girl was just bored out of her mind, wondering if Chen Yuan was really so heartless that if she didn't call, he'd never speak to her again. That's when she called, asked where he was, and said she wanted to see him. The scene shifts back to our quiet little town. Our boy notices something behind him. A Lamborghini is pulling up. Folks from the small town had never even seen a car like that in person. To be honest, I've never seen one either, and obviously who gets out of it, right? It was the most dangerous girl. She walks awkwardly over to Chen Yuan, who's holding a watermelon. Watermelon. For some reason, last time I said it was a pineapple, I think I got confused and went crazy. Our boy didn't say anything. He just told her to get in quickly. The trippy friend was once again fuming that the jerk had another hottie with him. He asked the guys if he wasn't better looking and more prepared than Chen Yuan. They said that at least he was a funny guy. Ruyu went in, but she was all downcast. The girl was already crying. Out of nowhere, she hugged him from behind and told him to stop being so cold and indifferent. She asked him to forgive her and to stop being mad because she missed him. Man, I think he's so indifferent. He even forgot to be mad at her. With that, he took her little hand and called for Ruyu. But just then, someone was bringing the grapes and dropped them on the floor. It was Julu, trembling, wanting to know who that girl was. Ryu, on the other hand, knew her and asked what the girl from the Lin family was doing there. Man, our boy's sister showed up in Lingyang too. She turned to Chen Yuan, called him brother, and asked who that other one was. Ryu thought Chen Yuan was suffering, crying tears every day just like she was. But in fact, he was living in this secluded place, enjoying the company of 3 other girls. A little embarrassed, he called Ryu and said he would introduce the girls. He said that one was Lin Julu from the Lin family, who she should already know. The other was Mang Mang's half-sister, and the third was Ling Sheng, who currently works as his secretary. The atmosphere wasn't pleasant, and our boy was sweating bullets, so he introduced Ryu to the others as a school friend and an amazing university student. Julie was seething with anger. She knew Ryu had given her brother her number. Ryu, on the other hand, was mad that this wretched sister of the guy who caused her trouble was still involved in all this. Her plan was just to come see Chen Yuan and then leave, but with so many people there, she was going to have to keep a close watch. Tay out of nowhere. She said that lately she's been feeling extremely stressed and has had headaches. She wished she could relax a bit. Our boy imagined that he already had to deal with so many people that one more wouldn't make any difference. Besides, Zilu had been pestering him lately, and Ryu would put her back on track. He then hugged her and said she didn't need to be so polite. She could feel at home there. All glowing, she went inside the house, while Sulu was radiating darkness. Ryu was determined not to share our boy with anyone else. The group over in the city was already too big, and with that, the competition between the groups was about to begin. Julie already knew that if she wanted to win over our boy, she would have to beat that Ryu. Sometime later, our boy was picking round green pineapples, but man, those clothes were way too clean for someone working in the field. After another day of collecting, he was heading back home when someone called him and said they had great news. He told the two of them to go inside because he was going to talk to his aunt. Then, all excited, he asked what was going on. She wanted to know why he was living such a good life when so much was happening elsewhere. She warned him that the demolition he had mentioned was already starting. She said she knew how he could get more pieces of land and was going to She told him he could acquire various businesses and lands in the city and that if he acted first he would get an extremely advantageous offer. Chen Yuan found this very strange and asked if by any chance she was getting involved with some kind of organization. She said yes, she had joined a company that told her to persuade people to accept the demolitions, and in return she would get a commission. It had only been 3 days since she started, and she had already become a Sapphire member. Our boy realized she had entered a pyramid scheme. He told her to get out of it because there's no commission for securing a demolition. She was going to get scammed. She said there was nothing to worry about because she was working for Fish and Real Estate, which was huge in the country. Our boy remembered that Fish and Real Estate was the fake name Lingyang gave to his company. So what is she doing? His sister and the same Lingyang were arriving in front of the house, saying it was the last one. His sister said that once they bought that one, they would have acquired everything in the area. She thanked Lingchong, who replied that, in the end, it was the sister who was profiting from everything and she was just helping out. However, the sister thanked her again, saying that without her strategic and financial support, things wouldn't have been so easy. Ling Shang thought she was starting to understand what Chen Yuan was doing in that town and that it was great to help him. However, Lingang thought this girl was being deceived and was too naive to see that Chen Yuan was taking advantage of her. She asked if she had ever thought that maybe Chen Yuan wasn't her real brother. She wasn't going to let this innocent girl fall into that guy's trap. Embarrassed, she said it was impossible that they weren't siblings. Ling Shang said she didn't want to get involved in the relationship but brought some files to take a look at. Confused, Ming asked what that was. Lingang said it was a record showing that Chen Yuan's mother couldn't have children. This proved that he definitely wasn't her biological brother. Ming asked how this was possible and whether maybe he had been adopted. Ling Shang said she didn't know how, but there was no record of his adoption. Mang Ming said that, based on these records, it was impossible for her and Chen Yuan to have any blood relation. However, that left her downcast. The moment she found out, she thought it was impossible not to believe. Chen Yuan was always so caring. He was there to help her. Sometimes he took such good care of her that she even thought it was a dream. Obviously, she was worried about liking her brother, but now this was no longer a problem. Since she could admit it, she told Ling Jiang that it seemed like she wouldn't have to hold back anymore. Ling Jiang said she had to remember that maybe, from the beginning, he knew about this. Maybe everything he's been doing wasn't a coincidence and had some hidden interest. Mingjiang said she was tired of talking about it and wanted to go back home because she was starting to get a headache. With that, the two returned to the mansion. Ming Qi, who now discovered she's no longer his sister, thought that Chen Yuan had always liked her. However, strangely, he was surrounded by a bunch of other girls. The problem was that for her, the others were so incredible that she didn't think he'd like a country girl like her. Ling Shang kept thinking that that bastard didn't even spare the poor country girl. He really played with everyone's emotions. The favorability dropped to mindy. The boys wondered why the darn thing never went up and was always falling. He saw the two walking and thought to himself that he was sure he didn't do anything. Julu asked what he was doing, and he said it was nothing much, telling her to light the fire. Man, they had a 78 million story house, but still lit a fire in the fireplace. The professional at putting women to work already sent Ryu to wash some vegetables. He turned to Minning and asked why she looked like that today. She seemed sadder than usual. He said he was going to cook something to make her happy, and she was impressed. He said it was nothing much, just something he had learned recently. Man, he said cooking was the only skill he was naturally good at, and didn't even have to try. Look at the dangerous boy with a knife, going to town on the vegetables. He didn't even need to use the system for this one. The apple isn't part of country cuisine. The girls were all impressed, and even the bodyguard was standing there like a fool in the background. He said it was his secret recipe, sliced potatoes along with fried rice, and called his sister to try it. While he was helping her eat, the two were just watching, and she said it was delicious. For her, that warmth was the feeling of happiness. She started eating like crazy so she wouldn't leave any for anyone else. Our boy told her to be careful. The others, also eager, went to try it and thought it was a miracle. It made them all so cute like that. Instead of a shack of chaotic noise at the table, they were all talking about how amazing it was. They had no idea he had such good skills. For the first time, our guy gained favorability with everyone and even got Piftantuni with Lin Yang. Strangely, the system congratulated him for gaining so much favorability by cooking, and his skill even went up to level 60. Our boy was confused. All he wanted was to please his sister. At that moment, he touched the secretary's back and told her to stop eating and go upstairs because they had something to discuss. Ling Shang asked if it really had to be now, and he asked if he needed to schedule meetings with his secretary. She awkwardly apologized and said she was going, while muttering that later she would get revenge on this capitalist boss. Already on the balcony of the upper floor, he said that lately she seemed to be working a lot and asked how the money was being spent. She handed him a file showing that it contained the purchase of all the lands in the area and also how 1 billion had been spent. Fission Real Estate, which was his, had already bought over 2,000 properties, not to mention they had more than 500 employees and 700 outsourced workers. She was excited to have spent 1 billion extremely fast, hoping it would impress him. What she was most excited about was that everything was a mess. Handling all of it was going to be a lot of work for him, which meant he would lose money. Our boy took a look at the papers and couldn't make heads or tails of what was written there. However, for him, none of this mattered since he was doing it to lose money. She was fulfilling the only function that mattered, spending money fast enough. He then said she seemed to be trying really hard and did a great job. She was startled because she didn't understand why he wasn't mad, since this would complicate his life. But suddenly, he reached out his hand and moved it toward her face. She thought he was going to try to forcibly kiss her and kept wondering what she was going to do. But it was the classic rice on the cheek move. The crazy guy didn't waste a calorie, he ate the rice, and told her to be more professional. Apparently she liked that because the poor thing almost exploded, saying she would be more careful. She wondered why she got so scared like that. He then got closer and said her efficiency exceeded expectations, spending that billion faster than he could. With that, he sent another 5 billion to her account. She started wondering if he wasn't afraid she might get involved in some problem. He said that was what she'd have to spend next week. If she managed to spend all of it, she would get the chance to learn the secrets of Chen's company's financial success. Now she was motivated, saying this mission would be accomplished. Meanwhile, our boy thought he didn't care that she was a spy as long as she kept spending as much money as possible for him. That night, she sent a message to Mr. Li saying she had infiltrated Chen Yuan's secret group and gained his trust. Soon she would be able to figure out everything they had been operating and how he made his money. He could look forward to the next news. The email had been sent, and her operation, everything was going completely according to plan. She thought Chen Yuan gave her those 5 billion to fix the mess she had been making. However, she was going to take this chance to destroy him for underestimating women. That way she would finally end his riches. Our boy, however, had an itch in his ear. He was playing League of Legends on mobile without a care. The girls had gone out shopping and said they didn't want him to go with them because it was their day. He couldn't understand why they didn't want to take him, but okay. Now he was alone in that whole house and missed the days when he was with his parents, being a lazy student. He ate and drank without having to worry about anything. With that, he seemed to fall asleep. That's when someone arrived at the house and wondered why her house looked so different. There were a bunch of luxury cars and she wondered if that damned ex-husband had sold everything. The woman walked in asking if anyone was there and telling them to say something. Our boy seemed to hear the voice. That's when he recognized his mother. She said it was a relief to see he was home and asked what had happened in that place. He suddenly hugged her and said he missed her. She was a little puzzled and said he was too old to be so clingy, but she would make him a meal. While having dinner, he said he had heard everything that happened there and that he was on her side. She said it was good for him to be like that and learn not to play with other people's feelings. Chen Yuan replied that he would never do something like that since he's been a good person since childhood. But just then they arrived and everyone was staring at each other, wanting to know what was going on. His mother asked who they were while wondering why so many women came in. He then introduced Julu to his mother and said she was a friend of his. The girls were all in shock that it was our boy's mom. They immediately rushed to introduce themselves, saying their names and expressing how nice it was to meet her. The mom awkwardly greeted them and wondered how her strange son managed to get so many beautiful women. She told all of them to sit down because she was going to prepare something for everyone to eat. However, they said it wasn't necessary and that they would cook instead. Our boy found it strange, especially since he had never seen Ruo cook anything. Then Julu started cleaning the floor, and the mom told her to stop doing that, but she said she'd been doing it for several days and that she didn't need to worry. This, of course, made her boy angry since she's the laziest of them all, and yet she was the one doing the chores. The mom said they were incredible girls, extremely beautiful and kind. The favorability was even going up. At least for that, the arrival of his mom had helped. However, he knew that his mom hated it when guys had a lot of girls around, so he was going to get in trouble. On the other hand, she was crying, saying she thought he would struggle to find a woman in life, but apparently that wasn't the case. However, he knew that was just hypocrisy. Then the neighbor from the pyramid scheme recognized her and called out. The mom asked why she was at the door and said she should come in so they could talk, but the neighbor said she had something important to say. The mom told her to go ahead, wanting to know why she was being so mysterious. The neighbor then asked if she had noticed the changes in the village. The mom said she'd heard that many changes were due to this Fishin real estate. The neighbor said that this Fishin group had been paying a lot for the lands there. The mom asked if the woman was there to try to make her sell a house, which she immediately said she wouldn't do. However, the neighbor said she should do it for her son so she'd have money to pay for his wedding. The mom was thoughtful and figured he really would need money, seeing as he had so many women around. The pyramid queen said she managed to sell hers for 600,000 in cash. The mom then replied that it made sense, but she would have to think carefully about it. Inside, Julu asked where his mom was, and her boy said she was strangely diligent, but he warned that she'd been around for a long time and it was time for her to fulfill her part of the business. She was going to have a mission. She asked what mission he was talking about. He told her to follow him and he would explain. That's when she remembered she was there for business, and for a moment she had forgotten about it and focused only on Chen Yuan. He then handed her the black system card. She knew that was the legendary one that few people had and asked how he managed to get one of that caliber. He informed her that the card had 50 billion on it and that the password was her birthday. She wanted to know why he was giving her so much money and if he wasn't afraid she might do something wrong. However, our boy shouted that he trusted her. Now she was all flustered, convinced that our guy loved her. He said he would give her total control of the land acquisition project. That's because she was the only person he could trust. She asked about the sister and questioned if she wasn't trustworthy. He explained that every move he made was being watched because Ling Sheng was a spy. Poor Julu had no idea about this. She asked if that was really true. He explained that it was and that he became a target after the incident with the TV in the big city. A lot of people were after him and that's why she was the only person he could trust. She was shocked. 50 billion, not even her family would trust her with that. Not to mention, she was sure that this project was extremely important to him. Our boy knew she was already at 92 favorability and hoped that this last move would finally work. And for her, the unconditional trust was the true form of love. With that, 95 favorability was reached. Counterattack initiated. It was already number 10. Man, he had spent 50 billion on her. Besides gaining 30 points of strength, he learned to sing, draw, and play Chinese chess. Go. Our guy was happy that the plan had worked perfectly. They then agreed they would have to keep today's events a little secret between the two of them, and she was all emotional that now they had something that was just theirs. She then said she would return to the big city tomorrow but wanted him to remember her. Our boy said he would miss her a lot, and with that she left, happy and jumping. He liked her attitude and knew she was a good person. So if the Ling family was less oppressive toward him, maybe he would also be more patient with them. As soon as he went down the stairs, his mom called and said she had something to talk about. Already in the room, she said the neighbor had mentioned she should sell a house and she was thinking about it. He said it wasn't something so trivial to discuss overnight, and that they should plan carefully over a longer time. What he was wondering, though, was whether his mom needed money. However, she said he was no longer a child. It was time to start thinking about marriage. That's why she wanted to give him money to buy a house and a car. She said the buyer would be Fishin, real estate, and our boy wondered why Chen Yuan wanted to buy his mom's house. The mom explained that the chapter between her and his father had ended, but now she wanted to help her son. Our boy was emotional, thinking how hard it is for other families, but she didn't know he was a millionaire. Maybe it was a good idea to let her sell, so he could buy her one in the city center. That way she would be closer. On another day, he was looking at financial information provided by Lanyan. She explained that they had acquired various lands around the region, but now the company was running out of funds. She apologized, saying that all of it was her fault. However, she got excited, since if he wanted to break the contracts he made, he'd have to pay 10 times the value. He asked how much would be needed to continue the project, and she said at least 10 billion. Right then, the scoundrel's eyes sparkled, and she was confused by his excited reaction. He then said she was doing better than he thought. Not only did she spend the 5 billion he gave her, but now she was also 10 billion in debt. She was confused and asked if he was joking. He said no, in fact he was impressed that she managed to spend 15 billion in just 1 week. She was trying to understand what he meant by that. Our boy said that finding an employee who knows how to make money is easy. The hard part is finding someone who can spend so much like that. She was the hidden dragon he'd been looking for all along. While thinking about how naive she was, since the more she lost, the better it was for him, she began to wonder if she really was some kind of prodigy in the business world. With that, she received a message on her phone that another 20 billion had been deposited. Now she was scared, since not even the guy who ordered this mission would have such confidence. She asked if he wasn't afraid and trusted her so much. He said he wasn't afraid. He was completely confident that he could trust her. Finally, he gained 20 favorability points by saying that, and boy, another 20, another 20. The favorability went right. He forgot how low hers was. Our boy saw that spending those 20 billion was worth it. He then told her to prepare a car because he would be returning to CH tomorrow. She had no idea why he wanted to go back to the city so suddenly. In a conversation with his mom, she asked why her son was going back so soon, since he could still take more vacation. He explained that a friend's company was about to open, and the guy asked for help. Obviously it was Exoyuki, his streaming company. The mom thought he was doing a part-time job to pay for his studies. Since he was little, he had always tried his best to ease the family's financial pressure. Even so, in recent years she had been harsh with the boy. He asked why she was crying, saying it was nothing much and that he could go. She handed him a card saying it had 50,000 on it and he didn't need to worry, he could spend it. Her boy, surprised, questioned if she was really going to give him that much money. She said he needed to spend a little, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend. At that moment, he said she didn't need to worry because he was a billionaire. She told him to stop lying because he looked more like a beggar. He seemed hesitant, but she said he didn't need to worry and that it was like his commission. He asked where this commission thing was coming from. She said she got involved with Fishin real estate and had already managed to buy some land. Our boy was confused, thinking there was another one in the same pyramid scheme. She said he didn't need to worry because she was going to convince a few more people in town to sell their houses. Knowing she would be shocked if she found out he was involved in it, he decided to keep it a secret. At that moment, someone called for her brother. Obviously, it was Minging asking if he was really going back to Seoul. Our boy said yes and asked what the problem was. Naturally, she asked if she could go back with him. That's when he remembered that Mingming had no relation to his mom, so things would get weird once he left. With that, they hit the road. Google Maps open inside the BMW. Our boy asked what that was. That car was too cheap and he told Li Yuan to pay more attention. She apologized, saying she would be more careful next time. The sister told him to stop giving Li Yuan a hard time because that car was already good enough. Besides, He had announced the trip very suddenly, so it would be hard to find another car, and strangely, she pampered our boy, and he gained favorability. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong was fuming that he treated the girl like a maid, and with that he lost favorability. He even got the system out to see if he could recover, but he couldn't understand why Lin Shutong was angry just because Minki had given him an orange to eat. Suddenly it started to rain and our boy told Lin Shutong to be careful, but right then a truck started sliding on the side and the car in front spun around. With that, man, I don't know what happened, but our boy's car got hit. The three were startled. Man, the accident was no joke. The poor guys were spinning on the street. I don't know which car he was in, but I think it was that upside-down black one. The BMW on the left. Yeah, that's the one, folks. The thing was destroyed. The series is over now, really. But overwrite that, because our boy is the protagonist and he's already kicking the door open. He managed to protect his sister's body thanks to the strengthening he got from the system. She asked if he was okay and said she was terrified. Our boy said that as long as he was by her side, nothing would hurt her. A bunch of cars had started braking, but the rain was still heavy. He covered his sister and said he would help Li Wan when he got there. Man, I'm not sure if she's going to make it out alive. He asked if she could get out and she replied that her legs were stuck. Oh boy, could there be a death in the series? Watching him disappear, she wondered if she was going to die in such a ridiculous way. But our boy grabbed the door and with the system's strength, pulled her out. He told her to hold on, he wasn't going to give up. The poor thing was there, almost dead, already thinking that at least in the end he never disappoints. The affection score went up to 5. Our boy was there, saving her, thinking that finally the number was positive. Only in a story could you survive a head-on collision with 30 flips in the air. At that moment his sister asked if Lin Shutong was okay and was startled, saying something had happened to her face. Apparently the poor girl had a cut across her whole eyebrow. The sister brought the rearview mirror for her to take a look. She immediately saw she had almost split her head open. Our boy said the important thing was that she was alive, and medicine these days could heal any injury. She questioned if that could really be cured and whether he would think of her as a monster. Our boy told her she didn't need to worry about that. Then she hugged our boy tightly. After a while, the ambulance arrived and they were taken to the hospital. Our boy realized it would be good to use the system to learn a bit of medicine. The next day, Exoyuki asked if he had arrived and said there would be an event that night. Our boy explained that he had been in a car accident. Right away, Exoyuki ordered a car and asked which hospital he was at. He said she didn't need to worry, that he would still manage to attend the event tonight. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong was just watching our boy, thinking that maybe being disfigured wasn't so bad after all. Now, instead of relying on her looks, she would only be able to count on her intelligence and skills. However, she knew that in the end, people judge appearances, and no one would want someone ugly around. Our boy then told her to check if there were any villas in the city of Su as he wanted to buy one. The sister scolded him, saying she had just been in an accident and how could he have the nerve to ask her to work. But our boy said he could only count on her because she always got the tasks done. Still, the sister argued that he couldn't force people like that. She turned to say something to Li Wan, but she was emotional, crying. The two, sibling or not, were actually confused by that. She explained that she was emotional because he hadn't changed how he treated her, even with her being disfigured. To be honest, I haven't seen all this disfigurement on her face yet, but she said she would exceed his expectations. The scene then shifted to the event, where the artist carefully sketched each of the participants. Upon arriving, the sister was impressed, saying the place was amazing. She recognized some of the famous streamers there. Our boy explained that she would have to get used to this kind of event, but she said that the two of them were too casual since everyone else was dressed in formal gowns. He replied that even in flip-flops, no one there would dare humiliate him. However, he noticed some women on the side asking how some poor people had gotten in there, and his sister was crushed. Our boy obviously didn't like those wretched women having the nerve to make her feel that way. He approached to give them a lesson and told them to be careful about what they said about that lady. The two asked who he was and said they didn't fit in at that event. Now our boy was losing his temper. However, Minking grabbed his shirt and said it was better to let it go. He ignored her and told the two women that he would give them one more chance to apologize. One of them came closer and asked if he didn't recognize her and if he knew how many fans she had. Man, what's this? Violence against women. He slapped her in the face. The girl turned angrily, asking how he dared to do that. Man, this boy should be arrested. He really slapped her again. When she fell to the ground, everyone was wondering how he had the nerve to do something like that. Our Chen Yuan is being overly aggressive. What's this, my warrior? That life on the farm drove him crazy. And then those bar friends came over to see who was causing trouble. Immediately, they saw it was our dear Chen Yuan and were already shaking. The guy knows that our boy is more famous than ever, and finding him there was a stroke of luck. However, the girl, the one who took the slaps, immediately recognized the guy. She approached Mr. Bang and asked for help, saying she'd been beaten by a farm boy. Apparently, the writer recognized him and was trying to get revenge in the story. Wagging his tail, he clung to our boy and said he wanted to apologize on her behalf. The rest of the event wondered who this guy was for Mr. Bade to act like that. Apparently, a sister like our boy hits women. There's something wrong with that. She really liked it and gained favorability. She's super dangerous. Meanwhile, Lingang was in her room. It was time for her to call her boss and report everything that had happened that week. However, she was remembering our boy, everything he said and how he saved her. She couldn't understand why her mind was filled with these thoughts, but she decided none of that mattered and called the young master. He answered and asked what it was. She said that the time to initiate the plan had come. She had acquired several scattered island pieces, and they could be used to disrupt Chen Yuan's plans. The guy congratulated her and said that when she returned, she would be extremely well treated. She thanked him and said he didn't need to say such things. After all, if it weren't for him and the Li family, she would have died on the streets. He replied that she was the person he trusted most, and as soon as she returned, he would send several doctors to take care of her. She thanked him and hung up the call. However, she wondered how he had found out about her accident. The only way would be if he had placed a spy to keep an eye on her, because he didn't fully trust her. On stage, the guy told everyone to give a round of applause for the boy's performance. The next person to appear was a special guest. The sister asked who this mysterious person was. Our boy had put on a mask, and she asked what that was all about. He was wearing this ridiculous Batman thing, saying he was going to put on a performance for her. They recognized the famous crystal piano on stage, and there was Chen Yuan walking up to it. The sister was all smitten. Not sister, we have to remember that, and she was already at 90 favorability, just 5 more points to go. Everyone thought it was some guy named Lang Sheng, who seemed to be famous on the piano. 5 minutes later, our boy was still up there. Everyone was wondering why the fool wasn't starting to play or even saying anything. They told him to get off if he wasn't going to do anything. The people on the live stream were all cursing him out. On Xiaoqi's camera, Meiki was watching everything. Kai said they needed to think of something because the audience wasn't liking it. Xiaoqi said they had to trust Chen Yuan. She was sure he had a plan. She knew he was a genius on the piano, so what was he doing? Suddenly, he finally played the first note, and the two were excited that at least he was going to do something. Our boy took advantage of the singing ability he had acquired and let it all out. Now, people were getting emotional. The song our boy sang was about inexplicable emotions. He said he still loved that person. Mangmin couldn't believe it and wondered how many more secrets he had. Our boy sang that time was passing and they had to face their choices, and that he wasn't happy when he left. For a moment, Mengming was there, thinking he was hard to resist, even if he was her friend's guy. From her house, even Gao An was watching, and she thought that this kind of song could only be sung by someone who truly loved. He pretended to be cold, but he had a wounded heart. The favorability was at 93 play 2. I thought he had already achieved that. Everyone at the event was left speechless. As soon as he finished, I saw a guy clapping, saying it was incredible, on the live stream. It was obviously all hearts now, and everyone was supportive. Ro couldn't believe he had yet another skill like that. She regretted not being there in person to see it. Her father told her to get off the phone during the meeting, but the Li family guy said it was okay and that he sometimes ended up doing the same. The father apologized, saying he should have raised her better. Once again, the Li family guy said it was okay and not to worry about those things since they were about to form a contract. Meanwhile, Rui wanted to know why the guy who had caused problems with Chen Yuan was right in front of her. The fact that her father brought her there without her knowing made her angry. That's when the guy stood up and said he had prepared a surprise for them. He said he'd been studying piano for a few years and wanted to show her a piece, so he started playing, certain that with this performance there was no way he wouldn't win her over. However, for her it was far inferior to Chen Yuan's. They didn't even compare. Someone was crying while watching our boy's performance. It was Lin Shutong, who couldn't understand how that song had touched her heart. To her, our guy was like a bright moon in the sky. Meanwhile, in a limousine, someone was saying they had already bought good lands in the Tian area. However, they were starting to get apprehensive about the financial situation. It was Julu who said not to worry about that and to just keep buying. She knew Ling Shang was buying other lands, so she was making a strategic move to counterattack the girl. The area for making movies and TV that he bought seemed to be in Taiman, but it actually involved 2 other cities. She had to do her best, since she was the only person Chen Yuan counted on. Using all the knowledge she had, she was going to punish that damn spy Ling Shang. Then, she received a message from Mang Ming saying that Chen Yuan was performing and she had to take a look. She found it strange for someone as wealthy as him to be live streaming. It didn't make any sense at all. She opened it and saw that he was there playing with a mask on. However, our boy was in the colorful LGBT section singing. She was impressed. She never imagined that. The way our boy sang to her, it seemed he wasn't successful in music only because he had dedicated himself to the business world. The whole country was crying over such talent not becoming a star. Having reached 96 favorability, he gained 10 strength points. I'm eager for our boy to reach 100 to see what happens. Seeing the points he gained, he thought that this performance wasn't in vain. The audience asked where he was going. Everyone wanted him to continue. A few days later, at a company, someone informed Ling Shang that they were having problems. It seemed there was another person with a lot of money buying up the lands they were interested in. She knew that if her boss's plan failed, everyone working at fishing would lose their jobs. She told the guy she would talk to the boss and ask if he had any instructions. She decided to do what she could, and the rest would be up to fate. But unfortunately, Chen Yuan's phone was turned off. She wondered if he was somehow trying to avoid his responsibilities. Meanwhile, at the Black Cat Company, everyone there was talking about how the whole place was still bankrupt. The streamers thought it was weird since just a few days ago they had received a lot of money. The rumor going around was that Miss Yan, who funded the whole business, had apparently disappeared. She had information that he vanished because he ran out of money. Shen Shui also heard this and wondered if Mr. Yan had really gone bankrupt. In the meeting room, Exoyuki said it was impossible. Even if she did her best, she wouldn't be able to drain his money. But Shen Shui said the rumors seemed true and suggested calling him to confirm. Exoyuki realized that it had indeed been a while since he last sent a message. Normally, by now he would have sent some money. Maybe it was true he was really having problems. In a whole city, everyone was talking about this story, that Mr. Yan was running out of money. The old folks who didn't like our boy were all saying he deserved it. However, in a gigantic mansion, someone was asking what was going on. It was our boy in the pool, wanting to know where Ryu heard that. She said that none of it mattered, and even if he needed it, she would sell everything she had to help him. Our boy said that didn't make any sense. His only problem was having too much money, and strangely, the more he tried to spend, the more money he made. With that, he hung up the call and muttered that no one could take a week off without everything turning into a mess. The mother asked Ryu what he said. Ryu replied that he wasn't admitting he was going bankrupt and said she was going to sell everything to help him. But the mom yelled saying she wasn't going to do that, not just because that was all they had, but also because Chen Yuan's bills wouldn't be covered by their business. Ryu agreed. No matter what they tried, they would never be able to pay Chen Yuan's bills. The mom said maybe he was deliberately trying to show weakness to someone. Meanwhile, our boy was sunbathing, all relaxed. Exoyuki shouted, asking if he was having a problem, and said she was going to sell the whole company to help him. Even Gao Shuman called, saying she never cared about the money and would return everything he gave her and some extra to help him. Miss Both said he should have asked her for help and that she would never stop supporting him. Our boy always responded to everyone that he was fine and they didn't need to worry. He didn't know what else to do since it was impossible to have a day of peace. What he found strange was why everyone on the same day thought he was going bankrupt, who was spreading the news that he was running out of money. However, it was interesting to see that the tables had turned. Instead of pampering the girls, everyone was now pampering him. Maybe his charm was really reaching indescribable heights. But once again, he received another call. He answered and asked who it was this time. It was Li Juluo, who was annoyed that he answered like that. She told him to give her the dress right away. Our boy asked why, and she just said to give it because she had a surprise for him. He knew that this surprise wasn't going to bring any joy. The scene shifted to one of the fanciest parts of the whole city. The guy from the Lin family told the staff they couldn't make any mistakes today. At the event, all the most important figures of that city would be there. With that, some cars approached and the first person got out. The first to appear was a guy named Li Jiamu. The Lin family boy welcomed him and told him to come in, but Jiamu replied that he didn't need to be polite. They had known each other for a long time. Then, a taxi stopped right in front. Lin Gyang had been instructed by her boss to attend tonight, and when is she going to take that bandage off her forehead? At that moment, she told Miss Li to wait so they could go in together. But the security guard just pushed her aside and asked where the beggar came from. The security team alerted everyone to protect the master, saying there was someone suspicious. All flustered, Lin Qiang called out for the master, saying she arrived a little late. He then recognized her. He approached and asked what happened, telling her to get up. However, he strangely smelled something. It seemed the poor thing smelled bad. He covered his nose and said that if she entered the event like that, she'd ruin his reputation. Still, he told the two security guards to help her get up because he couldn't dirty himself with that. Apparently, she couldn't take a bath to avoid infecting the wound. I've never heard of that, but okay. However, she realized that she would be discarded like a dog when no longer needed. Everyone was at the table, and the guy with the little mustache asked if that Mr. Yan was already finished. Jeremy told Ling Sheng to explain everything that happened, and she explained that they had acquired all the most important lands for the project he was trying to launch. The guy said he understood it would be impossible for him to expand his project without buying some of the lands they owned. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to proceed. She confirmed that was exactly the case. The Lin family guy said he was hearing rumors that Mr. Yan was already running out of money, so this time he was truly finished. Gamma agreed, saying they would finally be able to finish him off. Everyone at the table was laughing. They were even toasting to our boy's bankruptcy. Ling Shang said she would reveal that his sister was also by Chan's side. With just one signal, she would start collaborating with them again, and then he would be done for good. But at that moment, someone kicked the door open, calling for our boy, saying she was starving and demanding he make that same rice from last time. The one who greeted her was our boy's sister, who said she thought she'd never see her friend again. On the couch, she asked if Shilu really liked her brother since she was always wanting to see him, but Shilu replied that men all over the city wanted her. Of course she wouldn't like someone like Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy was in the kitchen, listening to everything, wondering how the Lin family could be so prestigious and still have a crazy one like this. But it was okay since his sister had been getting bored, and now she had some company. At that moment, someone knocked on the door saying they knew he was home. The two were confused and could tell it was a woman's voice. Jielu said it must be another love debt that Chen Yuan left behind. With that, they opened the door, and who was there but Goan, all tired, wanting to know if Chen Yang was home. The two recognized her as a super famous star. Soon, the three were at the table chatting, and Jielu was all curious about what that star was doing there. Our boy's sister even asked for an autograph. The poor star said that if she had to compete against her, it was going to be really hard. She'd be a very formidable opponent. Our guy then appeared, saying that dinner was ready. The three praised him, and Goen said she never imagined he had such skills. He wanted to know, though, why she was there. She said she was worried about the way he talked on the phone and asked if he was having any financial problems. A while later, the three were full. Once again, he gained favorability, and his sister and Goen were almost at 95. Our boy realized that cooking was always effective. It wasn't just a notebook that fell on the table. It was a financial record that left our boy confused. Jielu told him to take a look. This was the surprise she had prepared. The company she was managing was the secret real estate. Our boy wondered why it seemed like she was picking a fight with Lin Gang. Jielu said it didn't stop there because that was just part of what she did. Additionally, for his convenience, she even brought a map to help him understand. Looking at the map, she said the purple region was the one she bought. It already had the support of the neighboring cities, and she managed to buy all of it without even spending all the money he gave her. She thought he'd be impressed, but his expression didn't even change. It was really hard to impress our boy. Goen was dying of sleepiness. For him, what mattered was that the money was spent. However, Goen recognized the map and asked if he was behind all of it. With a region as huge as that for production, the sky was the limit. Moreover, his structure was divided among 3 cities, which made it so that none of them could have control over him. It really seemed like he had thought of all this from the beginning. He was like a master strategist who didn't let any move slip by. She was lucky to be right there beside him. Guys, we reached 95 favorability again. The brown-noser relationship had been completed, and he received 283 million back plus 30 strength points. Now he was also a master of acting. Our boy wondered if he looked better while holding that financial paper. Meanwhile, at the Black Cat Company, someone asked Man for a favor. It was Exoyuki, who said it seemed like Chen Yuan had a real estate company. One of the girls was supposed to take a look at it. Manjing said the name of the company was Fishin, and that the new secretary named Lin Shutong was managing it. Hickey said it was dangerous to leave him alone in this and that they would need to investigate to figure out how to help him. Her friend then said she would investigate all of Fishin and especially Lin Shutong. With that, she gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying she could always rely on her best friend. Meanwhile, our boy was curious. Since he had become a master of acting, could it be possible to use this skill in flirting? He turned to Goen and asked why she was looking so intently when he was checking the files. She seemed a bit confused, having no idea how he noticed she was so focused on him, and strangely, he seemed more charming than before. Our boy thought that now flirting was finally getting easy. While looking at the map, he realized that everything he wanted to do had kind of worked out. The problem was the other people who tried to go against him. Maybe he was really destined for something extraordinary. Perhaps that's why Goen thought he planned it all, but if they wanted to let their imaginations run wild like that, he wouldn't stop them. He would continue playing his game, regardless of each one's reaction. Jilu then asked what he thought about having someone as competent as her. However, for now, we're back at that banquet of the rich. Explaining the situation, she said it was impossible for Mr. Yan to turn things around, unless the guys wanted to know. Unless what? She said. Unless he put in billions and billions more, but she doubted he had that kind of capital. Lin said he was startled for a second, but that she was quite funny. Then Diam wanted to know if anyone had any questions. Strangely, the guy with the sharp jawline said he was smelling something weird and mentioned hearing that all of Diam's secretaries were wonderful. So he wanted the girl to take off the bandage on her head and reveal her true face. The artist could have hidden that face better to create this drama, but all right, she started crying to Mr. Li, and he knew that this guy was being extremely rude, but he couldn't afford to lose this cooperation. He then told Lin Shutong to take off the veil and let the guy have a look. She asked if she really needed to do that, and the guy told her to obey right away. Funny thing is, this veil they keep talking about is just a 2-centimeter bandage. But for dramatic effect, here she goes, crying. The veil is then removed, and man, this scar is really huge. No one knew it was that bad. The doctor who stitched her up should be sued because her wound is still open. The table fell silent. The jawline guy said he didn't imagine there was such monstrosity underneath and told her to cover it up right away. She said if it was bothering the environment she would leave, and with that she left while Jami just watched. He thought that her face couldn't be recovered, and now that the mission was complete, she was of no use anymore. The guys from afar were laughing, saying she was horribly ugly. Another agreed, saying he had seen prettier beggars. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, Shilu was inviting his sister to go to a bar. But she said she wouldn't do that because Chen Yuan said he doesn't like that kind of thing. She's just going to take a bath and go to bed. Zilu said she should have more fun, but she replied that she loved staying there at home with her brother. Then someone rang the doorbell. The two turned to see who it was. It was Lin Shutong, looking completely worn out. Mang Ming immediately asked what happened because she didn't look well. Lin Shutong said nothing happened, with a face that looked like she took a beating. Mang Ming helped her and said she could tell her anything, while Julu was angry because to her Lin Shutong was the biggest traitor of all. To be honest, she was right. Lin Shutong really was the biggest traitor. Ming said that Chen Yuan told her to wait a bit for Lin Shutong because he thought she would show up. Shocked, she asked if he really mentioned her, and Mang Ming said yes. With that, she went to eat our boy's rice, realizing that from the beginning Chen Yuan had treated her like a person, not a tool. In the end, he really was the kindest. Mom asked why she was crying and told her to say what happened, but she replied that it was nothing much. She had just remembered some things. Favorability rose by 10. Lin Shutong then asked where Chen Yuan was because she wanted to talk to him. That made it rise by 10 more. The sister explained that Chen Yuan had already gone to bed. Lin Shutong questioned why he went so early. The sister explained that it seemed he was having to deal with a lot of problems and wanted some time alone. Actually, time alone meant sipping soda and playing League of Legends. Ling Shang said she understood that he must be suffering a lot because of all these people turning against him plus Ling's planning. Even with all this happening, he still remembered to leave food for her. She really didn't deserve him. Another 10 points were gained. The next day, Ming told Yuki that she found information about Ling Shang after staying up all night. She had discovered some very suspicious things. Strangely, she had suddenly gotten into one of the top universities without attending any school. At 17, she went to study in the United States and came back with 2 degrees. By 22, she was already the executive secretary of the Giant Star Group. Yuki said she had heard of that group before. It wasn't an unfamiliar name. Min reported that this group was responsible for the wealth, the Li family, the same family that owns Giant Tazin Company. Chen Yuan was planning to open something that would be a direct competitor to them, and Ling Shang appeared as a secretary at that moment. The two concluded that she could only be a spy. Meng Gong said it was no wonder the boy was encountering so many problems to the point of almost going bankrupt. Desperate, Yuki said she was going to call now to help him. However, as always, our boy's number was turned off. She called Bingyi and asked for the new address. Bingyi replied that she had no idea, but she got angry when she found out there was a spy next to the boy. Wei said she would help find this new house, and together they would take down this spy. The operation to save our boy had begun. Back at the boy's house, he was waking up after a tiring day. However, he smelled something strange. He saw that it was Ling Shang making breakfast and wondered if she had taken the wrong medication. At that moment, he approached and greeted the secretary. She said she had cooked something for him and asked him to taste it. Our boy was all glowing while watching her. As he ate, she thought that, until now, he didn't seem to care about her wound. And the most curious thing of all was how different he was compared to her previous boss. Our boy knew that, as a woman, that wound on her face must be destroying her. However, he was evolving his medical skills to the max to see if he could help her recover. He was sure that when he did, he would finally win. She looked over at him. Then she asked what she should do if one day she made him angry. He said that if the problem was losing money, he didn't care because honestly, he didn't even like it anymore. She wondered if he would really forgive her if he found out she had been plotting with several other companies. And the strangest thing was everything she had planned was about to succeed, but she wasn't happy. Just then, Mong Ming and the other girls showed up, saying they wanted breakfast too. Excited, Ling Shang got up and said she had prepared food for everyone. Ming told her to sit down, that she would serve herself, and there was no need for that. Lazy Yalu said to bring some for her. With that, they all sat down to have some coffee, when suddenly the doorbell started ringing desperately. Everyone turned confused, wanting to know who it was. Jilu said she would go complain and see who was making so much noise so early. Meng Qin said she thought it was Ru's friends who had been asking for our boy's address that morning. Ling Shang seemed confused by that, and Meng Qin explained that Ru's and some friends seemed to be coming to see our boy because they were worried. They had found out there was a spy in his company. She smacked her lips and went to open the door to let them in, and man, it really was all of them. The sister was impressed that there were so many beautiful women in front of her. Before she could say anything, all 4 had already entered the house. Mang Ming asked if those were really Chan's friends. They looked quite angry. Ru just replied that the situation was urgent and wanted to know where Ling Shang was. Mang Ming said everyone was having breakfast together. With that, they all approached and surrounded Ling Shang. The poor thing had nowhere to run. Ming, tired of no one saying anything, slammed some papers on the table. She told Chen Yuan to take a look. She had made a dossier on a spy in his company. Our boy read it and was impressed, saying the girl had studied a lot. It was no wonder she had all that talent. It was amazing that he had such a well-prepared secretary as this one. But Min Kyung told him to realize that he had fallen into a trap set by the other group. Now that there were 2 Minkyungs in the same scene, it was getting tricky. However, the sister asked Ling Shang if it was true. Jilu thought the poor things had no idea that the boy had known for a long time. And what's even better, if she's the only one who knows this, that means she's the one he trusts the most. Gao Zinan, with an IQ of 200, had already realized that our boy had used Jilu to ruin Ling Shang's plans. Ling Shang then admitted that it was all true, that she had approached him with the intention of working as a spy. Suddenly, our boy stood up. He told Ling Shang to come with him to the garden because he wanted to talk alone. With that, the two left while all the curious ones watched. Meng Ming was already crying, saying she never imagined Ling Shang was a spy. If she had known, she wouldn't have let her get close to our boy. However, Jilu said not to worry, he had known this for a long time. Everyone was shocked, wanting to know what business this was about him already knowing. Ru asked why he gave her such an important project if he knew she was a spy. Jilu said she would never tell. She had already realized that all these girls seemed to be interested in our boy. Already fuming, she wanted to know if there wasn't another man in this country for them to all be after him. They started shoving each other, demanding proper explanations. But suddenly, Goen cleared her throat beside the painting and said that, coincidentally, the wrong areas Ling Shang made him buy and the ones Jilu bought for him formed a continuous area. Right then Ruya realized our strategist was years ahead of everyone. He was like a planner who saw the battlefield from miles away. The way he used his troops and resources was on another level. He was too complex for anyone to understand. The poor thing was even trembling now. Everyone was impressed, saying the boy was like a supercomputer. Ming Ming asked if she had done something wrong by revealing the spy, since this might have ruined Taiteiwan's plans. She said she didn't mean to, but no need to worry. If he went to talk to the girl, he probably had another plan in mind. While thinking that, she realized the more she got to know him, the more mysteries she discovered. Even though he always took too many risks, he always came out victorious. Maybe she was just another piece on his board too. Outside, Ling Shang apologized for getting close just to gather information. She said she had no choice. She didn't know him, and that was the task she was given. Our boy said he had always known all of that. She asked how that was possible. He said that on the first day he had already discovered why she was approaching him and who was behind it. However, none of those things mattered to him. He asked if she remembered what he had said. Then he grabbed her face and said that if it was because of money and business, he would always forgive her. As a knight, he had to keep his word. Of course, with that, the boy's favorability went up. She blushed, unable to say anything. It was now already at 85. She looked to the side and was about to say something, but he interrupted and said there was no need to worry about anything, because from now on she was part of his team. Once again, she wanted to apologize and explain, but he said he had already told her she was his hidden dragon. He was sure that with her by his side, the whole world was within reach. And then he left, telling her to keep working hard. She stood there wondering if she really wouldn't suffer any consequences. Our boy said her punishment was this mission for next week, and with that, she received the pretty billion to spend. Her nose even ran with so much money, and she fell to the ground saying she didn't deserve this. Another 10 favorability points, and our boy was almost there. But he was angry. He had already spent 50 billion on this woman, did everything possible, and was still at 93. But whatever, since he'd been evolving his medical skills, he assumed she would be within reach. As soon as that happened, the game would finally turn around. She sent a message apologizing for everything that happened and said she just couldn't betray the Leil family. Our boy knew she was almost switching sides, and now it was just a matter of details. He told her to stop making excuses and just complete that weekly mission already. He said the only mission she had was to spend money, even if it was to support the Leil family. She thought maybe this was his way of asking her to spy now. But on the Leil family, however, she was so much against them, she couldn't see Chen Yuan getting out of all this. That's when our boy opened the door, and inside they were all smitten. Our boy wondered why it felt like he had entered the wolf's den. He couldn't understand why even Meng Meng was like that, considering he didn't even know her. And strangely, out of nowhere, he completed the counterattack against her. He was surprised he didn't even remember when he started the mission with her. With that, he received a bunch of money and 25 strength points. What's this? Did our boy end up in the Matrix? Ooh, that explained it. What he gained was proficiency in being a hacker. What he didn't understand was why every time he gained a skill now, his head hurt even more. The system told him to increase his mental power because this overload of information was wearing him out. The poor guy was suffering because he had too many skills, but it made sense. The skills he gained were like years and years of someone studying. This was one of his biggest profits, and he didn't even have to make an effort to gain an incredible skill. And with that, he told the system to spend 50 points on mental power immediately. Our boy went through a transformation. Now we have Chen Yuan 2. With one look, he could tell the perfume, a shoe, the weight, the brand of the clothes, and the height, and he wondered if he had become some kind of super genius. Mangmeng apologized, asking if she did something wrong by revealing Ling Sheng. He said that was irrelevant, since the truth would come out sooner or later. The only thing he hoped was that no one would treat her badly, and to pretend it never happened. They were confused as to why they would do that. The others were obviously fuming, wanting to know the same thing, and Mangmeng concluded that he must have already convinced Ling Sheng to change the plan. Maybe he was trying to turn her into a double agent. He was indeed planning far ahead. He was using a light strategy to counter the dark conspiracies. Ling Yang was about to enter the house and overheard part of this conversation. Our boy was telling everyone not to treat her badly because she was still an important part of the team. She saw this and wondered if that was really something sincere. He truly was the kind of person worth following for the rest of her life. A while later, she was leaving the house. She said he didn't need to worry and that she would call a taxi. He said it really wasn't a problem if she wanted to keep living there. However, she said the crack had already been created and she would always be seen as a spy from upstairs. His sister wondered if Chen Yuan had really convinced the girl and if she would return to the Lever family. Even more so, if her plan failed against Chen Yuan, she would be punished if she went back. Jilu said that those words made her realize something. Ling Sheng herself might not know that Chen Yuan had set it all up, and it was inevitable that when the Lever family found out, she would be punished. At that moment, Jilu received a call from her brother. He asked where she was and what she was doing. She said she was at Chen Yuan's house and witnessed a scene he would never believe. The poor guy wondered since when did his sister call this guy brother. The worst part was that his sister didn't know the plans the Ling family had with the Lei family, and he started yelling, telling her to stop hanging out with this guy because he wasn't good for her. He warned her that in half a month she would be back at university and told her to come home. Angry, she thought that as soon as he found out about the things she was achieving, he would be surprised. Soon they would find out that Lin Jilu was the greatest entrepreneur of her entire generation. In the background, Exoyuki asked Ryo if she knew those two girls. She said the one on the left was her sister, named Wan Mingming, and the one on the right was extremely dangerous, as it was Jilu from the Lin family. Jilu asked if that wasn't one of the richest families in all the cities, and she was already saying, the damn guy never rests. Every time he just shows up with another one. She then called the two over, introduced herself, and said she was the CEO of the Big Black Cat Company. She advised that since they were all friends of Chen Yuan, they should have each other's contacts. Our boy looked and wondered what was going on there. The girls were all exchanging numbers. Yuki had added Julu to their group, saying that from now on they were all friends. Our boy was already wondering how many people were in that group. Meanwhile, at a hotel, someone welcomed Lin Ging back. It was Mr. Lee at the table, saying that yesterday's action was because he couldn't lose that guy's investment. He said he had contacted the best plastic surgeon in all of Korea, and soon she would be as beautiful as before. She said she understood and thanked him. He then asked what brought her there. She revealed that her identity had been exposed. Shocked, he asked what happened and if it was hard to escape. She said that, actually, he forgave her and even invited her to keep working. However, she refused, but of course she decided to hide the 30 billion, otherwise the boss might think she was betraying him. The guy then asked how he reacted when she left. She said that strangely he showed no reaction and was very calm. He questioned whether there was really no emotional change, like anger. She said no, maybe his emotional control was extremely high. However, it seemed there was something she didn't notice. He had known she was a spy from the very beginning. He asked how he knew and whose name the shares of the fishing company were under. She said all the shares were in the name of his sister, Mingming, because he didn't want to raise suspicion under his own name. Knowing that Chen Yuan was extremely calm, he was already questioning whether he had fallen into a trap. He said to bring the maps of Hui province and call Mr. Lin. He asked the secretary if anyone from the Lin family was buying land in that region. The secretary said the Lin family seemed to be acquiring some properties under the name of another company. Then, Lin's cell phone started ringing. He wondered why Mr. Lee was calling him so early. He asked if the guy had so much free time and said he was going to invite him to eat some delicacies. However, the guy cursed him, saying it seemed he had teamed up with Chen Yuan and had been planning all of this from the beginning. Confused, Lin asked what he was talking about. The guy told him to stop playing dumb because he knew about the places he was buying in the family's name. Coincidentally, all the land purchased by his company fit perfectly with Chen Yuan's strategies. Lin, confused, had no idea where those purchases came from for his family. He said he would investigate this because he was absolutely certain it was not related to his family. The guy said he had half a day to give a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, he would have to face the consequences. Then he threw the phone on the floor, wanting to know who Juhu thought he was. The two had a negotiation of equals, but now he thought he could treat him like his father. The problem was that he had spent 10 million to plan all of this. If he lost, there would be no way to explain it to his family. He then told the employee to take a look at some secret real estate in the family's name. The guy said he would handle it now. 2 hours later, he returned. The poor guy had already received all the papers. He wanted to know why everything was in his sister's name, who was 20 years old and wasn't supposed to have any money. Worst of all, it was confirmed that the company's capital exceeded 50 billion. The guy showed that with the purchases made by this company, Chen Yuan's plan would work 100%. With these purchases, the entire television structure he was trying to set up would work perfectly. They thought they had caught him in a trap, but in the end, they were the ones who were defeated. He realized that, from the beginning, he had fallen into a giant pit, and the worst part was that his sister had been brainwashed. He angrily grabbed his phone, saying he was going to call her, wanting to know how that damn girl was trying to do something that would ruin the whole family. Getting out of the pool, she answered the call and asked why he wanted to talk again. He then said he found out about the secret real estate company she was running. She replied that he took quite a while to find out and that for matters like this, he would have to call her boss. He started yelling, asking who gave her permission to exploit the family's connections like that. But she just hung up and said she preferred to be on Chen Yuan's side, who was far more capable than her brother. He was furious that she had hung up on him. He threw the phone on the floor, wanting to know since when that damn girl got so brave. He told the butler to bring another phone because he couldn't believe he couldn't beat this girl. The servant said the situation was already out of control and the focus now should be on minimizing the damage. He questioned how that would be possible and what they could do. The servant said that, considering all of Chen Yuan's planning, he seemed far more promising than the guy from the Love family. Considering that his sister already had connections, maybe they should just ally with him for good. All they would have to do is give up on Ruo, because it seemed she had some kind of relationship with Chen Yuan. However, he said he would not give up on Ruo, and if he did, he would also have to hear his sister talking about it for the rest of his life. The butler questioned if it was really worth going through all this trouble just because of her. He told Mr. to stop getting involved because he had full control of the company and would take responsibility. The guy said that was fine, then he would step back, but he was thinking that this young master was too inexperienced since this was not just about financial losses. Even if he managed to make his sister switch sides, everyone would see her as a traitor. Either the Lin family joins Chen Yuan, or they accept that they will be destroyed by all the others. Meanwhile, papers were delivered about all of Julu's plans and what she had been doing recently. Mr. Li realized that from the beginning, he was falling into the trap and ordered everyone in that meeting to stay silent. Ling Shang realized that part of the blame was hers for being the secretary and not discovering anything. She then apologized and said she really couldn't notice. However, the guy asked if she really thought it was just a mistake. A mistake, yes, is something you apologize for, but losing 10 billion is far beyond that. He threw an ashtray at her face and questioned if she knew the magnitude of the money that was lost. Apparently, it was the trust he had in her that led to this arrogance, and now she thought she was worth all that money. He said she should remember that everything she has in life is thanks to the Lai family, and she doesn't deserve any of it. He ordered the security guards to detain her and warned that from now on she was completely suspect in any activity related to the group. She would undergo an investigation to make sure she wasn't behind all of this. One of the girls said she was sure Ling Shang hadn't betrayed them since she had told them everything and besides, had been with them from the beginning. He said that betrayal was irrelevant now since he would have to give an explanation to the group. That's when she realized she was just being used as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, someone asked if Mei was there. It was Ruo who said that her brother was irresponsible for leaving the girl alone. She replied that actually, Chen Yuan was down in the basement. She asked how long he had been hiding there since she hadn't seen him in a few days. The sister said it seemed like he was doing some tests and experiments, and asked that no one disturb him. Our boy had made a purple goo and said it was finally ready. Spending all those points to evolve medical skills up to 60 was worth it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Ruo, asking if she could come in. Our boy thought she arrived at the perfect time. He told her to come in and asked if she had any scars on her body. She was obviously confused by him, saying that she said she had a little mark under her hair from a fight with her brother when she was younger, but she always hid it with makeup. Our boy grabbed her chin, saying he wanted to take a closer look. She even dropped her bag while thinking that if Ming saw the situation, she would think the wrong thing about her brother, but that was okay. Since he wanted it so much, she accepted the kiss. However, she smelled something strange and wondered what he was thinking. Our boy told her not to worry because he had an impressive cream. He put it on her forehead and she asked if he had government authorization to do that, saying it was very stinky. Our boy said it was like those foods that stink but taste good. He told her not to remove it from her forehead for the next 3 hours because there wouldn't be any more. With a somewhat unconvinced look, she said thanks, but then said there was a price. When our boy turned around, she kissed him. What was that? Our boy was all embarrassed, wondering if he had just been taken advantage of. On the other side of the door, she couldn't believe she had the courage, but the feeling wasn't bad. Our boy turned all red and was drooling. Suddenly, his sister appeared, asking why Ruo left covering her face. It seemed like she was crying. Our boy said she went back home to take a bath, but Ming said she wasn't an idiot. Ruo was covering her face and was all red. What had he done to the poor girl? Our boy said he wouldn't accept false accusations since he was a gentleman. However, his sister said she didn't believe him. She felt the only problem with her brother was that he was always surrounded by women, but no matter what, he would always be her only brother. He then asked if she had any scars that needed omnipotent treatment. She ran off, saying that the stuff was too stinky. He thought she was silly for not taking advantage of something only he could produce. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. He remembered the chat from the beginning and decided to take a look. Hosen, the guy from the dealership, was asking if Mr. Yan was really going through difficulties. Another guy, Wang Ren, said that even his company, which was buying land, had stopped doing so. It looked like Mr. Yan was planning to flee the country. Wang Ren continued, saying the analysis was correct since even his Black Cat platform wasn't doing so well. However, Hosen preferred not to speak ill of Mr. Yan. He believed that even if he was facing difficulties, he would overcome them, but obviously he didn't like this other wealthy guy bad-mouthing him. The moment he disappeared for a few days, others in the chat began commenting that it seemed he had gotten into some problems with the Lin family. They began saying it was his fault for getting involved with such big shots. Everyone agreed it might be better to distance themselves from Mr. Yan. Our boy was angry because just a few days ago everyone was sending him friend requests and wanted to be his friend. He then sent a message saying enough was enough and told whoever wanted to leave the group to just disappear. The guys were shocked but asked why he was trying to act tough at a time like this. Our boy said that anyone who went against him or cooperated with Teng's family would now be against him. The guy from the club earlier said to take a look at the group because Mr. Yan was going against everyone. Hosen, the car guy, said he knew Mr. Yan was no ordinary person based on his analysis. Even if it were the entire Lin family, no one would stand a chance against him. However, others replied that they didn't care about that and were leaving the group. At that moment, some people started leaving the conversation and others followed the herd. Our boy saw that more than 300 people decided to. However, now he knew exactly who he didn't care about. If they tried to suck up to him thinking he was broke, he decided it was time to slap everyone in the face. Naturally, he started browsing live streams. He went to his platform to recharge some credits. Seeing auctions of 10 million, 500 million, he realized that President Zhou understood him. It was time to recharge a few billion to spice things up. Meanwhile, on the Black Cat platform, one of the employees called Shen Shui to take a look. She came in worried, asking what was happening. The guy said that someone had just purchased a few billion on the shopping channel. Shen Shui immediately wondered if it was him. There was a blonde girl doing a live stream, dancing for everyone, and another with pink hair messing around. However, our boy found all that quite dull until something caught his attention. What seemed to be his sister had started live streaming under the name Dreamy Little Monstrous. How this clueless guy didn't recognize her immediately is beyond me. She dresses up like a little cat. You can even buy a litter box. What a disaster. She thanked her viewers, saying she hoped they'd have prosperous lives. Now our boy recognized his sister and understood why she hadn't been bugging him so much today. However, as always, he wouldn't let this slide. He immediately sent a rocket. A guy named Happy Wind, who made the donation, asked to add her as a friend. However, she responded that it wouldn't be possible because her brother doesn't allow that sort of thing. But then 10 more rockets arrived. The guy once again asked if now she could add him. Our boy started getting angry, seeing this guy hitting on his sister like that. His sister wasn't happy either, asking why this guy kept insisting if she had already said she wouldn't add him. She repeated that if he was sending gifts just to be added, he better stop because it was a waste of money. But the guy sent 100 more rockets. He went into the chat again and asked if now it was enough. She saw that not only was this guy annoying, but everyone else in the live stream was starting to join him. However, something caught everyone's attention. The entire planet was destroyed. It looked like our boy bought a stellar explosion. At the Black Hat operations base, everyone commented that the most expensive item in the store had been purchased. Shang Shui was already wondering if the legend had returned. A shocked Ming asked if they really received the item that cost over 1 million. Meanwhile, our boy said he was going to humiliate anyone trying to impress his sister with rockets. He had to shatter this guy's dreams until he realized any attempt was futile. He then sent 2 more stellar collisions, followed by 3 more stellar explosions. When he did that, it even appeared on other people's live stream. Everyone found out that Dreamy Little Monster had already received more than 4 galaxies. Our boy kept clicking until the guy learned his lesson. Meanwhile, those watching couldn't believe it. He had already sent about 3,000 of those. There were so many donations that she couldn't even see the chat properly anymore. Having received so much, her popularity score hit 100 million. At the platform's base, people couldn't believe it. Our boy had spent 300 million. Apparently, the earlier 3,000 was a mistranslation. Our boy smiled, saying it might be enough to cause a financial shock. Just then, he received a message from his sister asking if it was him who did that. He admitted it was, but she said it was a waste of money. However, she quickly realized that since the platform belonged to him, he wasn't really losing much. Still, she asked him to stop because she couldn't continue her live stream. Our boy wanted to spend about 10 billion, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to interfere any longer. On the platform, everyone wanted to know if it was really Chen Yuan who spent the 300 million. Shen Shui confirmed it, but she was unsure how to deal with it. Exoyuki told her to explain what was so difficult about it. Shen Shui said that all the money he donated went to his sister, Min Ming. She admitted it was strange because in a way the money wasn't actually leaving him. At this point, Shen Shui seemed to understand Chen Yuan's plan and told Exoyuki that she now knew why he did it. She explained that it was a way to show the other families that he had recovered from the attack he had suffered. With this move, any rumors about him going broke were now dispelled. Exoyuki agreed, saying it was the perfect way for him to spend money to silence everyone without actually losing anything. Meanwhile, Shen Shui said it had been a while since she'd seen our boy. All she ever wanted was to be chosen by a man like that, someone incredible. The next day, of course, this became news everywhere. The bowling guy told Hosen that he was right after all. And Hosen said, "You must learn that Mr. Yuan wasn't going to let himself fall like that." In the end, it was all just a joke, but in reality, he was terrified of betting on the wrong person. Luckily, Mr. Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt. Then a bunch of notifications started flooding the group chat. Everyone who stayed was relieved they trusted Mr. Yuan and someone mentioned how his plan worked, taking down both the Li and Lin families. The guy was impressed, saying it's amazing how he went against so many people and still came out victorious. Another commented that a move like the one he made will impact the next decade. Our boy concluded that those who decided to trust him were now on his side. Since he wasn't keen on constantly being attacked by everyone, he decided to reward those who deserved it. He announced that anyone from the group could now join the television city. One guy said his family owned several malls and that it would be great to be a part of it. Another said his family ran various restaurants and definitely wanted to be involved. Obviously, someone from the hotel business jumped in, and a few construction guys said if he needed more materials, he should just let them know. Our boy was taken aback as notifications kept pouring in from people wanting to participate. His sister was impressed that everyone was talking about her, both her live stream and her name were trending in the top searches. He told her it looked like she had become an internet celebrity. She responded that she was only famous because she received money, which wasn't a big deal since most comments were about him. Everyone was saying he was a selfish person who only knew how to spend money on women to show off. While other wealthy people financed the nation and talent development, he was just spending money on streamers. Our boy tried to defend himself, but his sister said, "Well, you already explained that he only pretends to give out money, when behind the scenes he's actually a business genius." He tried to counter by saying it's not a big deal, but his sister said there was no point in hiding it anymore. She already knew all about the plan he had orchestrated. The poor guy didn't understand how this kind of nonsense was spreading so much, and what he really didn't want was to change the relationship he currently had with her. So he decided to change the subject. He asked, "What's this about some guys investing money to promote the nation's talents?" His sister explained that, in the board game called Go, their country was being dominated by some foreigners. One guy even said that everyone in their country was an amateur. Our boy asked, "Who was bold enough to say that?" She said the genius was under 20 years old and was named Kimira. It seemed he had learned from an old master, and when he arrived in their country, he defeated everyone. Even seniors who had been training for years didn't stand a chance against him. Kimira even made a daring announcement that no one in their country could beat him. Our boy asked what that had to do with all the spending, and she said that everyone in their country was already offering over 200 million to anyone who could beat the kid. But our boy wasn't interested in winning the money, he just wanted to play against the guy. His sister asked if he was serious, since the kid was a genius. He said of course it would be much more fun to compete. Besides, if things got tough, he'd just level up his skills a bit. His sister wondered when he learned to play Go, especially since he was so busy managing multiple companies. Our boy asked, "When do I ever seem so busy?" She then recalled that every day he's lying in front of the pool sunbathing comfortably. At night he's drinking Coke and playing video games. She had no idea how he managed his time so well. Our boy wondered why she seemed so shaken. Right then she opened a live stream saying that today they'd focus on studies. But of course, the chat wasn't interested in watching someone write on paper. However, for our boy, this was perfect. He then entered the biggest online platform to play Go, and as always, decided to use a different name to avoid drawing attention. So he chose Sunset Master. It was 10 hours in the morning when he started training, eager to test his system's abilities. The first round began and our boy was just clicking away with his Logitech mouse. By 10:33 he had already finished off the first opponent, but it was so quick it wasn't even fun. So he decided he would win 10 in a row to see if he could find tougher opponents. With that, he began crushing everyone. By 6:30 in the evening, he was still playing. He had won 30 consecutive matches and was still at the easy level. It seemed like he was going to have to spend more time there than he had imagined. One of the problems was that the higher he climbed, the longer the matches became, since the players weren't making as many mistakes. All he wanted was a chance to face this prodigy. Kimira also played on this platform under the name Devil's Hand. One day, he had won 20 consecutive matches and thought no one could beat him there. However, he decided to go for one more match. He looked through the rankings to see if he could find someone who had been doing well lately. Naturally, he spotted Sunset Master. Our boy received a notification someone had challenged him to a duel. He immediately saw it was Devil's Hand and wondered why it sounded like the nickname of someone still in high school. He was impressed to see that the guy had 20 wins in a row that day. The duel was on. Devil's Hand made the first move and the match began to unfold. Our boy was amazed. Unlike other players, it was hard to understand this guy's moves. He remembered someone called the Demon of Transformation, whose every move had multiple variations, 30 moves in, and our boy wasn't in a great position. He realized that at the pace things were going, he was going to lose this match, and losing his streak would make it harder to climb the rankings. Kimira was impressed. It had taken 30 moves for this guy to fall into his first trap, but even so, it was irrelevant, since in the end, he was going to win again. Our boy then asked the system for 50 years of experience, which drained a lot of strengthening points, leaving him with only 25. Decades of techniques and strategies began flashing through his mind. After analyzing the options multiple times, he finally found the solution for the game. It was time to go on the offensive. Now, even he would transform into the so-called demon of the heavens. Kimir wondered why the guy wasn't making any moves. To him, in his vast world, he was still a solitary master. Then a notification caught his attention. He was startled by the move. It looked like the guy had made a bunch of nonsensical plays and apparently given up on the game, but our boy knew he would interpret it that way. It was all just a distraction. He had the perfect piece. It looked like something familiar to the kid. He knew the demon transformation technique from the games. To him, it was impossible. There was no way an amateur could know a move like that. For the first time, someone had fallen into a trap and actually turned the game around. In the end, with that move, our boy defeated Devil's Hand, who fell back in his chair, wondering if he had really been beaten. How could he, the best player in all of Asia, have lost to some guy online in the 5th rank? Especially considering that the guy used the same moves he did. He wasn't going to accept this result. Our boy was exhausted from playing all day. It was already 10 at night and he hadn't left his chair. However, he was excited by the last match and thought one more wouldn't hurt. He then received a private message. Since this guy was from another country, the message he sent was all messed up, asking for another match and to be taught. Our boy thought that with such a bad writing style and a childish name, it was really a primary school kid. However, he wasn't humble and told the guy he had no chance against him, so it was best not to humiliate himself and go back to doing his homework. Kimira was furious, wanting to know who this damn person was. He sat down again, saying that in the last challenge he was just playing around, but now he would get serious. Our boy replied that, since he wasn't convinced, he would help him understand how things work, and with that, another match began. 10 minutes later, the fool had been defeated once again. For Kimira, it was impossible. It didn't make sense that the guy who was bad just 10 minutes ago had suddenly become so good. He decided to challenge him again. Of course, he lost again, but this time instead of 30 moves, it was 20. It made no sense to him. Ever since his first professional appearance, he'd been destroying all his opponents. How was he now being beaten by this strange player? Our boy didn't want to accept any more challenges, since this guy was acting like a persistent child. However, Kimira kept insisting, saying they had to play one more match, not knowing who he was really up against. Our boy said he wasn't interested in beating an amateur. Of course, poor Kimira took a painful hit, wondering if he had really just been called an amateur. Someone stepped in and asked Kimira what was going on. His younger sister, May, wanted to know why he was so angry. He explained that he lost to a guy named Sunset and couldn't control his rage. She told him that losing could sometimes happen in online games because his opponent might have been cheating. He asked how that could be possible. She explained about something called AlphaGo, which apparently is a kind of bot that makes the best moves, allowing anyone to win. Kimira concluded that this was why the guy seemed so bad at first and then suddenly got better. His sister said that for someone like him who had been defeating the world's best, it didn't make sense to lose to someone like that. He agreed, saying that must be the case and that he would return to analyze the matches even further, accepting only one challenge a day. He was sure that by absorbing the knowledge from this supposed artificial intelligence, he would reach the next level. Meanwhile, May thought to herself that it was good he was young and innocent. That way, it was easy to boost his confidence again. Even though their father had been generous in teaching him everything, his maturity hadn't yet reached the same level. Besides, it was impossible for him to be defeated in 30 or 40 moves. That was something not even her father could achieve. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, he was still stuck at the 7th level, saying it was impossible to get out of these ranks. To face that damn Kimira, he'd have to reach the professional rank, otherwise they wouldn't even let him participate. The problem was that, at the current pace, it would take about 3 or 4 days. What he really wanted to know was how good or bad he actually was, since so far he'd only beaten amateurs, especially considering he almost lost to a student and was lucky enough to use the system to save himself. However, he was sure that if he kept pushing himself, the reward for defeating that guy would be his. The scene shifts to the Li family's house, where poor Ling Yang was being dragged in, all battered, because Jimu wanted to talk to her. Clearly this girl wasn't in great health. He asked another secretary if they had discovered anything now that she'd been held captive for 3 days. The secretary said they found some very interesting and suspicious things about the girl. One of them was that she had 30 billion in her bank account. Curious, Jamu asked how it was possible for a secretary to have so much money. The other secretary said this was clearly a piece of evidence that made them suspect her. Jamu said it all made sense now. If you were offered 30 billion to betray the family, maybe even he wouldn't be able to resist. He turned to her and said that now it was clear why she put on that little show pretending she wasn't guilty. Lin Jiang asked if he really thought she would betray him for money. He threw a bunch of papers in the air and asked if that looked like a lie. He said that if she hadn't betrayed them, then why didn't she ever mention the money she received? She was left speechless, and the man said that her inability to defend herself already proves everything. He turns away and warns her that she should know the consequences of betraying the Li family. Everyone in the room falls silent. She says she knows the consequences and won't argue anymore so they can get down to what's practical. He asks what she means by practical. She says she knows that failing in this plan will affect his succession in the family, but she's willing to use the 30 billion to help repair any damage she may have caused. The moment he accepts the money, she will sever all ties with them, as she thinks this is the only way to break the relationship and finally join Chen Yuan. However, the man laughs and says that since she wants to sell herself for this money, he will accept and let her go. He promises that once the money is in his account, she will be free, as he, Master Jamu, always keeps his word, but of course he has other plans for when that happens. The transfer is made, and he says that now with so much money in his account, he doesn't even have to worry about the old folks' opinions anymore. Even if he is removed from the family, he can rebuild everything, thanks to Secretary Yu. However, another girl asks if he really plans to let Lin Jiang escape, considering all the secrets she knows. This is his new secretary, King Ken. Jimu simply asks if she's trying to teach him something. She immediately bows and apologizes, saying she spoke too much. She's excited because she was previously suppressed by Lin Jiang, who is now abandoned like a stray dog. Worse still, the poor thing is naively thinking the young master will actually let her get away. The scene changes to the city, where Lin Jiang is wandering around abandoned. She wonders if the young master will really let her go, considering she did everything for the family and knows many of their secrets. At that moment, something approaches. Someone has sent a truck to run her over, but she's not weak. She executes a bold move. She manages to roll under the truck, which ends up crashing into the mall on the other side. Knowing that this was probably meant for her, she immediately starts running away, desperate, already thinking that if he wants to play this game, then she will become a new enemy of the Li family. One of the men nearby had just been observing and informs that the driver missed the target and they lost her. Jamu asks how that's possible, but says it's fine. They can leave her because she spent the 30 billion that Chen gave her. He's sure that once Chen finds out she wasted all the money he gave her like that, it will be the end of the girl. The scene shifts to our boy's house with his sister saying it's time to eat. He was still playing on the computer and she asked when he was going to get out of there. He says she doesn't understand the exhilarating feeling of continuously dominating his opponents. She doesn't believe he's that good and asks what rank he's at. Our boy is at the 8th Dane and she says that's impressive, asking if he's really planning to challenge Kimura. He replies that she should never underestimate his talent, and taking this reward will be like taking candy from a baby. Dinmang Ming thinks she's never seen him put so much effort into something. Instead of working hard in his career to make more money, he's determined to defeat this rival. To her, it's exactly how a stubborn man should be. She knows he doesn't care, since he already has so much money, so it's all about honor now. His favorability is already at 93, and our boy is worried about what will happen if it continues to rise. He wonders why she's saying these things, considering he's doing this for the money anyway, especially since when he wins, the system money will finally be his. The most troubling thing would be going past 95, leading her to develop some kind of negative feelings. He needs to cut these points and end this mess quickly. He then calls for her. She's all confused. He says there's something he's always wanted to tell her. She says there's no need to keep secrets, and that he can say anything. However, at that moment the doorbell rings. Meng Ming rushes off before our boy can say anything. He knows she's been through many traumas, so it might not be easy to explain things to her. When Meng Ming opens the door, it's Royo, for the first time with her heavy equipment stored away. She says she brought a gift for her sister, who thanks her immediately. She wants to know where her brother is. Meng Ming tells her he's in his room and asks why she changed her hairstyle. Ryo explains that she used to have a scar on her forehead that she always hid, but after using the cream he made, it disappeared. She's impressed that the smelly stuff was actually so effective, remembering when our boy insisted on applying that nasty ointment. She then enters the room and our boy asks why she looks prettier than usual. He says there aren't many seats, so if she wants, she can sit on the bed. She blushes a little but goes over and sits down. Stroking the sheets, she thinks about how this was where our boy slept every day. Could she be the first woman to lie on that bed? She then comments on the cream he had and asks if he could give her some more. He says it's ironic. She's asking for more when last time she refused to apply it. She admits she was wrong and says it's so amazing. It would make a fortune if it could be mass-produced. However, our boy says that mass production would be a lot of work. He hands her the formula and says that if she's interested, she could launch the product and help him build. She hesitates when she sees the formula, a product that could shake up the entire market, but he's so honest with her that she doesn't even know how to refuse his kindness. Once the company is up and running, she plans to transfer all the profits to our boy, lending a sharp blow to him. But is it really suffering, or is he actually enjoying it? Then the doorbell rings again and Min-kyun goes to answer it. However, this time it's Ling Shutong, all disguised and obviously sad after being kicked out of the Lee family. Min-kyun is startled and asks what she's doing there. Ling Shutong asks where Chen Yuan is, saying she wants to see him, but Min-kyun pushes her back, saying she's not welcome there and should never come back. She says she trusted her like a sister, only to find out that all she wanted was to harm her brother. From upstairs, the two hear the commotion and wonder what's happening. When our boy comes down and sees Ling Shutong, he gets excited that she's finally back. He had lots of contracts and money to spend, so her arrival seemed perfect. However, Min continues telling her to leave, saying her brother doesn't want to see her face anymore. The poor girl leaves, apologizing, heartbroken. She's devastated. Now without a master, without a friend, without Chen Yuan, completely alone, and worst of all, she has nowhere to go. Just then, someone grabs her hand. It's our boy telling her she doesn't have to leave like that. He pulls her back while his sister demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Our boy simply says to leave the past behind because she's still his secretary and asks her to go make some noodles. His sister is furious, but Ruoya pulls her aside and runs off. Our boy then tells Ling Shutong to come with him to the basement. As they go down the stairs, she says there's something she needs to confess. She lost the 30 billion he had given her. Our boy stands still for a moment without saying anything. She knows there's no one in the world who wouldn't be affected by hearing such news. Considering everything she's done and how she's acted, she feels she should be punished. But our boy asks if she made all this drama just to talk about such a small amount. She wants to know, since when is 30 billion a small amount? Of course, he plays it up, getting closer, saying that from start to finish, she's never disappointed him. She's even more talented than he expected for the tasks he needs. While some of the people who work for him struggle all year to spend that money, she manages to make it disappear in just a week. He asks her once again to join his team and not to reject him again. She hesitates, almost crying considering all she went through with Jamu and how she was treated in the end. Our boy's kindness was far superior. She then cries, saying she spent her whole life lamenting and suffering, searching for a true master. Now she's willing to dedicate the rest of her life to him if he doesn't abandon her. Our boy tells her to get up, saying he's her friend, not her father, and warns her not to think things will be easy because tomorrow she's going to be back at work. She says he doesn't have to trust her so much, and that she's willing to take a more common position, but he insists that she must obey and take on a leadership role. She's the only person he trusts to handle those 50 billion wisely. She starts crying, wondering why he trusts her so much, considering all the harm she caused him. Finally, her favorability reaches 95. Our boy is thrilled as the counterattack has finally arrived. He receives 10 billion. Since he had spent over 100 along with 50 strengthening points. Along with that, he gets an extensive list of all her skills. Our boy is excited, saying that out of everyone so far, she's been the most valuable. She swears to follow him for the rest of her life, even if 5 thunderbolts strike her. But he says that's not necessary since they're on the same side now. She asks him to call her Shayo, which is her favorite nickname. Our boy agrees and calls her Shao because there's something he wants to discuss. He explains that he's been studying a specific formula for the wound on her face. He takes out a box and tells her that if she uses it 3 times a day, she'll see results in 2 weeks. She's touched to know that her billionaire boss spent time developing something just for her and hugs him, saying he's truly amazing. Upstairs, Mei wants to know why Ruya stopped her. That damned woman shouldn't be there. Her brother shouldn't be giving her another chance. She was planning to load that ramen with pepper and make her burn to death. Ruya tells her to calm down and understand that this must be part of Chen Yuan's plan. He probably already knew that because of the failure of her espionage mission, the Li family would kick her out and her last option would be to return to Chen Yuan. That's when his plan would really start working. Mong Ming asks why that would happen, and Ryoe explains that as the chief secretary, Ling Xiong must know many secrets. With her by Chen Yuan's side, taking down the Li family would be extremely easy. Maid is impressed, saying it's really hard to understand his planning. Ryoe continues, saying she has to help her brother handle all of this. It can't be easy to create so many strategies. Mei agrees, saying she'll be more obedient when her brother asks for something. If that's the whole plan her brother is working on, this ramen had better be delicious. She's ready to dedicate herself completely to Chen Yuan. A while later, they return and she says the ramen is ready. Ling Xiong doesn't understand why the girl who seemed to hate her is now so cheerful. Not only did she prepare ramen, but she also made a mega banquet and even offered it to her sister, Ling Xiong, saying she made it with great care. The two were shocked by the size of the meal. Our boy asks if Min Kim didn't put any poison in it. She says of course not, and to prove it, she'll eat it herself. With that, she takes a bite, assuring them she would never poison their food. At that moment, Raya seems to notice something. She sees the medicine box and says she now understands why Chen Yuan prepared it. The effect of that stuff is amazing. She says she had a scar on her forehead for 10 years, but after using it, it really disappeared. Ling Xiong asks if it's really that effective, and Raya confirms it. She's moved, thinking that maybe there's a way to restore her face. Raya suggests that creating a cosmetic line with this product would be perfect since the quality is the best out there. Ling Xiong agrees, adding that they could use Gawundin to promote the product or even utilize the Black Sea platform for promotions with streamers. She says she'll get in touch with Yuki right away. However, once again, Rua tails something strange. Could it be that Chen Yuan had thought of all this in advance and knew they would reach these conclusions? But night falls. Our boy looks at Ruea's forehead and says it's incredible how the scar is really gone. The effect of what he created was stronger than he expected. He pulls out a sheet and says he's going to jot down a new ingredient that will make it even more effective. But suddenly, Ruea grabs him from behind and says she's been waiting a long time for them to be alone. The girl turns into some kind of ear specialist because she gives him a little lick. Our boy drops the clipboard, turns around and tells her to wait, asking if she's not afraid of others seeing this. She asks who would see. She knows Ming Ming went upstairs just now, and besides, Ling Xiong has a lot of work to do, so she won't show up anytime soon. She's sure no one will interrupt them. Our boy grabs her hand and wow, a kiss. It only took 200 chapters, but he finally made his move. Roya thinks she has to seize this chance to make him hers. She won't let any other woman take Chen Yuan. Then she delivers a perfect strike on our boy. The Muay Thai fighter immobilizes the Korean, but of course someone knocks on the door. He wants to know who this damn person is, interrupting his moment of fun. Outside, it's Min Ming asking if he can help her solve an issue. Our boy says yes. She just woke him up when he was almost asleep. The next morning, our boy had just come out of the room and Ruya couldn't understand the sensation she felt when she saw him. Since yesterday, our boy was blushing, not knowing what to say, but as always, his sister interrupted, saying it was time for breakfast and ordering them to come down. Our boy started to suspect she must have hidden cameras, always interrupting him at the perfect moment. Later that morning, he told Ling Xiong to avoid using water and to apply the cream 3 times a day. If she managed to keep up the routine, the improvement would be very noticeable. She obviously thanked him graciously, but he told her there was no need to rush. She should wait first to see the results. Besides, she needed to get back to work soon because the whole company was in chaos. She simply replied that she understood and wouldn't disappoint him. She was motivated to dismantle all the Lin family's plans and show who the best boss really is. With that, our boy went back to his room, eager to get back to practicing his go. However, his sister appeared, asking if he could talk to her for a moment. Our boy turned and saw her blushing, not really knowing what to say. He asked what the problem was and said if something had happened, she should know she could always count on him. He would support her. She said she needed help applying the cream. Thank God it was in a normal place. I was worried about where this was going. Strangely, Chen Yuan seemed extremely scared, as if it were the end of the world. Min stopped and told him there are things the two of them can't do. She said he was acting weird since she was only asking him to put his hand on her shoulder. Besides, he was the one in the wrong as she wasn't embarrassed by it. However, he tries to give her a moral lesson, saying she should only do that with a future boyfriend who loves and respects her. Strangely, she gets closer and asks if she could ever find a guy like him out there. He says no, that's impossible, and besides, she shouldn't look for someone like him since he's a loser and not worth it. Our boy was trying to find a way to end these ideas of hers. However, she says she won't allow him to speak about himself like that. He's the most incredible and devoted person she's ever known. Our boy was thinking about giving up on this, as she didn't seem to accept it. He then says he'll apply the medicine just to end the argument. Obviously, she hadn't succeeded in her plan, right? I don't know why he was making such a fuss. It's just applying some cream, and the craziest one is the sister, who is all emotional, saying it was amazing. The two of them are a match in their madness. Sometime later, our boy says it's done. She asks why it was so quick. He says it's because he's skilled now. She wants to know why he spent so much time applying it with Lin Shutong while hers only lasted 10 seconds. He says he's just getting more skilled and that he has things to do. Our boy leaves, thinking that sooner or later he'll have to properly explain things to her. But for now, it's time to get back and climb the ranks. When he reaches the computer, he sees something strange, a weird message that makes it look like the computer is being hacked somewhere else. A girl tells her brother that she's found the person. It's obviously Mei Kima's sister, who says she already has the correct address. He praises her skills while she says the strange thing is that he seems to be trying to rank up but didn't play a single game yesterday. Kimura is traumatized. He needs to beat this guy to evolve even more. He says this guy has to be located so he can defeat his inner demon. However, at that moment something goes wrong. Her computer has been hacked. Instead of hacking, it seems the person on the other side is very powerful. Suddenly, the computer starts downloading a bunch of weird videos. Let's just say memes start flooding her screen. Chen Yuan was flooding her screen with memes. Her brother even told her to close her eyes as it would pollute her mind. She couldn't believe she had been counterattacked like this. Our boy was there feeling smug, saying they never expected him to have such skills. That's when he finds something, a photo of Mei. The most interesting thing is that he discovers they are foreigners. He wonders when he provoked someone like that, but considering everything he's done, it's probably enough to keep her busy. The next morning, our boy sees some news on his phone. It seems the Lin family is being targeted by some criticisms. An employee tells him they've already lost over 10 billion. At this rate, they might not even survive. He says the best action for now is to sell some of the land they bought to the people who were interested. However, the employee tells him he's not aware that those people don't seem interested anymore. The two companies that were acquiring land have merged and won't buy anything else until the others lower their prices. He wonders why it seems like everyone is targeting him. Employee informs him that many of their hotels are being criticized. It's probably the Li family's doing. He then receives a call from Jill and asks what she wants, imagining she would help the family and had matured. However, she just informs him that Chen Yuan's two companies have merged and that she is now the CEO of both. Her brother scolds her, saying all she does is act superior and never helps the family. She's all confused, wanting to know why she's being criticized when all she's done is improve the family's name. He explains that the real plan was never to truly ally with Chen Yuan. It was just to cover and gather information. She questions why he never told her this before. Apparently, he didn't trust she could do it. In this case, she prefers Chen Yuan, since he trusts her. Then she hangs up the call. Once again, he throws his phone to the ground, asking if she doesn't know who her real brother is. How can he, who has been pampering her for 10 years, not be better than this weirdo? The employee says once more that the only option now is to reconcile with Chen Yuan. However, he says he'll never do that and would rather use the family's reserves. The employee reminds him that the president had made a rule that this money was only to be used as a last resort. He says, then that's the last resort we'll use, and tells the guy to leave. The old man leaves, saying he understands, while Lin thinks he'd rather die than bow to Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy receives news that the guy will be visiting his city and accepting challenges from anyone who wants to face him in the city arena. Our boy gets angry, thinking that if he had known the guy would accept anyone, he wouldn't have spent all that time training. However, it's good enough since at least he won't have to travel far. He's confident he'll win and claim the 200 million prize. He then receives a call from Jilu, who says she was humiliated by her brother again. He called her a traitor just because she's trying to build her own career. Our boy realizes that the girl is hated by her entire family because of him. He says he'll never let anyone bully Princess Jilu and that he'll help buy the entire family and give it to her. She laughs, saying he's really funny when he wants to defend others, but she also tells him that he's truly the best person and the only one who deserves to marry her. She adds that she'll be visiting him tomorrow. Our boy thinks she has a good heart and has just lived in isolation for too long. Since she calls him brother, he's going to do something for her. With that, Lingjung picks up and asks what she can do for our boy. He says he's willing to pay any price to acquire the LY group. She immediately wonders if this is the beginning of his real counterattack. She knows the LY group has just fallen into several scandals and problems. It looks like he's trying to take advantage of the situation. He really looks like a true hero. A little time passes and Jilu has already arrived to visit our boy. She says it hasn't been long since she saw Ming, but now she's already a celebrity on Black Cat. Ming responds that it's no big deal and that she heard Jilu is actually the CEO of a big company. Jilu replies that she doesn't like being idolized, but admits she is a legend. Our boy asks how long they're going to keep up this chit-chat. With that, they're heading to the car and Jilu explains they're going to the airport where a guy wants to play chess. Even her cousin will be there. Our boy thinks it's a coincidence that someone from her family will be there too. Minkyung asks for the person's name and age. She says his name is Shu Yumo, and that he should be a bit older than her. If I'm not mistaken, Shu Yumo is that girl our boy met at the beginning at the auction, who is a police officer. He asks if she's the same person. Really? Jelu's cousin? She says yes, and asks if he knows her too. Our boy says no, he's just seen her once or twice around. With that, he rushes to the car. However, Jilu already noticed his reaction was very strange. The scene shifts to the sports arena. Our boy says the place is packed, and Jilu says it's obvious since the guy is very famous and an international competitor. However, it seemed to cost 500 yuan just to enter, so they went to buy the tickets, and the guys asked who this boy was, arriving with two beauties in the middle of the arena. Some matches were ongoing, and Jilu said she didn't see the foreign guy playing there either. One of them pointed to the center of the room and asked if that wasn't Kimura. On the other hand, this girl was also taking down one of the geniuses in that place. That's when he heard people next to him say that to challenge Kimura, you first have to beat this girl named Mei. Our boy looked thoughtful, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Mingying explained what was happening. To challenge Kimura directly, you had to be a professional at the 9th level. However, another person had just been defeated. So far, no one who had participated in the event had even managed to beat the girl. Then Shu Yumo got involved. Someone called for her. It was Jilu cheering with our boy next to her. Shu Yumo saw her cousin and wanted to know why that weirdo was there too, but she couldn't lose focus since it was game time. To beat Kimura, she first had to take down this Mei. The moves started being made and the old men were all impressed. The competition was fierce, but one particular move shocked Yumo and it seemed like the poor girl lost. The old men started wondering if no one in their country could even beat the little girl. Then Salam placed a hand on Shu Yumo's shoulder, telling her that losing was part of the game and that he would defeat the girl. Everyone recognized him as Brother Xi, and Shu Yumo seemed excited that he had arrived. He replied that there was nothing to worry about anymore because he would win everything back. Everyone seemed impressed with the arrival of this guy, and Mingming even wanted to know who he was. He appeared to be the most promising player of the new generation, having won 3 championships. Mei said she recognized him and hoped to have a good game. With that, the two sat down while Kimura watched everything from another room, wondering if this was the Sunset Master. Regardless of who that guy was, he wanted a chance to get his revenge. Meanwhile, Shu Yumo went to talk to the group, and Jilu said she almost won. However, she was more curious to know what Chen Yuan was doing there with her. Jilu said they were like best friends, while Yumo found it strange since in her opinion Chen Yuan only liked older women. Another move happened on the board, and this time Mei was indeed defeated. Everyone was impressed, saying they were finally starting to win something. The guy asked if he could challenge Kimura now. She said yes, and wanted to notify him, but at that moment, Kimura appeared, saying he was waiting for a worthy competitor. If this was the guy who had beaten him online, now was the time to regain his honor. He said he had come from his city just to face him. He admitted that he accepted the losses he had suffered, but he would not tolerate any of those insults. Everyone wondered if the guy had really beaten Kimura before and even insulted him. The guy was all confused, trying to remember when this had happened. Without much room to explain, the two sat down to play, and so another match began. Chen Yuan started to find Kimura's moves somewhat familiar, and then there was that Japanese girl. That's when he remembered the photo of the girl who had tried to hack his computer. He began to wonder why Kimura's assistant would try something like that. The only person he had humiliated with words while playing was that Devil World kid. Could it be that the schoolboy was actually Kimura? That would make sense, considering he had traveled to exactly the city where Chen Yuan lived. His sister asked who he thought would win the match. Our boy explained that the challenger from their country seemed smarter, but was using outdated strategies. Considering this, Kimura was much more up to date and would probably win. Everyone around questioned who he thought he was to be criticizing the best like that. Even Sho thought he was going too far. What kind of qualification did he have to judge someone like that? And there it was, he lost 5 points, dropping to 65. He had completely forgotten that she had a little system already activated. He then told his sister to register his name because he was going to show them how it's done. Some time passed, and 20 minutes later, the final move was made. It was the last move that took down Xia. He knew there were no more moves that could save him from that, and so he admitted defeat. The entire audience was devastated, their hopes shattered as Kimura was reveling in his victory, believing he had defeated the Sunset Master. He started laughing, saying it had been easier than he thought. Offline, this guy was nothing compared to him. His confrontation and his trip to this place had all been a waste. Min Kim said he was right when he predicted the guy would lose. However, the people around were angry, as they had been rooting for the foreign guy. To them, she and her brother were traitors who didn't trust their country's talent. She started complaining, saying that just a moment ago they were doubting what he said, and now that it was proven true, they were still making things hard for them. Meanwhile, Kimura was leaving, saying there was no player there worthy of him. Suddenly, someone asked where the kid thought he was going, and everyone turned to see who this crazy person was stepping onto the stage. Kimura remembered that the last person who called him a kid like that was the online guy. Immediately, he asked who he was. Our boy said he was the Sunset Master. Disbelieving, Kimura asked if it was true, and our boy said he would prove he didn't use any cheats online. Now Kimura would have to admit defeat in front of everyone. Kimura started to feel the same trauma from before. The crowd noticed that the boy suddenly went pale and found it odd. Yumo just wanted to see what Chen Yuan was going to do this time. Our boy walked over, said his time was valuable, and told Kimura to sit down quickly. Of course, he was as drowsy as ever, and Kimura seemed convinced he would win since he was sure the guy had cheated. Mate said he should play against her because those were the rules. He said the rules were just made to ensure he didn't waste time with the weak, but this was personal, so she could step aside. He was going to show who the true master of this game was. Min kept saying they had no idea of her brother's strength, while Jilu was confused, wanting to know when Chen Yuan learned to play Go. Mingming explained that apparently he had been good for a long time since he hadn't lost a single online match. Jilu was afraid of our boy winning, which would embarrass Kimura since he had lost to him before. However, the duel was about to begin. Kimura made the first move, and our boy calmly placed his piece. Several moves unfolded. Kimura seemed more aggressive than before, but it was truly amazing that Chen Yuan was still holding on. Sometime later, he placed another piece, and Kimura couldn't understand how his moves were faster than hers. Kimura couldn't comprehend how this guy never stopped for a second to think. Every time Kimura made a move, Chen Yuan responded immediately. His kind of pressure was something Kimura didn't know how to handle because it felt like he was facing the teachings of several masters. Our boy's moves continued, and with that, the dragon piece was placed. Kimura tried to think of a way out of that move, but our boy simply told him to give up because it was over. Kimura coughed up blood, saying it was impossible. However, everyone in the audience was already celebrating, saying their honor had been restored. Shia still believed that our boy had won since he had left Kimura's mental state shaken. He remembered the Sunset Master, known as Chen Yuan. Our boy returned to the audience, and Julu hugged her cousin, saying she couldn't understand how incredible Chen Yuan was. Her favor had already reached 97, and our boy gained 10 more strength points. His sister, all emotional, said she had seen him practicing hard and that he deserved it. Such an honor, while noticing that everyone who had been criticizing him was now silent. Truly, he was the most amazing. With this, she gained another favorability point, now at 94. Aroy was terrified while Chu Yumo was still trying to understand how this had happened. How could a player who had been dominating the whole country be defeated by Chen Yuan? Considering his background and wealth, how much effort had he put in to get this good? The favorability kept rising, minus 10 more points for our boy, then 5 more, and now at 80. Our boy realized that defeating this guy was more valuable than he had imagined. The only problem was this little thing on the side. Mangbang was already at 94 and he was terrified of what would happen with another point from the counterattack. He needed a way to bring it down. Suddenly something passed by him and he noticed something in the system he never expected, a single favorability point with Lin Chong. First of all, he had no idea what was happening since he didn't see her anywhere. Somewhere in the city, in a parked car, she was inside looking at her phone, unable to get Chen Yuan's name out of her mind, thinking that the distance between them kept growing. At this moment, they were people belonging to different worlds, and she had no idea where he was. The guy in the driver's seat asked what was going on because she seemed a bit distracted today. She said she was happy, she just didn't want him to have spent so much money. They sat there awkwardly like two fools. But as she looked at the guy, she thought it was time to let go of this. She needed to forget Chen Yuan and move on to another relationship. Starting a new life and moving forward was the only way for her to be happy. However, in front of the building, the guy asked if she liked Taizhou and said something amazing had happened today. She said she didn't quite understand it, but he could tell her what happened. The guy said one of his friends had brought glory to the country and she needed to take a look. With that, he threw the phone to her. Of course, she was startled. It was our boy, defeating Kimura and winning 200 million. The guy even said being like that guy was his dream. Shutong just started crying. She couldn't give up on him considering he had chased after her for 3 years and she'd only been alone for 3 months. Truly, she felt like a terrible person. The guy even mentioned he never thought she'd be so moved by this kind of patriotism, but then she changed her expression and told him to get lost. The poor guy was shocked, asking what had happened. She said she liked someone else, so he better give up. She got out of the car, slammed the door, saying she was going to get her Chen Yuan back. Meanwhile, Ming Jia was just congratulating our boy, hearts in her eyes, and Julio said that the match would be broadcast across the entire country and he'd be considered a hero. Strangely, our boy said this was bad and both girls were confused. He tried to explain that he had been trying to keep a low profile for a long time, but it seemed inevitable that this would happen sooner or later. The scene shifts to the northern part where someone tells C that she needs to take advantage of the opportunity. It's that other girl from the beginning, and her friend says she didn't need to be like this and needed to know how to seize things. Now that she was single, she needed to take advantage of the guys around her. Her old crush was playing, and she got to go and give him some water. She said she used to really like him, but watching him play now, she couldn't feel anything. Her friend said it was strange since he was performing so well, but in her mind, she had another performance in mind. Zoe said that to her, this guy seemed like an old man playing unlike other people she had seen. The friend asked who she had been watching to have such high standards. She grabbed her phone and said it was better to change the subject. However, she was startled. The news said our boy had won the match too. Meanwhile, the guy playing on the court asked who wanted to bring him some water. No one moved, leaving him confused. He asked where Shine was and her friend said she had something else to deal with. That's when our boy received a call from Keel and asked what was going on. She asked if she couldn't just call for no reason. He said of course she could, considering their relationship. She explained that she saw the news about his match and wanted to congratulate him. He said it wasn't necessary. It was nothing special. However, she asked when he would return to their region since he'd been away for a while. Our boy said he just took a summer break but would return when school started. She got all excited, saying that when that happened she would cook for him every day. Our boy was touched by how much she had changed. She used to be so self-interested, but she had matured a lot and had been making many sacrifices to be kind to him. If he gave 10 billion to other women, he had to be kinder to her too. Suddenly, Ming appeared and said the suitcases were ready. Our boy asked if all the clothes he requested were there. She said she couldn't just take this much. He said not to worry, he'd have someone pick everything up. She got all emotional, ran over to hug him, saying he really was the person she liked most. He said it was the same since she was his only sister, but Mang Ming, still hugging him, thought he was the only person. She hugged him and felt safe with him. That's why she didn't want to let him go. She was just afraid he would notice something strange and maybe she should tell him that they weren't blood related. But if she did that, he might abandon her and she couldn't live like that forever. She then said she wanted to talk about something, but he was terrified she would say something and her favorability would hit 95, so he covered her mouth and said he knew how she felt, but he didn't want anything that would affect their relationship as siblings. She wondered if he already knew she wasn't his blood sister and concluded that, given how smart he was, he probably did, but it seemed he wanted to keep her as his sister, which made her feel special too. With that, she gained another favorability point, reaching 95. As always, he gained some strengthening points. Despite the money he had spent, our boy couldn't understand what he had to do to prevent this from happening. He had just rejected her, so why did the favorability go up? The system said he was a fool who didn't understand there's no such thing as a sibling relationship. Suddenly, she gave him a little kiss on the cheek and left, all blushing, leaving our boy bewildered. He wondered if this was karma for playing with so many women's hearts. The scene shifts to a building in Shanghai. A folder falls to the floor and Jiamu shouts at Qian, saying, "This is impossible." Not only had Chen Yuan not punished Ling Sheng, but she had also been promoted to CEO of Fission. The maid said that, strangely, Chen Yuan seemed to have unshakable confidence in her. He lit a cigarette, saying he had underestimated the boy. It seemed Chen Yuan had a very strategic way of acting. What he couldn't understand was why this guy had lost 30 billion and continued to trust the woman, and worse still, why he had only found out about it now. Qian said it was because he had been traveling to foreign countries just for fun. However, he scolded her, wanting to know since when he had authorized her to get involved in this kind of thing. He ordered her to get out of his sight, warning that if things continued like this, they would lose everything they had invested. Qian began to think she understood why Ling Sheng wanted to escape from this guy, and now was there yet another one for our boy? The scene changes to the massive Shanghai University. It seems our boy took his sister there to secure a spot for her. She asked him to calm down and stop looking at the women around. He said it was a natural action for a man to admire beautiful things. However, she asked why he had disguised himself so much to the point of looking like her father. He replied that he had been recognized in many places and preferred to keep a low profile. As always, she got emotional seeing that he continued to take care of her. Our boy saw her sweating and said he'd buy some water. People watching the two commented that a father's love was truly incredible. Suddenly, a helicopter flew over the field. People recognized it as belonging to one of the 4 young masters of the city. His name was Kim Ming, and all the girls were swooning, saying he was so stylish and handsome. Poor things. They even got pushed aside to avoid blocking the guy's entrance. Wolfing thought all of them were so ordinary and superficial until he noticed someone. You know who it is? Our boy's sister, standing there, looking lost, wondering where her brother had gone. He then asked for permission and approached her, asking for her phone number. She simply said she wasn't interested. He told her that maybe she didn't know him, but he would introduce himself. However, she interrupted and told him she wasn't interested and that he should leave. The guy was so full of himself that he wondered if she was playing hard to get. To him, it was all an act, because no woman could be that noble in a city like Shanghai, where money is everything, and he had enough to drive anyone crazy. He mentioned a party happening that night for newcomers, full of elite people, said she could enter high society. The other girls were all envious, wondering who this girl was that he was approaching. However, Mang Mang told him he should leave. because if her brother saw him there, he'd end up causing trouble. Turning back, Wuffing questioned if this guy was really that impressive compared to his bodyguards. Wuffing was already imagining that her brother must be some kind of muscular mutant. Menkyong told him to look, her brother was coming. Wuffing turned around and wondered who this farmer-looking guy was. Our boy approached and told him to get lost. Wuffing couldn't believe this guy said that, and people around were shocked, wondering if he really dared to act like this against one of the four masters. Wuffing asked if he knew what happened to the last person who talked to him like that. But before he could finish, our boy slapped him in the face. Everyone around was stunned, asking if they had really seen that. Wuffing ordered his guards to beat the kid up. The 3-meter-tall thugs approached, but our boy unleashed a JoJo sequence, easily sending the goons flying. Wuffing questioned how someone could defeat an ex-boxing champion and a guy from the special forces. Chen Yuan warned him one last time that if he ever approached his sister again, the consequences would be severe. He tossed the jerk to the ground. At that moment, people around recognized Mang Ming as the little monster from the Black Cat livestream. Everyone knew she was the woman who had received 300 million from Mr. Yan, and they assumed this old guy was hired to protect her. Wuffing said he'd make Mr. Yan pay for what he did. Daring to send someone like this into his territory will teach him a lesson. Just then, a pink-haired girl asked what he was doing. And here comes another one, right? Could it be? It's been a while since a new system activated. Obviously, she's the goddess of the university and the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She asks why he's ruining the Qin family's reputation like this on his first day, arriving all disheveled. He asks when she arrived, but she ignores him and demands to know why he came by helicopter. Does he think no one knows about their family's wealth? He replies that he wasn't trying to cause trouble, he just ended up getting beaten. She asks who did it, and everyone points to our boy. She approaches and asks if he really had the guts to hit her brother. Our boy simply says yes, it was him. And there it is. The system activates. Male 23 years old, 1.70 mm tall, appearance rating of 9.6, we're almost kidding, a 10, and oh boy, her favorability is 90, just like Ling Yang. And this is Wang. She says she'll give him a chance to repent for what he's done. Curious, he asks what chance that might be. She says that if he and the girl behind him kneel, she'll consider giving them a light punishment. However, our boy, who clearly has no qualms about hitting women and probably needs a trip to jail, says he'll give her the chance to apologize. She comes in for a slap, calling him ignorant, but he catches her arm. Seeing this, she wonders how this bastard dares to touch her with his filthy hand. She tries to knee him right between the legs, but her boy lets go of this crazy woman. He notices she tried to land a kick in a sensitive spot and says that it seems she deserves it. And oh man, there's another one. This guy really is the king of slaps. Even his sister is devastated that her brother hit such a delicate girl so hard. One poor thing. Never imagined it would end like this. The university guys say they can't let this happen, and everyone rushes in, saying he deserves a beating for this. From behind, Minky Mung says she's starting to get scared, but our boy tells her there's no need to worry, he's there. Everyone grabs some bricks, and our boy asks if they really want to die. The first one rushes in, saying he's arrogant. Today he'll meet his end. But our boy, having mastered about 300 fighting techniques, hits the guy with one move, sending him flying. The others realize it won't be easy and start shouting to attack together. Our boy seems to have a different system activated now, apparently even using some shock abilities. The girls can't understand how he's fighting 30 people. At that moment, a baton swings past him. He narrowly dodges it, but it leaves a cut. These guys won't be as easy to handle. Wang declares that whoever kills him will get a 10-year bonus. The guys comment that the kid messed with the wrong person, and now he'll have to pay the price. Seeing the situation getting dangerous, our boy decides to make an investment. The system asks if he really wants to spend 81 points. He activates his Dragon Ball aura and starts shouting. His aura is literally visible. It looks like he's about to start a dungeon raid. His vision is so sharp that he wonders why everything seems to be in slow motion. With one step, he approaches the men. Before they can even think of defending themselves, he lands a punch square in one of their faces and easily takes them all down. Wang can't comprehend how one guy is beating all the mercenaries she hired. Our boy doesn't spare any gender. He heads straight for her again. She tells him to remember that they live in a law-governed society. He says he won't do anything if she apologizes and if her brother swears never to harm his sister again. Wang tells him to keep dreaming, because as soon as the police arrive, he's going straight to jail. She says his sister will be expelled from this place and never admitted to any other university again because she owns this entire city. Our boy slaps her again, and strangely, he gains 20 favorability points. Of course, he's as confused as we are, starting to realize what's happening. He attacks again and gains another 20 points. Now that he understands what she likes, he picks her up. She tells him to let her go, but our boy starts giving her a beating. The poor girl wonders how he has the courage to do this in public, and every slap is earning him a point. The people watching have no idea she's enjoying it, and her brother is devastated seeing all of this. She's screaming, telling him to stop because it hurts a lot, while secretly thinking it's the first time she's met someone with the guts to humiliate her like this. For as long as she can remember, she's always been desired by everyone. She lived above all others and was wanted by all men. She knows that in each of their minds she's like a goddess. But this guy was different from the rest, and strangely she wanted him to use more force. It seems she has been broken. The guys around say they can't stop him, but that he'll be punished by the law. Ming says her brother is going against the world for her. It's more addictive than the stories she used to read. Our boy gains more favorability, and now he's hesitant to continue, wondering what kind of relationship this is. He turns, trying to understand why his sister is enjoying this, looking at him with such affection. Afraid that this would keep rising, he throws Wang to the ground. She wonders why he stops so quickly and sees him running away, questioning why he's fleeing. Woofing approaches and asks if she's okay. She says obviously not, and asks for help getting up. Then she asks where he was while his sister was getting beaten, calling him useless. Fuming with anger, Ming swears he will kill this guy and scatter his ashes across the entire country, while his sister wonders when she'll get to see him again. He had just slapped Wang, however, strangely enough, she wanted more. Right, this girl is not all there. The next scene shifts to inside the university, where some guys are banging on the bathroom door, wanting to know who locked it. Inside, we find our beloved Chen Yuan either putting on makeup or taking it off, not sure which. He says his disguise skills are so good that no one would have any idea that person was him. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing. It's Hosan yelling. Hosan says he has news about that plane he mentioned, and our boy is confused because he doesn't even remember this. However, Hosan says that a few days ago our boy said he wanted a plane, and it just so happens he has some connections at Shanghai University. Of course, Kimu remembers he was drunk at the club when he said something about needing a plane and letting Hein take care of it. Embarrassed, he says he really needs to stop saying those things. He then confirms that yes, he was at Shanghai University, and Hosen says he'll send someone to pick him up. The bathroom door starts to open, and the guys outside want to know who the hell locked it. But when our boy steps out, everyone goes silent, wondering why that person looks like the legendary Mr. Yan. Everyone is drawn to the famous investor's face. He's like a god to them. They swarm him, saying he's their idol and asking for an autograph. Meanwhile, outside, an officer asks Woofing if the guy hit them and ran away. Woofing answers the captain that yes, they need to catch the culprit because it was very serious. The guys reassure him not to worry, that person won't get away unpunished. Then a guy appears from behind, saying he saw someone heading toward the bathroom. Everyone rushes there, saying they have to find out who it is. However, on the way, they see a bunch of girls exuding hearts. The cop tells the guy to stay put while he checks it out. The girls are all blushing. He comes back to inform his friends that the commotion is because Mr. Yan is at the university. My goodness, even the police women are excited, saying they want to meet him because they're big fans. Woofing and his sister, with her masochistic tendencies, are also curious about why Mr. Yan is there. Sometime later, an officer reports that she checked the bathrooms and found nothing suspicious. The police officer, at a loss, says they should check the cameras. This can't go unpunished. Meanwhile, Wang finds it very interesting that this guy managed to disappear, but then she sees another commotion. She approaches and asks if it's Mr. Yan. She's already set on the game, a bowling game. In this case, our boy sees the crazy girl again and is shocked that the beating increased her favorability from negative to over 60. Everyone recognizes Wang and wonders if she's also a fan of Mr. Yan, but it seems she has a slap memory. She starts to realize that the body of this person resembles the guy who hit her. She starts to observe and quickly notices the shoes. They are exactly the same as the guy who gave her a beating. She thinks that even the most cautious eventually make mistakes. She had thought she'd taken a beating from someone's bodyguard, but it was actually a marvelous billionaire. Well, Chen Yuan, you're in trouble now, my boy. Her favorability just went up by another 10. She then introduces herself and asks if they can exchange numbers. Our boy smiles and says, yes, just scan the code. But he's not stupid, and seeing the increase in points, he already knows he was recognized. He imagines it was because of the shoes, but doesn't care. He's more interested in knowing what she's up to, given that she's interested in the same thing. She then asks what brings him to Shanghai. Wang gets angry, especially since she just took a beating and now he's asking about taking care of his sister. She asks what kind of sister this is, insinuating it might not be that type of sister. However, Chen just says she's his biological sister. He's not the type to flirt around. Apparently, she's already excited. She was worried this sister might be some other kind of sister. These crazy people are wild. That's when she remembers that a streamer known as Little Monster recently won 300 million. All of this was because she received significant support from the handsome guy's platform. She sees him caressing his sister and realizes that Mr. Yan is someone who even fooled Li Jiamu. He's just the type of man she likes. A suit-wearing combination of intelligence and strength. She makes a face which I think the illustrator meant to look sexy, but it turned out a bit strange, to be honest. However, another 5 favorability points are added, leaving our boy confused again. In her background and appearance, he thought it would be much harder. The problem is he can't let this continue, especially since he hasn't spent a single dime on her and won't get anything in return. She, being one of the Qin family descendants, is the perfect person for him to make a few billion. He calls out to her and she gives him a look asking what the problem is. The people around them are gossiping, saying it's crazy to see the goddess talking to the legendary Mr. Yan. Meanwhile, the officers finally manage to access the cameras. The video shows someone entering but no one leaving. Clearly the person locked the door, but 10 minutes later it was Chen Yuan who walked out. Wufeng gets excited, saying he never imagined it would be Mr. Yan in disguise. He turns to Captain Mei and orders him to arrest him. However, the captain isn't a fool and asks if Wufeng has been reading too much manhua. Come on, there's no such thing as disguising yourself like that. Clearly not Mr. Yan, he says, with a chubby face. Wufeng replies that they shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. However, the officer realizes he's in a tough spot with the Qin family on one side and Mr. Yan on the other. Wufeng insists, questioning why he's hesitating even with such solid evidence. Maybe he needs to make a few calls to certain people to get things moving. The officer changes his mind and tells the others to go arrest Chen Yuan. However, the others are already terrified. They don't want to get involved in this. At that exact moment, a bunch of helicopters starts flying over the university. Everyone wants to know who this billionaire is, spending millions to bring in all these helicopters, but someone else says to stop being foolish. That's an AS-332 helicopter worth far more than just millions. Everyone turns to Wasing and Wufeng thinking it's their doing, but they look at each other confused. They know their family doesn't have that many helicopters. This leaves them both wondering who called for it. Just then, some officers approach Chen Yuan saying he's suspected of a crime, but our boy asks if they're making some kind of mistake. The officer insists, mistake or not, he should go to the police station now. However, the girls start protesting, saying it's impossible. The person who hit Wang was clearly an ugly old man. Chen Yuan is too refined and elegant. They can't just arrest him without solid proof. They start accusing the officers of corruption, saying they were clearly bribed by Wufeng. The girls rally around our boy, saying they'll protect him. He's sweating nervously, unsure of what to do. Even the poor officers are pleading with them to stop the violence. Our boy asks them to calm down, saying he's willing to cooperate with the police because he believes they uphold justice. The girls are touched, saying that even though he's being wronged, he maintains his kindness and elegance. Wang, a bit crazy herself, is wondering how he could beat her like that and now pretend he didn't. However, her plan seems to have shifted. As much as Chen Yuan is a dragon, he's in a nest of vipers and she wants to see how he'll handle himself here. The helicopters continue to approach. The door opens, and a man with white hair and 2 girls wearing floating glasses appear. This man is the head of one of Shanghai's 4 largest families, known as Yi Yao. All the helicopters then start unfurling a red banner reading, "Welcome to the city of SH." The siblings are shocked, realizing it's the Yao man's doing. The officer is now terrified because he knows who Yao is and he came personally to see Mr. Yan. It's frightening that this young man who had just arrived already has such connections in Shanghai. Among Shanghai's families, the Ye family was the greatest. Although Yao was from a collateral branch of the family, it was still beyond what a mere captain could handle. He approaches Wufeng, saying that based on his years of experience, it's clear Mr. Yan isn't guilty. He turns to the bald-headed man and tells him to cancel any action against Mr. Yan immediately. He then goes to our boy, apologizing, saying it all seemed to be a big misunderstanding. Our boy responds that it's no problem, it's his duty as a citizen to cooperate with the police. Fuggin says this bastard will get away because of the Ye family's influence. At that moment, Yao introduces himself to our boy, saying he's a friend of Han's. Our boy just responds, "Nice to meet you." However, he wonders if this arrival wasn't a bit too much. Yao replies that this is nothing, especially since he's heard of Mr. Yan's reputation. The truth is, Yao has a problem. He needs to sell several planes, so if he could offload them all onto Mr. Yan, it'd be perfect. He then calls Mang says it's time to go buy a little plane. The other girls are seething, saying their dream was to have a brother like that. But then, from the middle of the crowd, someone asks why she doesn't deserve to get a plane too. When he looks back, it's Jilu, saying he should have let her know he was coming to Shanghai. She starts shaking him, asking if he doesn't care about her anymore. He tells her to calm down, saying he holds her dear to his heart and even prepared a plane as a gift for her. She asks if it's true, and he says she can trust him. His plan is to give a plane to Ryu, to Bingu, to the president, and to everyone else who wants one. From behind, another person appears, saying it's a coincidence that they also wanted to buy a plane. It's our masochist, our Wang, saying she wanted to fly with him to try out what he was going to buy. One thing I'm confused about, they're talking about planes, but so far I've only seen helicopters in the sky, right? Our boy is inside one of the helicopters, telling Mr. Yirai that it's very stable. No wonder it cost 150 million. Bang Merming is excitedly asking if that tall building is the TV tower. Wang watches them both from the background, laughing at Mang Meng, because it's clear she's acting like a girl from the countryside. To her, those two seem very tacky. However, Julu notices that Wang's gaze isn't friendly at all. She knows Wang is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, still has a great appearance, and has something greater than expected. Still, despite carrying mountains, she's not about to lose Chen Yuan to this person. She wonders why the atmosphere feels so strange. A bit later, they arrive at the Longhua Aviation Base. A guy tells Mr. Ye they've arrived and should go take a look. Man, they're all in woolly carts. It seems like they forgot how to walk. Ah, so it's really a plane they're looking at. They took a helicopter to see the planes. I get it now. The guy starts talking about how fancy the planes are, describing them as a unique experience with no need to worry about safety. They're the best of the best. Mong asks what he means by a unique experience. Mr. Ye replies that she's too young to understand, but Mr. Chen Yuan surely knows what he's talking about. Our boy is irritated, realizing this bastard is talking about that and corrupting his sister's mind. He's not sure if Shalu gets it, though. It seems she does, and she's no innocent either, saying she wants to experience that too. Our boy ignores it, saying it's all just private jets and those helicopters from before. Mr. Ye's glasses even tilt as he asks if that's really all. He explains that most of the helicopters were gifts for other people, and he'd need to transfer ownership to each person. The guy seems confused, wondering if this man is really some kind of wealth god. The scene shifts to Shanghai's financial center. A girl informs her boss that Mr. Yi has arrived in Shanghai and beat up the Qin family siblings. The boss laughs, saying this idiot offended the Qin family, so he's doomed. But the secretary clarifies that he had no problems because he received support from the Yi family. The boss is shocked as she explains that Mr. Ye arrived with over 20 helicopters just to pick up Chen Yuan. The fool wonders how this bastard managed to get support from that family. He knows that the Ye family's golden girl, known as Yang, will be having a birthday party today. Apparently, she's never even appeared in public, and starting with this birthday, she'll become the group's president. Marrying her would mean inheriting one of the largest shares of the entire Ye group. And right when this womanizer Chen Yuan appears in Shanghai, he immediately orders his secretary to start creating scandals about Chen Yuan to tarnish his image in Shanghai. She replies that she'll start right away. The scene returns to the Longhua Aviation Base. Our boy asks Mr. Ye if he sells anything besides planes. Although confused, Mr. Ye is eager to sell and mentions they have boats and even space travel. If our boy is interested, Our boy replies to save space travel for later, but says he's interested in the boats. He wants one for fishing, and Mr. Ye says he'll find a very luxurious one for him. He then finds a boat named Ging, the fifth most luxurious in the world, costing 7 billion. This boat has already been rented out, though for the eldest daughter of the Yim family's birthday party. He gives our boy an invitation, saying he can attend the party to check out the boat and see if he's interested. Our boy is confused, having never heard of this so-called precious daughter of the Ye family, but well, talk about a rich woman, and there he is, grinning from ear to ear. In the next scene, he's already looking for a good place to buy a house near Shanghai University. Mr. Ye says he doesn't know much about the real estate market, but will find someone to help him. He asks who, and Mr. Ye points to Wan, saying that's her specialty. The Qin family is heavily involved in all construction across Shanghai. Our boy turns to her and asks for a recommendation, saying he'll pay 5% above market value. She responds that if he's buying 1 or 2 buildings, it's easy, she'll just discuss it with her family. However, she's impressed by how much he's been spending already. She tries to explain, though, that there are currently some construction restrictions in Shanghai and the taxes are quite high, so it might not be worth it. He just requests one of the houses in the Thompson Riviera area and says he'll give her a Jaguar helicopter. She replies that the house is worth over 150 million and warns him not to try taking advantage of her. However, our boy says there's no conflict in friendship. This time he'd benefit, but maybe next time she'd be the one receiving help. She's a bit confused, wondering if he's hitting on her and is that impatient? She then says fine, but they have to see the house now since she's busy tomorrow. However, she leaves with an angry look, saying she won't let him get away so easily as she still hasn't tested him. Not sure what kind of test that is, but our boy looks nervous too. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, Shilu is fiddling with her phone, already bored. Then she sees a post online about a rich man who started a relationship, didn't follow through, and left the woman pregnant and poor. Shilu says she needs to find out who this jerk is, but well, the woman in the post introduces herself as Zhang Shakyo, a girlfriend of Chen Yuan. Am I going crazy? She looks like Ruo, but she's not. She just said she's Shakyo. Remember this one. He has so many women I'm starting to forget, just as lost as he is. She says she's 3 months pregnant, knows he has other women and doesn't mind, she just didn't want to be abandoned. At this, the phone is thrown to the floor. Mengang asks her why she did that. When she goes to pick up the phone, she hears a voice saying she doesn't mind sharing him and his love with multiple women. She just didn't want him to abandon her. Her sister is utterly confused, considering that Chen Yuan hardly ever scores. It's unlikely he got anyone pregnant. Then he steps into the helicopter and asks what's going on. His sister immediately shows him the phone and wants to know if he really did what the girl is claiming. Sweating nervously,